Hey there, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Colbert and also Franklin County, Alabama here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. This is most likely to be, as any storms today are, hail-producing thunderstorms that we're tracking here as they kind of work their way toward the east. I'm going to give us a 30-minute loop. We've been watching this one as kind of exited Tishomingo County there. Again, kind of sliding eastward. You can see that warning issued. That's for locations there in the yellow, our severe thunderstorm warning. Go ahead and plot that on. Again, what we're looking at here, the potential that this could produce hailstones in excess of 1 inch in size. And of course, the locations that we're tracking in particular are going to be pretty much right where you see that kind of brighter pink sort of purple area. That's our hail core as depicted here on Mississippi Live Weather Radar. We're going to use some products here that allow us to kind of check the hail potential. You can see our hail threat there brought to you by True Shield Roofing. Does show at least a little bit of an increase on that. And if we put on what we call the hail swath, showing where it has moved over time, you can see a couple areas there just south of Minot where we have some of the yellow kind of showing up, and that would be indicating a greater likelihood, more in the probable category, that we could see some large hail out of this. So I'll kind of, again, you can see probable there. Let's talk about what that means for a second here. So possible, again, not high confidence. Probable, we're probably looking at hail of some size, potentially severe hail. Once we make it in the reds, it's likely we're seeing not just hail, but then damaging hail as a possibility there. So this was a little weaker when it was back in northern Tishomingo County, or central Tishomingo County, a little east of Tishomingo proper there, and we're looking close to the Pleasant Site community where we show it the strongest at this point. And so checking the speed on this thunderstorm, and we'll kind of verify that over the course of the last 30 minutes or so to figure out how fast this is moving on the latest here. So I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. I'll put my finger here on the map and then measure the exact distance so we can kind of nail this down. So where it's at right there, we'll do some simple math on this to show that's moving about 25 miles per hour. So tracking that about 25 miles per hour now, based on where it's at, we'll get you kind of a time frame as this moves there into northern Franklin County. It's about 25 miles per hour, get us right there. And so we don't show a whole lot of communities in the next few minutes here. So let's extend it out beyond that. And we'll show this as a, let's say, 30-mile track. So that gets you time in the Russellville, as you can see, at about 5:07 as it moves toward the east and southeast. I'll add in a few more cities on this there. And you can see Rock Creek, we show at 4:37 for you. We're looking close to the Frankfort community at 4:49. Fairview at 5:04 there. Russellville 5:07. Mountain Star at 5:15. Waco at 5:19. Saints Crossroads there at about 5:24, Bethesda at 5:28. This is a Doppler radar indicated area of large hail. There's some broad rotation on this, but I think any rotation that we see today is largely going to be helpful for producing large hail as opposed to something else. Again, back there on that kind of a hail swath mode on this, brought to you by True Shield Roofing. We can see on the latest scan, which came in just in the last couple moments, right beneath where our track is there, right along Alabama Highway 247 in southern Colbert County there. One little pixel, we show that one little bit of yellow there, where it's more in that possible category to probable category. So that's kind of an upgrade on the thinking on that. So again, probability of seeing some large hail is there. That's the reason the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued on a track that will take it toward the locations in the Russellville area. And so we'll get that track, kind of extend that down there at about 25 miles per hour. And we'll extend that back. I didn't mean to fully clear that off. So let's go ahead and take that out for the next really about hour or so, 25 miles. And you can see there again, sometimes as it moves 5:04 there toward Russellville proper. As we widen things out on our perspective here and looking at the hail potential on any of the thunderstorms you see, there is not anything here on the Mississippi side that is as impressive. We don't have any of those stripes there indicating large hail, where we have had reports of significant and large hail back there closer to the Birmingham area. I want to give you an idea as we kind of take this and calibrate for you this True Shield Roofing hail threat that we're looking here. Because if I kind of pull off those, well, actually we could click on those hail reports. You can see those are spots where we had at least quarter-size hail in around Trussville and the north side there of Birmingham, 2-inch sized hail estimated there close to right around the 4 o'clock hour. So within really the last about 40 minutes or so out of some of these. I know we're going to try to get some golf ball size hail reports there. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard trying to kind of aggregate that information. I do want to bring Gabe in. He's been paying a little closer attention to that over the last little bit here. And Gabe, I'll kind of toss to you on this, and I'll let you come back here to Franklin County in a moment. But one of the things that we've kind of noticed on this again is that the hail is going to be isolated where it's the largest, but we're at least getting some of those reports, right?
Exactly. And this is actually not too far from where I grew up. My family's still out there, and they're sending me pictures right now. And yes, basically confirming that report right there is exactly what took place there in northeast Jefferson County and over there towards St. Clair County as well. Crossed right close to the Pinnacle. So if anyone has gone shopping over in Trussville, it's not too far away from there where you had some of the largest hailstones of 1.5 to 2 inches in size falling on the ground. Everyone that I have gotten video from, though, was inside. And that's really key when we're talking about hail threats, is not really anything that you can do to prepare other than move some of those things you don't want to get dented under some cover. But really, we want to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. So moving under cover, staying indoors, that's really key to get through some of these, this hail that's happening. So that was close to the Clay, Chalkville, and Clay areas. Honestly, if I zoom it in, I'll expose my parents here real quick. We're talking about, there's Highway 11, so there's I-20, there's I-59, and there's Highway 11 kind of just around the Trussville area, moving closer to Argo. And there's where you get those reports. And so this basically crossed right overhead. We did have a funnel cloud actually in the area with damage associated with it. That while there's not anything confirmed as of right now, that is definitely eye-catching, and we're working to get access to some of that video to show that to you guys. So these rotating storms, they produce hail. This isn't exactly a tornado threat we're watching for, but you can definitely see that large hail is attached to it, showing that there is a decent amount of instability, allowing for these storms to climb, allowing for those storm tops to get higher, and those hail cores to get a little bit larger as well. So Matt, we're of course watching that in Birmingham. Now has since gotten a little bit more tame, but if we zoom things back out and move back up here towards Franklin County, Alabama, I'm gonna have to go a little bit more. There's the stripe that we're watching, and let me see. Yes, so just trying to make sure all those reports are in. So I'm going to work to get that behind the scenes once Matt comes back on to get the latest on all those details. But of course, you do see that track extending more towards the Jonesboro area, 456, Reedtown, 503, Russellville, 504, and Waco closer to about 515. And that's moving across Franklin County, moving across Colbert County, and then moving closer to the Oak Grove and Moulton area once we get closer to about that 5:30, 5:45 hour. That severe thunderstorm warning, that is issued until 5:30. And again, that's for Colbert and Franklin County, Alabama, just south of Florence for anyone that's up there at UNA. So, or not UNA, UNA. So not going to have to be worried about that, but hail continues to be the big focus. So I'm going to swap this back over real quick to our our Monroe County radar site, and there you're getting some of those increased tops as well. Let me zoom back in on this storm a little bit closer, and there you can see some of those purples that are showing up, and it's almost that black that shows up as well, which is the highest part of our legend right here. That's where we're getting some of those elevated storm tops and allowing for those hailstones to increase in size. Oftentimes with hail, we need steep lapse rates. We also need a very elevated storm tops, because what it is, it's an ice crystal that starts out pretty small, but as it goes up higher and higher in the cloud, basically collides with other hailstones, making it a larger stone before it falls out of the clouds. And so the higher the storm tops are, the more things it can collide with, but also the stronger those updrafts are, allows for that stone to stick in the cloud a little bit longer and be able to build even more. So as we get further into our evening hours with some of these elevated storm tops, that's where we're getting those large hail reports. No official storm spotter reports as of right now, as I wish I could clear that off so that way it wasn't there. Actually, I think I can. Maybe. No, it doesn't want to do it. So that was actually for over in Birmingham, so don't be alarmed by that. We're not getting 1.8 inch hail, at least not yet, and hopeful that that's not going to be the case. And as that moves closer to Frankfort, we're going to be getting some of that small hail out of it as well. But this is where you guys can help us. So one of the things that we're partnered with here at Mississippi Live Weather is with True Shield Roofing. And this is our first event being partnered with them that we could see hail 1 inch or greater. And while that is damaging, and we do not want hail 1 inch or greater, one of the things that we've partnered with True Shield to do is help you out. If any damage does take place, the largest hailstone that's submitted to us here at Mississippi Live Weather can actually get a gift card to help with some of the damages. And that's a great partnership that we have because Mother Nature does as Mother Nature wants to. And so that kind of allows us to help you guys out along with True Shield Roofing to alleviate some of those damages once these storms do take place.
Yeah, and hopefully we don't get much in that regard there. Appreciate that, Gabe.
Oh, Mike, I think is off.
Oh. Thank you. Appreciate it. I had to change and want to make sure that you didn't have an offshoot from me. Appreciate that, Gabe, there. Current time is now, we're at 4:36. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. You're watching our coverage of some severe thunderstorm warnings here in Franklin and Colbert County, Alabama. Gabe, while we're talking about this, let's go ahead and do a push for the whole area. Make sure folks there in Clay County know as well. So we'll just kind of do a generalized push and say live now, tracking storms across North Mississippi and North Alabama. We'll make that our push notification. We'll do that here in a second. So on the wider shot here, let's kind of reset the stage here for a moment. Headlines have been some large hail potential out of this into Alabama. Mama Justice Doppler radar does show so scattered showers across North Mississippi and storms. I will show you the lightning strikes on this over the course of the last, hour here. We've had about 770 strikes. We can always kind of find the clusters of lightning to see where those storms are the strongest. We're going to go to Clay County there, bringing it a little closer. Again, these are non-severe thunderstorms in western Clay County at this point. A decent amount of lightning, only showed about 18 strikes on this. We'll put this loop in here over the course of the last 30 minutes and give you kind of a comparison between what we have on these storms there moving toward West Point and what we have a few other spots. So we can pull up our camera there in Clay County near the West Point area. We'll kind of pop over to our, give me a moment here to see behind the scenes if we could pop over to our camera server. So give me just a moment to pull that up. For whatever reason on this, Gabe, we've got to make sure Gabe, you can hear me behind the scenes. Let's get on whichever one of these. There we are. I think I finally found the one we're looking for. There we are. Okay, give me a second to swing that camera, make sure we're looking the right direction there in the West Point area, kind of looking back toward the west and northwest, kind of right into those storms. Okay, so now I know for a fact we're looking, this is that heavier storm. You'll see 75, the temperature, measure of moisture coming in about 61, so not super high. Part of the reason why these are they're kind of high base storms, so they're hail producers, not likely see anything besides the hail potential out of this there, but you can see the heavy precipitation. We will see if those rise to the level where they produce some large hail.
Hey, Matt.
Really, this part right there is the part that we're watching the most closely. Yes, Gabe.
So real quick, Adrian and Caleb are actually out watching these storms right now, and I believe they are in Clay County last I talked to them, and are at least working their way down there, and they're going to kind of monitor Golden Triangle area, whether that be Columbus, Starkville, or West Point, kind of following this storm and monitoring it as it moves across the area. And Caleb should be good for live shots if we ever want to cut to him at any point. Okay, I appreciate that. And Gabe, if you would make sure, okay, the Stream Deck thing is here on top, because what I'm going to need to do is when we hear from you, I'm going to want to see you if we can. So I do believe we should have a shot in here on the Stream Deck that pulls up kind of the double shot. I would look through there, see if we can find the shot of you while you're over there in the other weather center. So anyway, or we'll try to keep you at the main weather center so we can show you when we hear from you there. So we'll look to hopefully get that shot again from Adrian. Come up here in just a little bit, potentially Caleb as well. But that's thunderstorm there. The heaviest portion of this staying just a little bit on the north side there, West Point, in a zone where maybe some large hail could become possible out of that thunderstorm. So I kind of referenced this a second ago. We'll use our component here with a True Shield Roofing to be able to kind of look and see how impressive this is. We kind of look at the hail rate instantaneous. You don't see a whole lot of hail showing up on this over the course of this 1 hour loop there. So it's not impressive. Now let's look up here north where we have this severe thunderstorm warning and see how we have this kind of stripe on here where we have kind of the grays and yellows. Obviously we have a lot of lightning showing up over the top of that, so I'll turn the lightning off for just a moment here. But this is where it's more likely to have some of that hail that ends up becoming large. Have not had any reports out of this yet, but moving toward the Frankfort community and Crooked Oak there,
this is a storm that we're going to have to watch as it continues to move eastward. Obviously, a lot of lightning with this, and this is what has prompted this severe thunderstorm warning for locations up here in Franklin and Colbert County. So again, appreciate our friends over at True Shield Roofing for sponsoring this hail threat here and kind of really allowing us on this new tool here on Mississippi Live Weather, something you can only see here in North Mississippi, to be able to drill down on that peak hail potential scan by scan. We'll look three-dimensionally on this thunderstorm, and that will allow us to kind of see if we can see whether or not the precipitation core, how that moves up and down over time. That's important because we can kind of see that evolution there. Sometimes that makes it to where we can kind of see some of the big hail before it hits the ground, not just as it's kind of coming down. We're making that assessment, but on the way down sometimes. So let's see if I can cut through this just a little bit. Starting to see that kind of cut in there to the heaviest precipitation right about there. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so you see how you kind of have the brighter pinks. The higher up those are, the more likely it is we're suspending some hail a little bit above the surface there. And so I think that's causing an enhancement there. By the way, Gabe, I'm going to guess that you logging in is what's giving me a little bit of lag here, so you might want to disconnect. I saw the info login. Would that be at the chroma key?
Shouldn't be
Did
logged
you log in
in.
over there? Okay. Well,
I haven't touched
logged
it, so.
Okay. Well, interesting.
I'll check it to make sure it's logged out.
Okay. I appreciate that. But I still show a lot of the bigger hail on this. Again, this would be the Franklin Colbert County line there. A lot of it's just north of the county line, but watching that as it heads toward Woodlawn Heights there in Russellville and locations there in northern Franklin County as that kind of slides toward the east on this thunderstorm there. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio, Gabe, again, to kind of look at this. Go back, I would recommend a 2D mode and kind of show the whole area here for just a moment. So I'm going to send it back again to you for the latest on that.
Perfect. All right. Well, Matt, yes, exactly like you were talking about, kind of that Colbert as well as Franklin County line crossing into Pleasant Grove, but we do expect that to be a little bit out ahead of this. So for folks close to Fairview and Woodlawn Heights, and I'll get it back to 2D mode here real quick, but that's what we're monitoring for the potential impacts as we move further into that forecast. So we're going to go broad before we go back to the hyper-focused area over there towards the Franklin County region of northwest Alabama. I do see one of these hail reports coming in. This is about 1 inch in diameter, and that was closer to about 420. So 18 minutes ago, and of course that was close to the Bear Creek area as well. Just checking things behind the scenes. Oh, I gotcha. So checking things behind the scenes, we are continuing to monitor this once it moves closer to Russellville. Let me put this on about, can we do a 15-minute loop? So that was out of this leading storm right there with some of those larger hailstones. Actually, yes, but we are waiting to see what reports we get out of this storm because we do expect this to actually be the one that's producing some of that larger hail. Zooming it in a little bit closer, I want to look at some of those lightning strikes as well as some of those storm tops. We're at 80 strikes over the last 30 minutes or so. That's actually a really high magnitude of lightning in a very short time frame, meaning that this is still a maturing storm, and that'll continue to build once we get towards Crooked Oak and Frankfort. So for folks that are out there, be monitoring this cell, and let me zoom it out one time so we can get a storm track on this as it moves closer to the northeast side of Franklin County. And we're going to track this leading edge because if you saw that movement, it's about 30 miles an hour, but it's also moving in nearly a directly southeast line. So I'm actually going to need to do, Matt, if you want to put this on there, one of those other tracks that kind of show specific locations. I'm just unable to.
I'll pull that on here in just a second. What I need is I need you to reboot links for me, if you could.
Sounds good.
Because I think I would think coming up with a clean reboot would certainly help on that. So
Okay.
so while we're doing that, I'll bring it back here into. Well, it looks like that. Let's see if we can bring that up for a moment. Now I'm gonna have to take my shot. Bring it right back here. I wonder if that's clicked in the right spot. Okay. Now let's change something here to that. Give me just a moment. There we go. Okay. Appreciate that. So again, looking there, you can see now a report in the last couple of moments here coming in of 1 inch hail. That would have been about 15 minutes ago there. I think the positioning on that's a little bit off of where we're showing that here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'm going to put this into motion, give you a kind of loop on this. I think that report's a little north of where that reality, in all reality, was probably just right that darkest kind of black sort of color there where we have the most intense precipitation. So for interest there in and around Russellville, this is kind of still one of the better case scenarios. It does look like the more intense portion of this is just staying slightly north. Sometimes that happens with these sort of thunderstorms in this kind of situation, that we kind of keep it hyper-focused in one spot. Let's see if we can kind of cut into this one. I think this one also does a pretty good job of showing that most intense. There we are. We can go what we call isosurface on this. There we go. Give me a moment. And so we can cut this down to just the most intense stuff. And then we go back in time, and sometimes you can capture. That's only about 10,000 feet. So I think, again, this is probably a lot of hail, more than a lot of large hail. But there's certainly some with it at this point in time. Let's reset things here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here. We are tracking thunderstorms across North Mississippi and Northwest Alabama. Most of these thunderstorms are below severe limits, likely to stay that way as we go throughout the next little while here. But this one storm now north of Kilmichael does show a little bit more of a hail core on this. We'll use our True Shield hail tracker here in just a moment, but I want to give a 3D look at this storm, which does not look like it has quite fully got up to its peak level. So I think, again, it could be increasing a little bit more in intensity as we speak still as well. So I'm going to put that on there. So this one, you'll notice, not as high as the one we had a moment ago. These are going to have to get up with their tops in excess of 20,000 feet there with the hail core before we're going to start thinking it's producing some large hail. So I think maybe some hail, a possibility with that, but I'm not sure we're talking necessarily truly large or severe hail based on kind of that latest look there. But that one, if we put this into motion, you could see that one kind of moving a little bit more east. So I think whatever it has in it, it's starting to drop out, but that's moving on a path that's going to take it pretty close to Eupora. So 25 miles per hour, about as fast as any of these thunderstorms are moving this afternoon. And this cluster that's kind of moved through the West Point area continues to be kind of moderate to heavy rainfall is the main impact with that. And again, some gusty winds from time to time, a possibility. But I think the hail potential on this looks to be a little bit below severe limits. Hopefully that is a trend that continues there. As we bring it back here to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, the typical version of that. It'll take me a second to kind of bring that up. I'll bring Gabe up here for a moment. You've been trying to get some of those reports again behind the scenes here. Anything coming in from around the area, checking our chats?
Well, so pretty much everything out in Birmingham as of right now, and that's where we got the near golf ball sized hail earlier on, and as well as what looks to be a funnel cloud and some of the damage actually associated in Birmingham. Curious what some of the surveys will say about that. Tornadoes, not exactly what we expect with this setup. You know, here in North Mississippi, we're just looking at that large hail potential, but shows that a brief spin up like what happened in Birmingham. It's just whenever the right ingredients happen at the right time.
Are we sure that it was a brief spin up, or I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a moment, or is it something where we had damaging wind trying to help out?
That's what it looks more like. But you do have the funnel clouds. I know a lot of people are going to say, tornado. It takes confirmation in order to get that confirmed tornado touchdown, but still that we did have that funnel in the clouds, and so you're going to see a lot of that circulating online. But tornadoes
that was in Birmingham. That was not for our area. Let's make sure we're clear on that.
Exactly, yes. And so that's why here in North Mississippi and even over there in Birmingham, we're just expecting large hail and a few of those gusty winds to be the primary factors. But damage that was over in Birmingham, seeing a little bit of that with the limbs and trees that are knocked over. And so folks are out there trying to clean up, and that's possible here in North Mississippi. But hail, I would say, is at the top of the list in impacts.
Absolutely. Check our chat here if you would. With people sending in their pictures on the app, if we could, please. I know that we did get in our discussion with many of you at home a moment ago, Beth mentioning the fact that she got dumped on with hail east of Boonville in the altitude community. One important question I'll have on that is how large was that hail? How long did it last? Those are the sorts of things that we'll pass on to the National Weather Service there. But again, some hail with that thunderstorm there east of Boonville. That a report that you brought in a moment ago. And again, appreciate all the folks for sponsoring us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Join the conversation. We show that from time to time here on our chat. Let's reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon here in the room-to-room weather center, and we are tracking as of 4:50 some isolated thunderstorms. These are all mostly below severe limits, with the exception of one that has had reports of large hail recently. We're going to look more individually at these thunderstorms in a moment, but I want to kind of calibrate what does this look like when it's producing damaging and severe weather versus what do some of the rest of these look like. And so this thunderstorm with the hail potential, as you can see, what we call hail swath, or sometimes our hail threat, brought to you by True Shield Roofing here. Over the course of our 1 hour loop, you can see this kind of track where it's been mainly up here in Colbert County, now crossing the county line in northern Franklin County, the lightning leading the way on where these storms are the strongest, and this yellow box representing our severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for some large hail out of this. As I bring it back to current time, we put on our storm reports on this. We have had at least one report of hail, but as we talked about a minute ago, I think that's probably a little too far north of where the reality was. I'm going to guess the positioning on that's going to end up getting corrected here because definitely looks like it was probably a little south of that where we had our most intense returns. Now, looking at wind on this, again, there could be some wind gusts from time to time. This is not really a tornado setup, but this is a hail setup, and certainly a lot of potential for this produce some hail there up around Crooked Oak and Fairview, moving toward Good Springs, north side of Russellville, impacted primarily with that. And so as we put a track on the hail potential on this here, moving east and southeast, still going about 25 miles per hour. We'll go 26 miles per hour there, moving toward Tharptown. I'm going to shrink down the locations involved in this so that we can kind of make sure all locations are on there. And we show Good Springs at 454 there. In the path of this, Mountain Star at 459, 503 there, Tharptown, Saints Crossroads at about 507, and Flat Rock there at 521. This is potential for some large hailstones out of this, some gusty winds, tornado threat. I think that's probably beyond what this is likely to produce. Now, as we come back out here to the west and look a little more closely at some of these thunderstorms, I want to look out here, the storm southeast of Ripley. This has had a little bit of the brighter pinks. We come in really close, and I pull off the lightning here for just a moment. There's just kind of a change in color there when it goes to the brightest of pinks. That's where we're starting to see probably a little bit of hail of this making it to the ground. As we use our hail threat on from True Shield Roofing, I don't really see it meeting necessarily that threshold. So we're going to look three-dimensionally on this thunderstorm as well, get an idea on how tall its hail core is. And I would say that that's probably still developing up here north of Dumas. This is kind of this big red blob. This is the heavier precipitation. The higher this gets thrown up, the colder the air, the more likely it is to produce some hail. So moving toward the Pine Grove community out there close to Highway 4. And you'll notice if I bring this back to just the lowest scans now, take it off of 3D mode, we talked about that kind of change in color there near the Mitchell community a moment ago, where it's just a little bit more enhanced. That's where, again, a greater potential maybe to have some hail getting closer to the ground on this. So I do expect our probably hail swath potential is increasing a little bit on this. So if you live there east of Mitchell, Dry Creek, and eventually maybe in the path of this could be Boonville, a potential for a little more hail on this thunderstorm. Let's get a track that takes it all the way to the Boonville area. So about 25 miles per hour. Let's expand that out and make that a slightly longer track. We'll make that about a 25-mile track. And so that gives you time there in the Boonville at 5:30. If we put on pretty much all locations between there and Boonville, you see we have Dry Creek at 5:07. This is a non-severe thunderstorm, but hail potential increasing a little bit more on it. Blackland 5:18, Osborne Creek 5:24, Boonville proper at about 5:30, eventually Altitude Community by about 5:46, and out in the HC at 5:46 as well, in the eastern portion of Prentiss County. We've had a couple of thunderstorms up there that have been a little bit heavier, and that one near the Cairo community has just a little bit of broad rotation on it, but the thing about high base storms, so likelihood of them producing anything beyond just kind of broad rotation remains pretty low. We're going to use a couple cameras here to kind of interrogate these thunderstorms. With that, we're going to look at the camera up here in Alcorn County, southern Alcorn County, close to the Rienzi area. We should be able to kind of get a couple of shots here. This one looking toward the storm. If I pull out of the way there, I think that's looking kind of the south portion of the county, more that direction, south and southwest. So we're going to probably pan this camera just a little bit. So give me a moment. Oops. Apparently that's going to pop up on that screen there. So let's make sure that doesn't happen again. Nope. Apparently it's decided that that is its screen. So let's, where's it at here? Pull up our cameras. with the North Mississippi storm chasers. Get that all in, and for whatever reason, that's going to take me a second. Gabe, I don't know if you have cameras up on the other computer there. This is going to want me, because we did a reboot there, to type all the stuff in. So we don't have a lot of time for that. But if you can get that up on the other camera, on the other computer there. Actually, while we're on that, I'm going to let you talk about the camera here for a second while I'm on that.
Okay, yeah, and so what we're getting a view of is, of course, Alcorn County, and this is looking at some of those cells that are on the southern side of Alcorn County, just south of Corinth, north of Boonville, kind of sandwiched on that Highway 45 area. So as you look right here, it's 70 degrees, dew point still in the upper 50s. Whenever we're talking about severe weather, we do expect those values to be a little bit higher, and so I'm curious to see if that does climb here in the next few moments, but it does show that the severe weather risk is actually further towards our south, and reason why, because dew points and, of course, that fuel is a little bit more primed. And so that's why we are under that level 1 threat, primarily for Tupelo and south. Up here, north into Alcorn County, they're not under that severe weather risk, but severe storms are not impossible. Just the ingredients aren't as primed. I mean, we're seeing that in Tishomingo County as we speak, being that we do have, or not Tishomingo, Franklin County, Alabama, as that system has kind of worked its way into northwest Alabama, interacting with those ingredients that are in place, even if it is a little bit more limited here on the northern side of the state, and allowing for those strong and severe thunderstorms to be issued. Large hail is still the main threat that we're looking at out of this, but you're getting a look at some of that heavy rainfall as well. So some brief heavy rain can also be expected as you get those rain bands just there on the bottom side of that storm. And of course, this is going to be, we're going on a journey here in a second, but what you're also getting a visual of is that low cloud base as well. The thing that we usually need to look for with hail producers is the elevated tops, because it does allow that hailstone to kind of build in size, and that's where we could get those larger stones that are in excess of an inch, and thus producing those severe thunderstorm warnings. So Matt, paying attention to that, but I'm curious your take. With 59-degree dew points, it's not exactly eye-catching compared to what we have down south.
Hail, I'm telling you, like hail, you can pull that off with a lower dew point than you can pull off, a tornado, because you're going to have a higher base, right?
True.
With a lower dew point, and temperature, you're going to have, a bigger gap there, dew point depression. And so if the atmosphere is still unstable in that situation, your base is higher, so you can pull off you can pull off hail when there's no tornado threat. Is kind of the way this can kind of work. So it's more of a, I would say, plains traditional kind of setup you get with classic supercell, as opposed to maybe the HP sort of, big bad boys that we're typically used to in and around here. I think sometimes
this is Lubbock just helping you out in hail forecasting.
To a certain extent, it is. Appreciate that, Gabe. Again, and let us know if you do see anything coming across our discussions there with the North Mississippi storm chasers, as well as the folks sending in their information. Again, current time is now pretty much right at 5 o'clock. So Gabe will probably do another push alert, letting people know that we're on live at 5 o'clock. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We're in Alcorn County looking toward the storm. As we look right there toward the horizon, that one fairly heavy looking. And I want to bring it in a little bit closer, kind of show you sort of the base on this. And we'll see if it will let me sort of zoom that in there a little bit. So give me a moment to kind of show you the kind of ragged bottom of this. But the fact we have to zoom so far in is kind of a sign there that, again, this would be like the part of the thunderstorm. It's like, well, do I have something dangling down there? Yes, I do. But I don't think that is something that we have to be super concerned with. In saying that, let's go ahead and go back to the precipitation mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I mean, this is a rotating thunderstorm in kind of a very broad sense. But if we kind of bring it back into our wind mode on this, our storm relative winds, I mean, you can see there's kind of that little bit of in and out. So broad rotation. But as we talked about a moment ago, just because it's spinning up there doesn't mean it's able to get that spin down toward the surface. And so typically in this scenario, what happens then is that it produces hail. And so that's why the hail threat is kind of one of our biggest concerns. So looking at that hail track, for the first time today, we actually have some of that showing up here on this thunderstorm. And this was the one that we did get a report from someone at home a little bit ago saying that they had some hail on this east of Boonville. But you'll notice how when we start talking about the hail potential, it shows possible on this. It's when we start to see the yellow on our True Shield roofing hail threat here that we're dealing with more probably severe hail. And when we see the red, it's likely we're talking about something that's in excess of an inch to inch and a half. And one of the things that True Shield Roofing is doing with us is if you do have a picture of the hail, put it next to a common item. A coin's probably the easiest way to do that. Largest hailstone in excess of an inch in size gets $100 gift card from True Shield Roofing. Send those pictures in. You have to use the Mississippi Live Weather app in order to do that. The way to do that is, again, download that free for all those different devices there, iOS and Android. There's a place where you could submit your weather pictures, and so appreciate you guys for doing that. Speaking to, across the area, you'll notice most of us are not seeing hail that's overly impressive or large in size. I do want to bring in our chat here it does look like I'm going to have to change what I have behind the scenes here for that. There we go. Kind of popping that in. But I did notice here a moment ago, someone mentioning getting some hail along 247 there and some hail at Randolph. Randolph, Pontotoc County, we have not spent a lot of time looking at Pontotoc County, but you're now dealing with the first report we have of that. So we'll be able to check our camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers here in just a moment as well. But looking up there in around Pontotoc County, that's one of those spots where, there's some, I'd say, broad rotation on this. But again, today is the kind of day where rotation equals hail. Rotation does not equal tornadoes in this situation. So sometimes, and that's not to say we don't get a tornado warning if you get something that really starts spinning up, but most cases like this, I think the lack of lower level moisture lends us to typically have more hail potential out of this. But if we look specifically at that hail track, we don't have anything at severe levels. Looking at the threats, again, the hail threat increasing a little bit. That's why kind of where it indicates blue on here, we'd say some hail potential. Most of this is just rainfall. We don't have the wind shear that would be something that would concern us for wind damage or tornadoes or anything along those lines, thankfully. We'll look three-dimensionally on this thunderstorm using Mama Justice Doppler as we kind of bring it in nice and close on this. Look 3D. I can kind of even see, it looks like kind of like Swiss cheese. I can see through it there. That tells me it's not as dense. That's one of the signs there that in all likelihood, this is probably not getting big hail out of it. Versus maybe some of the other thunderstorms that have prompted some severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll go back here a couple of scans. We'll show that, see, this is what I was talking about. Okay, when this is back there kind of west of Randolph, closer to the Spring Hill community, see how this is a bit taller, right? If I kind of mark how tall this is there, and now we bring it back to the last couple of scans here, you'll notice that has fallen off. That's part of the reason why we got that report in Randolph you saw there a moment ago. Took everything it could muster to produce some hail, but if you can give us an idea on how large that hail is, that's always helpful. And I do see that Justin, who's a storm chaser with North Mississippi Storm Chasers, mentioning has not seen hail at his location there. That tells it speaks to the isolated nature of the hail. So I'd say it's probably dropping all of its hail it has right now out of that thunderstorm, and it's going to kind of track on the south side of Pontotoc there. So we'll get a track. Again, I would say this is our hail core. We're going to say about 25 miles per hour out of that. We show Algoma at 518. Give me a moment to change things on my system, make sure we can shrink the size of locations showing up in our storm tracks. So give me just a moment to make sure that we have that down to the smallest location. And we're going to say our duration there, we're going to say 45 minutes. That'll give us a slightly longer track. Okay, so let's clear that out. Let's get you a better track on that. Again, a 45-minute track, and that should go down to the smallest locations. Again, I would say most of the hail has probably fallen out of this now, but I'd say Algoma 515, watching that potential for you. South side of Pontotoc there. We're looking Chihuahua at 529 and looking toward Woodland at 533, Troy at 537. Again, appreciate all of your reports that you're sending in here, Thundering and Iuka. Nickel to quarter size, Brittany, in that list there mentioning the size, and that was some hail falling in Randolph. So if you could send in that picture there, again, Brittany, largest hailstone winds on that. Also behind the scenes, Gabe, if you would put in the chat with the National Weather Service with Memphis, report of nickel to quarter size hail from the viewership with the storm near Randolph about 10 minutes ago. Make sure that they have that information to kind of go off of there. Look at our camera there in Pontotoc at this time. Again, our cameras with North Mississippi Storm Chasers, valuable to kind of assess. This does look like it has a little bit of rotation on that shot there. I'm interested to see what the real life in the flesh sort of picture of this looks like. Again, we have the rain falling there in the Pontotoc area. Let me make sure we've got this kind of looking the right direction into this. Now that's looking kind of west into this. So we'd have to kind of look through the thunderstorm there. This is probably some of that hail. And honestly, I think it's probably just heavy rainfall now out of this. I think the hail, if we had some larger hailstones, that's probably fallen out. Report of pea-sized hail in the Cairo community there. As we kind of bring it back here to our normal mode, we'll look on Mama Justice Doppler radar at kind of what they are experiencing there. And I'm going to keep it kind of 3D sort of on this at the same time, see if we can kind of adjust that. So I show, I would say, these storms down here into Lowndes County, a little more impressive. And I have a couple other spots there as well. But I'd say up in Tishomingo County, probably strongest outside of our severe thunderstorm. We're up here in Franklin County, Alabama. So we're looking north of Russellville. Let's talk about this one for a moment and compare this one. See how tall this looks. See how bright this looks. This is definitely a stronger storm versus the one that we were tracking a moment ago there out in out for locations back into Pontotoc County. I'm actually go over to this for a moment. We'll bring it back over to this version here. And yeah, I'd say that is that's definitely a lot of heavy rainfall and lightning on that thunderstorm as well. So near Good Springs there. Gabe, if you could widen this out for me for a moment, I'll have you sit at the other desk here for a moment and hit the 2D button, and then we're going to change it off of the radar on that, into the regular 2D radar mode, if you could please. And we'll reset here for a moment. But yeah, you can kind of see how there's kind of more of those black sort of returns showing up. One of those signs, again, that this has gone through, where it's probably dropping there near Tharptown, some of its heavier amounts. Gabe, if we'll go wide shot here for a moment, we'll show the whole area, and then we're going to go up to Tishomingo County. We'll look at the True Shield hail scale there up in Tishomingo County, kind of central Tishomingo County, and that looks to be one of our other stronger storms. This is one storm that when it was back there into Prentiss County, did have some more reports of hail with that. Let's bring it in closer there, closer to the Midway area in Cairo, and we'll go back into the regular mode there here for a moment. Again, I'd say that's still largely in the possible category, but I think it's probably producing some hail based on what we're seeing today getting down to the ground. So the regular precipitation mode here on Mississippi Live Weather Radar on that one continues to show again there near Holcut and south of that, moving probably north of Paden and kind of between the Tishomingo and Midway area. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on that toward the east, about 25 miles per hour at this time toward the east. And again, you can see as that kind of goes around, there's just a kind of spot, a little highlighted right where Gabe has that there. So moving Carter Branch, we show at 5:25 there. Petertown, we're at about 5:30, 5:32 at Allsboro, Bishop at 5:32, and Burnstown 5:33, Maud at 5:34, and Minot at 5:42. As we kind of go back west here, north of Boonville, closer to Rienzi, again, we have that one spot there. You can see where I'm kind of pointing it out, where it's a little bit heavier. I think that's probably sub-severe hail, probably more pea-size hail out of that. And the thunderstorm out here, a little west of that, is somewhat less impressive. Out south of Ashland, close to the Bethel community, this one moving toward the Bethel community, this is another one of our thunderstorms, probably producing a little bit smaller sized hail, but it's kind of come up a little bit in intensity as it moves toward there. Blue Mountain, you'd be in the path of this one. Let's go check our True Shield Roofing hail indicator on this and check the hail track. Just a little bit showing up here. So this one's still more in the development phase, same like that storm as you can see closer to the Mitchell community there, north of Blue Mountain or east of Blue Mountain. Both of those a little bit, in the development phases. So all these, I think, as far as potential going forward, the likelihood of these producing hail probably increases a bit more over the next couple of hours. We need to come down to Columbus, and I'll pull up our camera there out of Caledonia for a moment. You see, we do have some hail potential closer to the Columbus area as we go to our camera from Caledonia. And then we'll go into Columbus proper, looking at this here. We show, again, there's looking over top of the school in Caledonia. And I'm going to double check our angle as I'm still, one of the things that's going to take me through this severe weather season is we have so many cameras, which is a huge blessing, but making sure I always have them pointed the right direction. This is pointed kind of southwest, so this is looking into kind of the gray, and that would be some of the hail if we were seeing it there. There's a little more moisture there in Caledonia, as we're coming up with 73 degrees as the temperature, and that measure of moisture coming in the 60s. So that, again, a greater likelihood to get the bases closer to the ground, and one of the things I think, again, enhances maybe some severe hail potential out of this portion of it. Again, I appreciate North Mississippi Storm Chasers for pairing up with us on these cameras. Gabe, if we're taking some notes there behind the scenes, write me down something to make sure we have the Storm Chaser logo on that Caledonia camera. But a lot of heavy rainfall right at rush hour traffic time there in the Columbus area. All of our cameras showing some disruptions there. If I look specifically at the eastbound cameras there in Columbus, 75 the temperature, and again, it's pretty heavy rain. What I'm trying to see is if I have anything kind of bouncing or if there's anything huge that kind of comes in front of the camera lens here. I don't see that. So it looks like while there is probably some hail potential out of this, we're definitely looking at mainly really, really heavy rainfall out of these storms. And hopefully that means a limited hail potential. But as we kind of bring it back on here on the Mama Justice Doppler radar, and in particular looking at the hail threat here, you can kind of see that track of hail moving into Columbus from the north and west. So if you do have hail reports, one way you can let us know about those is in our chat. And that chat, as you can see next to me here. If you have those hail reports, put them in there. But I see that Allie Burleson said they submitted a picture of some of the pea-sized hail in Nettleton. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, who's been kind of looking at some of that. Do you have that up and ready to go?
Yes, I'll put it up behind me there. This was a photo submitted by Allie, like she just mentioned a moment ago. And yeah, I mean, pea-sized hail right there in the Nettleton area. So showing you that hail can still be attached to some of these storms, even if there's not a severe thunderstorm tag on it. Of course, if it were to be that severe thunderstorm requirement, then that would need to be bigger in size, but we're hopeful that doesn't happen. But one thing I will say with Allie's picture,
we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued now for locations north of the Columbus area, including Columbus proper. So that storm we were just looking at, National Weather Service going ahead and issuing a severe thunderstorm warning on that there. That does include locations in and around Columbus. So that'd be for Lowndes County until 5:45 p.m. Gabe, if you'd want to kind of zoom in on, well, actually those folks already would, using the Mississippi Live Weather app, get a push notification letting them know, hey, severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for them. And all of our weather calls going out for locations there. Again, weather call lets you know not just tornado warnings, but if severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for your area, it'll call you back if you reach a certain size of hail. I believe that's destructive hail in excess of 2 inches in size. I believe it calls you back once that becomes a possibility out of this. Major flooding, and again, tornadoes. We do not expect the potential really for tornadoes out of this, but certainly watching that some of these thunderstorms from time to time could be fairly strong. And so that's what has prompted this severe thunderstorm warning there in the Columbus area. So going back into our camera network and our cameras there, in particular, this is on the kind of the north side of Columbus. We show, again, the heavy rainfall, a lot of really heavy precipitation. Does not look like a ton of hail showing up on this, but this severe thunderstorm warning issue for the potential that this could produce hail in excess of 1 inch in size and possibly the potential to get some wind gusts up in excess of 60 miles per hour. So watching that again very closely in Columbus at this time and giving you kind of a time frame as this moves through the Columbus area. Back on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And we'll go back over here to kind of the regular mode on our Mama Justice Doppler radar so you can kind of see everything. Showing that, again, Battery Heights, Fox Run, the Arlington Park area, that's where it's the most intense right now as it slides toward Babbitt Estates and eventually out here toward Ethelsville and Pickens County, Alabama. Going back to our hail potential, and this is something that we have seen kind of ratcheting up on this thunderstorm here. Again, our hail track brought to you by the folks there at True Shield Roofing. It does show, again, mainly in the possible category as opposed to the probable. But again, anytime we're looking at something like this, it's an evaluation of what the radar is showing right now. And so instantaneous look typically in 3D also is very helpful. So let's look 3D on this. I'm going to go ahead and mute our group chat there, just so you know, Gabe, behind the scenes. So if you got something you need to tell me, go ahead and let me know. And we'll get to that when we can. But I do see, again, this actually shows the portion that's just a little bit east of town. That's where our storm is the tallest. And when we kind of get tallest like this, that's where we have the greatest potential to maybe have some of that large hail aloft on this. So we'll see if we can kind of cut through this thunderstorm. That one little stretch there, let's go back 2D on it, because you can see how high that one part is there. That's probably some severe hail. I show that over the Baker subdivision. So this is basically New Hope sort of area on the southeast side there of Columbus, pretty much north side of New Hope there, moving toward Babsett Estates and McCrary. That is where we have our severe hail. Greatest potential to probably have some 1-inch hailstones. You can share your pictures with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app. There's our 25 miles per hour or so we get some times there. So we show at Chisholm subdivision at about 510. We're looking 519 for the Baker subdivision. New Hope we show at 521. This is probably some damaging hail, so something to watch very, very closely. It is not going to show up as our official hail track on our True Shield hail track yet, because it is still suspended up in the thunderstorm. And so it takes it starting to fall as opposed to just being suspended and getting larger. And this hail is likely getting larger at this point out here in Lowndes County, moving toward McCrary there. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here with us kind of behind the scenes. And Gabe, what are you looking at as of 5:16?
Well, new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Tishomingo County, and folks in the chat saying that hail is starting to come down. So that's a new warning that has been issued. So kind of looking at that in a little bit more detail. But I don't want to just go past Columbus, because we do have our meteorologist, Caleb Edelbluth, that is there working to get his live shot up as we speak. So that way he can kind of give us a real-time assessment out there in the field. But Matt, we're...
well, I tell you, this storm up in Tishomingo, wow.
Yeah, it got going quick.
Whoa, and I'm going to tell you right now as well, looking at this over top of east of Bynum, north of Boonville, this one's pretty rough as well. Appreciate that, Gabe. Let us know once Caleb's available. This one's going to be our next severe thunderstorm warning here east of Boonville, northeast of Boonville, near Jacinto there. This one, that's severe, and that's pretty close to where our camera is with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. But so we'll look at that camera in a minute, but I need to get over here north of Tishomingo. This one's rough. If I'm looking at this, I'll bet we're well beyond possible. Kind of looking at the latest there. Yeah, see how that where we have the yellow showing up. That's now where we're on our True Shield roofing hail threat. Probable that we've been dropping some large hail, probably in excess of 1 inch in size. And the National Weather Service again extending another warning there, northern up over here into Colbert and Franklin County, because of this next storm and the large hail it's producing. But the one there south of Rienzi, also probably some really large hail as well. Let's go wide on this whole batch here for a moment. Just make sure there's not another one we're kind of missing. These are a lot of times we get in a hail scenario. These all kind of ratchet up all at the same time. Yep, Western Union, northeastern Pontotoc County. Heads up for you. Northeastern Lafayette County. This is also probably some of the large hail. Getting ready to get going on this as well. I'm going to look 3D on this, and this might be the way in which we track these today, just kind of cutting it down to the most intense stuff and seeing which of the storms has it there. And that's going to be hail moving toward Etta, and that's on a path that'll take it to New Albany. So let's get some storm tracks on all these now that we're kind of assessing what the atmosphere is capable of. That's kind of the first bit that we have to do on these, is try to figure out what is the atmosphere capable of. This is a non-severe thunderstorm right now. We'll get back to that Tishomingo. We'll get back to the storm that we have up there in Lowndes County here in a moment. But this thunderstorm here, I show that into New Albany. We're looking at the time for you at 5:56. Move those cars inside. This one's going to be producing some hail. Etta at 5:27. That's still a few minutes away, as we're 5:19 at the current time. But some large hail potential out of these thunderstorms. And we're really kind of ratcheting up the last 20, 30 minutes. I'm going to make this a much shorter loop. Give me a moment to make this kind of a 30-minute loop instead. Actually, we'll do 15. Let's do 30-minute loop here. You see how this does not have much in the way, kind of that pink overhang. And then right there, south of Burt, this is starting to pick up. So this will be some large hail in New Albany, moving toward you in Glenfield, 5:53. Mitchell there, checking our hail swath with a True Shield roofing and looking kind of latest scan. That's just now starting to kick out hail. I expect that size will probably increase here pretty soon. As we look northward up toward Blue Mountain and Ripley, again, this is a thunderstorm here. It does have a little bit of rotation with it as well, but I think the rotation in this scenario is going to help it to produce hail more than anything else. We're going to cut this down to kind of that hail, and don't show us much of that. I think it's still kind of holding that up a little bit, but Blue Mountain moving your direction toward Buena Vista as well. Let's get a track of this. Again, Blue Mountain, this is pretty much on top of you. So longer track on this gets it towards heading toward Dry Creek there. We show Lowry at 5:23. This has yet to produce a severe thunderstorm warning for you in Blue Mountain. Heads up though, 5:24 based on its current speed. Probably going to have some hail that starts falling on this in the western part of town. And moving into Pine Grove, we show by about 5:56 on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And that's what these storms said prior to them producing severe weather, what they've looked like. And compare that to, again, what we have up here closer to Rienzi. As we told you first a minute ago, a severe thunderstorm now issued by the National Weather Service there, as we anticipated they would, for Prentiss County in effect until 6 p.m. This is, I mean, as we mentioned a minute ago, this is not rocket science on this. When we start seeing hail returns like this on Mama Justice Doppler radar, they're tall enough, they're strong enough, they're high enough that we're tapping in the cold air and we're probably dropping some large hail. I'm going to cut this further. Yeah, when we start getting into this kind of this level here, that's when we know for sure we're dealing with some damaging hail. So that is moving through kind of eastern Prentiss County. And you can see for comparative purposes, while this is a lot stronger than what we had back to the west, Tishomingo County is where it is the worst. And that is probably golf ball size hail or larger in Tishomingo County, eastern Tishomingo County. So let's get a track on this and we'll track the other one here in a moment. So this is the next round, not the current round. Cairo, we're looking for you at 5:40. We did have that hail report coming from Cairo a little earlier on that folks dropped in the chat. And while I'm on this, I'll pop up our chat here as you can join the conversation with us. Let us know your hail reports. And if you send in your hail reports using the Mississippi Live Weather app, largest one, our friends at True Shield Roofing are going to give a $100 gift card to the largest hail report coming in with that. So kind of a unique thing here you can only get on Mississippi Live Weather. We show a whole cut there at 5:46, 5:58 for the Midway community. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Prentiss County in effect for large hail in excess of 1 inch in size until 6 p.m. Current time is 5:22 p.m. And while that does clip the north side of Boonville, and we could have additional development on these thunderstorms back here, the hail potential is primarily this portion that is just a little bit east there. Gabe, I'm going to go ahead and mute your microphone here for a moment behind the scenes until you have something for me there. So we'll clear kind of everything off. We're going to look at now Tishomingo County and moving into Colbert County, Alabama. This is some really big hail. I mean, let's check my DBZ level on this. So that's 60. That is 65 dBz. This is golf ball size hail easily. And probably quite a bit of it moving toward Carter Branch and Bishop and Burnstown there. So some really big hail out of these thunderstorms. This is the thunderstorm we had near severe hail reports on this just a little bit ago before it even made it this where it's at now. So
Matt, I was going to let you know, that's why my mic was pulled up, that Caleb is live if we ever want to jump back down towards Lowndes County. Okay,
I'll jump down. We do need to jump down after this, but this is some really big hail here. So for the Bishop community, we're looking at 524 for you, 528 Burnstown, Maud at 529, 536 Minot, and Newsom Springs at 555. Big hail showing up here. Now I'll bet if we check our hail swath with True Shield Roofing, that's going to show we're probably easily. Yeah, see how we have some of the darker oranges showing up? So we're not just the probable, like we're really starting to increase the hail size on this a bit more. I think we have I want to check here. Ignore the fact my color is going to change on this. And I'm trying to see if we can get this to populate in with some hail size estimates. Give me a moment, that one's not. Try one more thing here. That's the one we had before. It does not look like I have hail size on that. I have another way to show hail size. We'll look at that here in a minute. But I would say I feel pretty confident that that is not just severe hail, but really large hail. Northern Monroe County, you do not have a severe thunderstorm warning yet. Let's look at this one three-dimensionally on Mama Justice Doppler radar for a moment. Our True Shield Roofing hail detector is already starting to show some there. And I do have some intense returns, not as high as what we had up north, but we're also really close to the radar, and we oftentimes do not sample just because of how close we are to the radar. It doesn't shoot and catch the whole top up here northern Monroe County. But this, heading towards Smithville, take it to the bank. This is going to be some at least dime to possibly quarter-sized hail. This is a thunderstorm trying to develop in a way that'll produce some damaging hail with it as it moves there towards Smithville. So heads up, that's what this is dealing with. In saying that, Gabe, behind the scenes, do you have access? I'm going to bring you up in the 2-box here for a moment. We've got to get to Columbus, and we'll go back to that here in a second. But what I need you to monitor some cameras and flip them around for me here. So do you have, are you logged in on that where you can do it on that computer there?
I can be in just a couple seconds.
Okay, so I need you to get me Amory looking northward. I do have a rear flank downdraft, a little rotation, a little hook showing up on this here. I don't think we're in the right spot on the amount of moisture out there, but I think any rotation, and these are all rotating thunderstorms, will hold the hail up. But I'd love to see it in person. I'm going to pull up our camera there in Monroe County to get an idea on what that looks like. We're going to start off in Smithville, which is kind of going to be in the rainfall. We'll look in Amory, and then we'll look southward as well. So this is looking in Smithville, looking kind of a southerly direction, again, into that heavy precipitation.
Amory is north right now, by the way.
Amory is looking north? Okay,
yes.
So let's check out that Amory camera here. Appreciate that, Gabe. So this is our Amory camera, and that would be our rotating part of the thunderstorm. Look at that. So you're looking at a live camera here from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. The edge you see there, this is a rotating wall cloud, if we're honest, completely honest. But what this looks like is this looks like an LP supercell. What does that mean? Low precipitation supercell. In the corner, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, but as you look at this, it's in the corner there. It still has just a little bit of kind of a hook sort of shape to it there. So that tells me, again, we kind of have our sort of, I have an idea, and I don't know if I can make this work. Give me just a second. No, I don't think that's gonna work with me. But anyway, if this were to produce a tornado, we've got a perfect shot on it. Looking here in Amory toward the thunderstorm, I think most of the hail is going to be running just a little bit ahead of this, but this is a rotating part of that thunderstorm, what we call a rotating wall cloud. So Gabe will probably move that a little bit more to the east here in a minute. I bet the folks with North Mississippi Storm Chasers probably watching that one pretty closely on that shot as well. So give you some times on this. Again, I'll track both the hail time there that is basically moving into the western part of Smithville in the next couple of moments here. We'll go about 25 miles per hour. But there is, again, a little rotation we need to look at. For Flynn, we're looking right now. Smithville, 534 for you. Riggins, 553. And the Bird Community, 609. On Mama Justice Doppler radar, that's one we're going to have to watch. We're also going to have to watch the one here near Pontotoc. So, Gabe, let me know about the Pontotoc one here in a second. I'm going to come down here to Lowndes County. Now, this has probably dropped a lot of its large hail. Again, we've kind of kept this in our 3D mode here for a moment. Helps us to kind of see what's happening above the surface as well. Bring down our cameras there for a moment. This does have, again, the pink here is the hail that's suspended up in the clouds, still up in the thunderstorms. The taller this is one of those signs that we were more likely to have some of that hail. And again, we appreciate all of your reports that you're sending us. I see somebody mentioning playing baseball in Boonville, lightning and hail. Let's not do that. But I will say that you are safe in a car if you're out at one of these baseball games, or at least safer than you would if we were talking about tornadoes. I would never put you there. But if you need to get in, lightning, obviously always a concern. And we've had just tons of lightning strikes out of these. Put the lightning on, as you can see, it's everywhere all the time. So that's why I have it kind of minimized, is so that it doesn't just completely dominate everything we're looking at. So checking our camera in Caledonia. There in Lowndes County, kind of looking back into some of these thunderstorms there. Caledonia camera, again, looking southwest, I think. I'm going to pan this back toward the southeast a little bit more. Give me a moment to do that here for a moment. So as we're kind of looking into that, you can see the heavy precipitation. Again, we're kind of looking at that heavy rainfall and all the hail. That's kind of this gray sort of color, but nothing else on this other than really heavy precipitation. There's no rotation of concern looking at that, but severe thunderstorm warning does continue, as you can see there for Lowndes County. That in effect until 5:45 p.m. there in Lowndes and the locations around that. Current time is now coming in at 5:29, almost 5:30. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Our Caleb Edelblue also out in the field here. I think his live shot is up and ready to go, so we'll kind of bring Caleb in. And Caleb, what do you have as of the 5:30 time period?
Well, we were just sitting out here kind of watching that hailstorm move through Columbus. Definitely already moving through. We were actually in West Point at the Love's gas station and following behind it on 82. So there were a few lightning flashes behind me. A few moments ago, you can kind of see those rain sheets starting to fall. But this one turning a little bit more right and kind of towards the south, just a little bit more instead of just straight due east. So we're actually going to move just a little bit. I'm with our North Mississippi Storm Chasers with Adrian, and we're chasing that storm and just kind of seeing what all is going on across North Mississippi with these pop-up convective cells. So going to try to get a new angle on it, but for right now, just kind of seeing that one that occurred in Lowndes County, especially watching that one get warned. We're just kind of behind it, watching it move on through. So that's what's happening here in Lowndes County, but I'll make sure to continue to update you guys and let y'all know where we're at, so I can give y'all kind of those eyes on the ground as well.
Okay, real quick, are you sure you want to stay on that one? Because I want Caleb's, not Caleb, I want Adrian's opinion as well. Do y'all want to stay on that one? These are,
Here, let me take off my AirPods so we can hear both of them.
Okay. And again, I trust y'all's opinion. Your visual eyesight on these are important. A lot of these got some pretty decent little RFDs farther north. I know that you've got Caleb with you and you have to get him back home when the time comes. But what are you thinking? Do you really want to carry that one into Alabama?
I think we're going to. I'm not sure if the ones to the south and west, I don't really have a visual on those, but if it's anything like the ones I'm seeing, so they started very elevated and laminar, and slowly but surely they're starting to pull in more surface-based inflow. So we're starting to see a little bit of the cloud bases start to lower little by little by little here. So I think at least in the short term, it's going to be worth it to stay close to and a little bit behind this one. So that way we can keep the ones to our southwest still in play if we want to pull off and go get those.
Okay, I mean that makes sense. Again, your eyes in the field on kind of these sort of LP up north. They're more LP looking. Is that what you're kind of seeing there? Because yours looks more like an HP or some kind of like multi-cluster HP almost.
So I think I'm not sure because when we're on the back side of this one and we're seeing it pretty well as far as if you show the camera out here to the west, you can see a little bit of blue sky behind it. This is the air right behind. And you can see it's pretty clear back behind it to an extent, but I think what we're running into is the hail from the storm in front of it is kind of shielding it. Now, that little feature you can see just off to the right by the tree line, if you see that feature right there, that's the lowering of the base. So the bases themselves are pretty visible if you can get a good position on them, but in front of it and even further in front of it, you're running into a good bit of hail.
Okay, I'm gonna tempt you with a picture here. This is Pontotoc County, and that's the RFD on that. There's a lot of interesting looking ones. Northern Monroe County as well. I think they're going to be really you almost. If you can see the video here, I'm going to come back to me for a second. I'll show you this one, and I want to show you our camera there in Amory, because I think when you see Amory, you'll understand kind of what I'm looking at. Appreciate that. That's Caleb Bettelblut and Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. This is our camera there in Amory. Now, I'll say this is a little less organized than it was a moment ago there as we're looking toward, again, the hail moving toward the Smithville area. This is kind of the rain-free base, the rotating part, what you would call wall cloud portion of it. What we previously had a shot of there, and Gabe, I don't know if you still have this behind the scenes. If we could pan that a little bit more to the right, we could see kind of the edge of that, the lowering on it. It's an interesting shot, that's for sure. So it's a well-organized thunderstorm, quite a bit of lightning with that as well, but that's in Northern Monroe County. So a lot of these storms, again, showing up with a decent amount of rotation. But I mean, look at this one up here. And Gabe, if you'll get, we'll see if the Tupelo camera is in a position. We'd be looking the wrong way through this, I think. But if I pull all the lightning off of this, you'll see that this is a pretty good rotating thunderstorm here near Chihuahua and the woodland area of Pontotoc County. We'll go to our hail swath with True Shield Roofing. And again, this one has not prompted a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but where you see that yellow on the map there, that's where it's probably dropped at least some hail that's approaching 3/4 of an inch to maybe inch in size, certainly in the probable category for us to be seeing some hail. So let's get a track on that back here on the regular rainfall mode here of Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, popping that back up, and we're looking toward the, bigger hail on this. I'd show near the Woodland community there. And so these are all moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So we show Palmetto at 549 there, 551 in Cedar Grove, Old Union at 556, 558 Verona, Brewer at 603, Oak Grove there, Oak Grove Park at 606, Union at 610, and Shiloh Community at 615. Pull up our camera here on the south side of Tupelo. This brought to you by the folks over at Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling. Looking toward that thunderstorm, we don't have any visuals of kind of the updraft portion of this. We're looking through kind of all the precipitation, the big shield of rainfall, and whatever hail is falling out of that. Might not be to severe levels on hail yet, but I expect it's more likely to probably produce that eventually. I think that probably stays south of Tupelo at this point, but certainly watching that potential. And coming back up to Pontotoc counties, we were really in it a minute ago there when Adrian and Caleb were talking. As we're looking kind of southeastward out of that camera there, looking the kind of the gray that you see here, this is all the hail reflecting with the setting sunlight. That's some big hail on that thunderstorm, at least a large quantity of hail in all likelihood with that. Let's go ahead and pan this a little bit more to the left. Oops, I apologize. I think one of these days I'll get better at it. Yeah, see, that's whatever that hail is what's kind of coming out of this there, right? I mean, this just kind of big, the fact it's so gray there, that's that hail. And this is actually that part where I show the hook kind of wrapping around. That's what that is right there. That's kind of the hook echo on the back side of this wrapping it around. I'm going to actually go up a little higher, see if we can see kind of the towering cumulus clouds as air is being ingested into this. Let's go ahead and minimize that Skycam network there. And again, appreciate North Mississippi storm chasers. But this is that air kind of rotating it up and into this thunderstorm. It suspends it, and then you get the heavy precipitation that kind of falls back out of it and the larger hail potential. Great shot there with our camera there in Pontotoc of that hail-producing thunderstorm there in southeastern Pontotoc County. Let's go wide and reset here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Current time is now 5:37. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming weather source here across North Mississippi's. You can download our free app if you're catching us on Facebook or YouTube or any of the other different social medias here. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Fayette County, Alabama, which is just kind of on the fringe of our area. We'll get you storm track on this here. I think, again, hail in excess of an inch to possibly up in excess of inch and a quarter in size possible out of the strongest of these storms. And we show that one, Old Town now, Fayette at 541. We're looking at Stowe there at 545. Roslyn City there at 548. Cleveland 558. And Bankston at 602 as that moves eastward and out of the Mississippi Live weather coverage area. We'll put this on a 1 hour loop to show how these thunderstorms pop up, mature, and then this one, I probably need to adjust my track just slightly more south of east. So give me a moment to kind of readjust that, make sure we've got the best possible track. It does look like these might have a little more southerly component than what they had a little bit ago. Again, some rotation on these storms, but the rotation helping with it producing hail more than anything else. And so slight adjustment on there. We show Alta by about the 608, Boley Springs there at 613, Salem close to about 614. As we clear that back off and then come back to the wide shot here, severe thunderstorm warning has been in effect for Lowndes County. As we talked about that thunderstorm there, while that warning remains in effect now until going through this 545, the portion of this that prompted that severe thunderstorm warning has now exited Lowndes County, moved into northern Pickens County. National Weather Service Birmingham has chosen to not extend that severe thunderstorm warning into Pickens County. Still some hail out of this, as you saw, Caleb Edelblut and Adrian Roncahone there with the North Mississippi storm chasers on this storm continue to show that moving through northern Pickens County and out of a large portion of the area. Do you want to bring in our chat here behind the scenes? Join the conversation. Let us know what you are seeing here. Pea-sized hail reported there in the Pinedale area, raining in Rienzi. Showing the roads again, getting kind of slippery out there. Certainly that is the case for a lot of spots. Hailing in Tishmingo, hail in the Tippah County area, and Caitlin mentioned a little bit ago, hailing hard in Columbus. As we talked about on the east and southeast side of town, especially the New Hope area, where that hail was the largest. As we come up here north, got a slew of different warnings, including the storm here. We don't officially cover Colbert County. Our friends over at Tennessee Valley Weather, if you like what we do, tell us Tennessee Valley Weather. They help us, with this. They're covering this thunderstorm here very well once it gets in Colbert County. We watch it for Franklin County here, northern part of Franklin County. So I'm going to get Storm Track on this, and then I want to bring in our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here in just a moment. So we can look at that. But we see the kind of black returns here. This is easily the biggest hail potential out of any of these storms. We show that Rock Creek at 5:59. We're looking at tracking on Mama Justice Doppler radar at 6:11 toward the Frankfort community. Crooked Oak there at about 6:15. Lime Rock at 6:15. Jonesboro at about 6:22. And checking the hail track where hail has fallen out of this. Again, this is one of our new tools here brought to you by True Shield Roofing. Again, the yellows and oranges, high likelihood of damaging hail out of this thunderstorm. It's had a history of that and continuing to move there. We'll probably clip again the north part there of Russellville. We're looking about 6 to 6:30 before that is the case. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, who has been monitoring a lot of things with us behind the scenes here. Gabe, what are you seeing as of 5:41?
Well, talking specifically on that storm, and hopefully Tennessee Valley Weather is watching us as well, because this is a little bit of a what to expect as that storm moves into Colbert County. This was a look towards Tishomingo, and you can see that is not snow on the ground. That is the sheer magnitude of the hail coming down in a pretty large portion as well. And these stones, while they weren't 2 inches in size, they were still close to that inch mark, and we'll see that measurement here in just a second. But again, a better visual right here. Just look at the white covering the ground. That's what hail will do, because it is still ice falling from the sky. But how warm things are, it's not going to be the ice like we had a couple of weeks ago. This submitted by Daryl and Sienna. That was close to Highway 30 in Tishomingo County. So some folks up there reporting those hailstones. And then this was submitted to us from Corey. And this is actually our first measurement that we have gotten to Mississippi Live Weather of hailstones that are close to 1 inch in size. I would say that's arguably close to an inch, and that makes sense with Tishomingo being having some of the larger hail core, and this was some verification of what's happening there at the surface. So trying to get some of these hail reports in, Matt, but this is officially, I guess, if there's a ranking, our leader in the hail reports for that potential gift card. But if you have hail reports at home, make sure to do it in a safe manner, but go out there, grab those hailstones once the storm passes, snap a picture. It doesn't have to be with a ruler. It could be with a coin or anything like that, and send them in to us here at Mississippi Live Weather so we can go ahead and get those reports in and forward that to the National Weather Service and potentially help you guys out in the process with some of that potential damage.
I appreciate it. Make sure to put some of those on my Facebook page too, if you can.
Yes, sir.
Looking at, again, some of those pictures, like you mentioned, again, the hail pictures are going to be one of the big stories this evening here. Again, this shot coming in showing some of the dime-sized hail pictures. Just that would be a little bit below severe limits. Appreciate that shot. That was coming in from near Tishomingo in the Payton area. Here's another shot, this from Daryl. We'll check the location on this in a minute. This would be just slightly smaller than quarter-sized hailstones coming in. And I think we'll go back off of the gallery mode, and we'll kind of put it on here where we can show all of the, again, we have both the folks that we're serving here, but also the people sending in the pictures. Again, that's kind of the low-hanging sort of stuff that people have seen. Let's check in the Amory area. It does show some of the lightning in the Amory area. Appreciate this shot here, showing some of the lightning bolts. We have seen quite a bit of cloud ground lightning. And Gabe, we'll check some power disruptions on that here in a minute, but a possibility to get some power disruptions out of the strongest of these storms. Another shot here near the Nettleton area. Again, that was that pea-sized hail that we mentioned earlier. Want to see Algoma here. A couple of shots from Algoma as that storm was kind of moving into and through the Algoma area a little bit ago. This one probably producing a little more hail, that we haven't had a lot of reports of that at this point in time. Again, you can use the Mississippi Live Weather app. It's the easiest way to share your photographs with us. We appreciate you for doing that and using that app to send it again. Again, largest hailstone. True Shield Roofing is coming together to give a $100 gift card to the largest hailstone. So hopefully you don't win that, but hopefully you do win that. It's one of those things, winner and loser at the same time when you end up getting the largest hail on that. we'll kind of start again, reset here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather as we are looking at our hail threat brought to you by True Shield Roofing. Again, all of the severe thunderstorm warnings we've had issued, including this one that'll pop off the map here in just a moment, have been for large hail. That Lowndes County warning is going to be the next one to be lifted as of 5:45. So just in the next couple of minutes, expect that to pop off our graphic here. But where we see these kind of stripes of gray, that's where we've had some hail potential out of these storms, all of which are rotating thunderstorms. And I would say none of which really have a high potential to produce tornadoes. I'd say that that's probably not what we see out of these storms. But looking up here toward Tippah County and northern Prentiss County, we've had a couple of these thunderstorms flare up over the last 40 minutes or so. This really has been kind of the biggest zone. The storm near Dumas, though, this one means business on some large hail. We see kind of that black return in the middle. That's some really, really heavy precipitation falling out of this thunderstorm on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let's look three-dimensionally, which is kind of the easiest way to do this. I'm going to kind of put on the regular 3D radar. Give me a chance to slice this for a moment, if you would. So I'm going to slice across this, and so that can be very, very specific, see all the different levels at once. And you kind of see where we have that heaviest precipitation kind of extending up there 20,000 feet, that kind of purplish black sort of color in the middle there. That is our large hail, and we have a decent amount of that that's falling the surface right now at this. So it's kind of how that evolves over time that gives us an idea of what these storms are capable of. We do have a camera up in the Rienzi area. You can see Rienzi kind of on the map right there. And so as we check out our camera close to Rienzi, looking into that, it just looks like a lot of blue. That's the heavy precipitation there. We're 64 for the temperature. That dew point coming in 59. Again, that's not high. That's one of the reasons why, while we're going to get some rotation on these thunderstorms, they are going to they're going to end up producing hail from that rotation, not really tornadoes. We don't have a high confidence level on that, thankfully, with this. Again, lightning, quite a bit of lightning. I've kind of had the lightning queued off on here. We're probably going to try to put that back on. It's a ton of lightning strikes. As you can see just on your screen here, that'd be 1,600 lightning strikes over the course of the last hour out of those storms. And this, on kind of the wider shot here, there's a lot of different things going on. But the blobs I want to draw your attention to are the ones that will kind of stick up off of this. Let me see if I can, again, we're still kind of learning. I'll be perfectly honest, learning the best way to kind of show this and make sure that it makes sense. So I'm going to cut this to just the blobs. I'm going to cut this to just the most intense blobs. I'm going to pull that lightning back off of this. Where we see kind of those areas of pink, that's where our storms are most likely to be producing some hail. The one that catches my attention the most is, again, up here, southern Colbert County. This is probably between, it's easily severe hail. It could be golf ball size hail, and probably a path of that golf ball size hail that we've had out of that as it moved from north of Tishmingo out here. At the very least, best case scenario, this is just a ton of hail. But I think approaching golf ball size hail there near Rock Creek, moving toward the Crooked area, north of Frankfort, north of Russellville, as that kind of tracks through some of those locations. When we come back here and look at the three, and we need to come back and we're going to check southern Union County in a minute, but we kind of have these three storms. The one there, again, north of Tishmingo, and we've had about 2 or 3 run through this zone. That's one that we're watching pretty closely. I'm going to put back on the regular rainfall mode there. And north of Tishmingo near Paden, moving through Paden right now. This is probably at least 3/4 inch sized hail, if not 1 inch hail that's moving there north of Tishmingo. If you have reports, send those in. A report gave that we need to make sure to pass along to the National Weather Service golf ball size hail in the Dumas area. We'll pass that along to the National Weather Service of this. That's a report from one of the folks in our chat. And again, you can join the conversation here. That is Madison's report there of golf ball size hail in Dumas. That does seem reasonable, kind of based on what we're looking at here as part of the severe thunderstorm warning for Tippah, for Prentiss, and for northern Union County in effect until 6:30 p.m. So if you live in the Blackland community, this is some big hail kind of coming through there. So have to watch this closely. Again, join the conversation. Let us know what you're seeing there. We appreciate all of your reports. But to answer Wanda's question right there, again, low to no chance of tornadoes. These are rotating thunderstorms that are going to be big hail producers. That is what they're going to be good at. in this situation. So let's get a track on that. Again, that is our new storm report coming in just in the last couple minutes, and we appreciate, I'll double check the name on that, Madison, for sharing that with us. Appreciate Madison for that. As we bring it back up here into the room-to-room weather center for a moment, we'll track this kind of thunderstorm here east, speed on it about 24 miles per hour. These have had a little bit more of a south of east sort of angle. There we go, about 25 miles per hour. And so we show the Blackland community pretty much right now in the next 10 minutes or so to the Blackland community over top of Dry Creek at this instant here, and then moving there where we're going to take it closer to Osborne Creek at 6:08, Wheeler 6:17, Hills Chapel 6:31, Blythe's Chapel there at 6:34. This is a report from a viewer in the field of golf ball size hail out of this thunderstorm. So a lot of hail reports, unfortunately, with this. And checking our hail swath using from the folks from our friends at True Shield Roofing. Again, when we start to see some of the yellows on this, what I would say is this looks like it's still holding up its most intense hail, because that's only coming in yellow on this, right? That's probable hail, but today that is correlating back to golf ball size hail in some cases. So at the very least, it's larger than an inch in size and moving east and southeastward. In fact, let's go 2D for a moment on this. I think my angle's wrong. Yeah, I'm going too far east. Let's go and clear off, again, the severe thunderstorm warning, Prentiss County in particular, but we need to make sure we adjust our track. This clearly shows a little bit more south of east, and so that moving direction there of Hobo Station. So Blackland 6:01, Geeville 6:02. We're looking at Frankstown there, close to 6:08, Wheeler at 6:10, Blythe's Chapel 6:30, Hobo Station around 6:30. And for folks there, we're expecting the largest hail on this to cross into Prentiss County pretty much right now is when that is likely occurring. Looking 3D on this here, yeah, in the next few minutes. So we show no more than about 5 miles from US 45. So if you know some folks going to be traveling along US 45 there between Baldwin and Boonville, expect there to be some hail issues there, and expect there to be some hail issues on this storm that is near the Ingomar area, southern part of Union County. This thunderstorm has probably had some hail with it for a while. We're going to cut it down to its most intense parts here. You see those brightest pink, and it does look like it's still probably holding some of its biggest hail up. Let's make this a 30-minute loop. It's kind of a slow loop when we do that. Kind of building, probably peak right there, but I'd still say maintaining some large hail potential. And if this one up here toward Dumas is producing golf ball size hail out of that, I'd say this is at least 1 inch hail here, so probably deserving of a severe thunderstorm warning fairly soon on that. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here, who's been kind of monitoring things again back in the studio. Gabe, what are you seeing as of now 5:53?
Well, I was waiting on you to get to that storm because that's actually where our most significant power outages are being reported. It's going to be towards the west of the New Albany area, just bringing it in right here. So it would have been as that hail core passed just a few moments ago, and not going to be shocked at all if that those 87 outages are affected by just one individual source, but that could have been from lightning, that could have been from hail damage, especially if it is 1 inch hail falling from this storm. Now, in total, Northeast Mississippi Electric Power Association, they do have 111 outages or members reported out so far. So, of course, keeping eyes on that as it moves further into southern Union County, closer to the Tupelo area. And Matt, that's where I'll say, if you want to pull up the Tupelo camera, I did move it to look a little bit more towards the west, but we're basically sandwiched between views with that Tupelo camera because we have the one to the south. We also have the one directly west into Union County. So kind of multiple looks that we can have. And if you want me to pan it one way or another, just go ahead and let me know and I'll keep eyes on that behind the scenes.
Okay, so you have that pointed north out of Tupelo or south?
Northwest, kind of west, directly into that Union County storm.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here. And again, appreciate all of you for your reports. Behind the scenes, I see Jacob mentioning hail. Yep, hail in the Ingomar area. No hail in Ecker at this point. And got 1 inch hail in Tishmingo. Report there from Danny a little bit ago. Yes, I have my suspenders on. It's just because I hate belts. I should be crystal clear. We're not talking about tornado weather today. This is going to be hail-producing thunderstorms, power outages, things of that nature. Looking back toward the northwest there, again, toward probably where you see the gray there on the screen, that's some of that hail well off out there into the distance, looking there into Union County at this time. The storm that is moving towards southern Lee County, not as effective at producing some hail. The other camera, I think you mentioned Pontotoc County. I got to be honest, Gabe, my brain was someplace else on that. This is where we previously had that shot of the Lee County storm a moment ago. Let's take, I'm going to take Pontotoc County here. We're going to swing this one around. So this is looking toward the Lee County storm, again, right into the pole there, which is what happens when you're up high on a tower. You get that from time to time. But this is the Union County storm that we're looking at there in the distance. Give me a moment to kind of get this a little more organized. There we are. Now, in the near term, in the foreground here, this is smoke from some kind of fire, whether controlled burn or otherwise. We got some low-hanging stuff. In our angle on this, let's make sure I've got this right. We're looking kind of north, right into the belly of where we do have, again, some broad, I'd say very, very, very limited rotation on this close to Ecru. So we're looking from Pontotoc northward into that one there. We've unfortunately lost our ability to get a good shot there of the storm closer to Brewer community. If you would, Gabe, let's look northwest out of Amory. We'll get a shot toward the Shannon area on that thunderstorm. And then obviously this is a big hail producer up here closer to Geeville, which has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we've kind of left that on the screen there the whole time. I see Mikhail there asking the question, well, what are y'all thinking about Corinth? Well, I would say we have this zone here. We've kind of had this redevelopment of thunderstorms the last couple hours, and our future cast the last couple of days have had just some spots where it's kind of regenerated. This is kind of set up as our zone up here. We don't expect this to be an all-night event, but we do expect next few hours to kind of regenerate some of these thunderstorms, and from time to time for them to boost large hail. This has been really our zone where we have seen the largest hail reports out of this at this point. And speaking to that point, as you can see on the screen there, some of those reports, again, that you, in some cases, that you have sent in, like the one there mentioning 1-inch hail on the north side of Boonville. Appreciate that picture coming in. Multiple reports of quarter-size hail in Tishomingo County, included the Carter's Branch area. And then earlier, that 1-inch hail report that we had reported there in Colbert County, Alabama. Join the conversation. Send in your pictures. Again, largest hailstone, True Shield Roofing, kind of rewarding the worst of the bad. If you get the largest hail picture coming in, obviously True Shield Roofing, a partner of us here on Mississippi Live Weather, but they are looking at things, and they're allowed to kind of, they help us with the hail track we see here. But largest hailstone going to be something, Gabe, as I send it over to you for a second, that they're going to let people $100 gift card for that. So send in the pictures using the app. Kind of an odd thing to kind of, but at the same time rewarding the worst of the bad, right?
Exactly. I mean, you don't want hailstones to be that large, but Mother Nature's going to do what Mother Nature wants to do. And of course, that does mean that we do have to deal with some of those large hailstones. So that's what I've been kind of navigating behind the scenes, is some of the hail reports and trying to get stuff from you guys about what you're seeing out there in the field. So while I bring in a few pictures here real quick, you can see that there is still some large hailstones being produced out of multiple storms. That one close to Boonville, that one over there closer to Tishomingo County. And you can see that your storm reports, yes, you in North Mississippi, are actually coming in, and that's what's allowing the National Weather Service to populate in some of these storm reports. And so this is from you guys, and this is why your reports do matter, even if you think, well, it's just a small hailstone. That small hailstone can let folks know what to expect out ahead of this system. So like, in Ripley, as you can see that hail swath basically going through the southern part of Tippah County. Let us know what you saw out there, and folks out there in Prentiss County can have a bit of a heads up as well. And also, the National Weather Service can know what to issue in regards to severe thunderstorm warnings. So it lets us know, eyes on the ground, and that helps assess warnings going forward.
Well, it helps us to kind of calibrate things. It's important to know what is possible, and that's where you come in to help. Even a small hail report, let us know that. Current time is now 5:59. We're about to begin our 6 o'clock broadcast here on Mississippi Live Weather. And we've been kind of continuous over the course of the last hour or so here, watching the thunderstorms that we do have. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings out there that do include Pontotoc, northern Union, Tippah, and Prentiss counties, where these thunderstorms have been fairly heavy over the last little bit. We're going to go ahead and start our 6 o'clock broadcast and more live coverage here in just a moment.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Welcome in the Mississippi Live Weather at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Gabe's going to get us started here at the top as we look at some power outages here across North Mississippi. And Gabe, I think one of the things that we are seeing is, again, they are very sporadic in nature, but from time to time we have at least had some reports, right?
Exactly. And so that's kind of the things that we're assessing behind the scenes is damage, it's hail pictures, it's power outages. So a lot going on top of the nowcasting that we have going on here for the 6 o'clock hour. So looking at some of those outages, I'll have to go back statewide here real quick. But those number of outages is currently at 342. And you can see Union County having about 90 outages. That's what stands out first off when we're looking at the map. And as we looked just a moment ago at the Northeast Electric Power Association, just basically refreshing that, still at 111 outages, with the main area that we're watching just west of New Albany with 87 outages. So that's one of the areas we're focusing on, looking at kind of the grand scheme of things elsewhere. Not seeing numerous outages, just a few here and there, the sporadic nature that we're dealing with these isolated thunderstorms, Matt. So watching that into the evening, but hopeful that that number stays low.
Absolutely. We're going to look at some of your hail pictures. Gabe's going to get a bunch of those back to back that we'll show you and share here in just a couple of minutes. As we bring it back here into the Room to Room Weather Center, hail is the story tonight. We've seen a bunch of different things, even some rotating thunderstorms on Mama Justice Doppler radar, but the rotation tonight is going to help these thunderstorms produce hail more than anything else. And so over the course of the next few hours, we do expect again to have additional thunderstorms. Most of these by later on tonight diminish, as you can see, late this evening and overnight. So we're going to have a few hours here. We're still tracking these thunderstorms, but by tomorrow morning, this best chance for rainfall that we do have for the next few days is on out of here. I referenced it a moment ago, Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let's give you kind of a wide shot here on where things stand as of 6:02. We have this kind of a low pressure center coming in. And we have this frontal boundary, and you can argue for a couple different areas where we have the convergence along this front. And that has been the focal point that has helped these thunderstorms to strengthen and become strong from time to time and produce the severe weather that has occurred throughout this evening. So I'm going to go ahead and run something there behind the scenes. The show, again, where as we bring it back over to the analysis mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, that continues to show, again, some of the other impacts related to this. And we'll get more detail on that here in a minute. So, Gabe, as we advance here and look at Futurecast over the course of the next few hours, we'll continue to, Gabe, as we advance things, show the thunderstorm chances maintain themselves across the region as they slide toward the east and southeast. It's really the next couple of hours here that these storms are kind of at their peak overall intensity. Even through 10 o'clock, though, still a few of these thunderstorms arguably strong to severe. And then by, say, midnight, 1 o'clock, this is still an active storm system, still producing the potential for storms, but most of the severe weather chances kind of moving on out of here after that. And that leaves us with drier and slightly cooler air for tomorrow, as we have, again, drier air moving in from the south and west. We're still probably 70 for the high tomorrow. That's after 46 being the low. So this is more than anything drier air settling in over the next 24 hours. But that north wind with the drier air means no severe weather or storm chances for tomorrow. Now, come up here in 60 seconds. We're going to look ahead at everything, really in depth, hour by hour, looking at your Futurecast. We'll also look in more detail, city by city, at where Mama Justice Doppler radar is tracking the strongest of these thunderstorms. That's as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
the 9th Annual World of Customs Indoor Car Show, Friday through Sunday, February 27th through March 1st in Tupelo Furniture Market, Building 5. Custom cars, trucks, and bikes from across the nation. With adult admission, you'll get a ticket for a chance to win a Yukon Toolbox to be given away Sunday, donated by Advanced Heating and Air Conditioning, a free garage floor from Bo's Best Epoxy Flooring. The World of Customs Car Show, February 27th through March 1st in Tupelo Furniture Market, Building 5. Partially funded by Visit Mississippi and Tupelo Visitors Bureau.
As we move into storm season, here's something most homeowners don't realize after a storm. Roof damage isn't always obvious. Wind can lift shingles, breaking the seal. Hail can bruise them below, and flashing around chimneys and pipes can loosen without you ever knowing. That damage may not show up for months. If your area has strong wind or hail, a professional inspection will help bring you clarity before small damage turns into bigger problems.
This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovehon.
Well, we might have a new winner on our hail leader here, brought to you by the folks at True Shield Roofing. Looks like Carter's Branch area there near the Natchez Trace at 603. A picture coming in just a moment ago of what some of this hail can unfortunately look like. And this would be an example of some of that larger than quarter size hail. That's probably at least ping pong ball to maybe close to golf ball size hail. I mean, you can see in the hand there, that's a quarter. I believe that's a quarter, unless I'm pretty sure that's a quarter there. Yeah, it's a Massachusetts quarter. And then this is the hailstone. You see how chunky it is? It's kind of an aggregate of what the different other hailstones there have combined. So appreciate that picture. You can join the conversation with us in our chat as we try to answer as many questions as possible in this. Again, these will not be tornado-producing thunderstorms. If we see something tonight, they will be storms that produce large hail. And while we might have some rotation from time to time, we're like, let's get a good look at that. It is the potential for hail that remains the main factor. In some cases, like another shot here from Joy in Carter's Branch. This is a shot, again, of the quantity of hail. Just look at the hail to a certain extent. They're kind of covering the ground there. So as that evaporates, another odd thing that happens from time to time, hail fog. Crazy shot. Appreciate Joy for sharing that picture. Another shot here of large hail. This one coming in from Carter's Branch as well. Joy with this shot of, again, that would be nickel size hail. So nickel's about 3/4 of an inch. The reason we always say coin is because that's a standardized size. And so that helps us to be able to know exactly how large something is there with that. So looking for the standardized size certainly makes a difference there. As we come back over here to Mama Justice Doppler radar, the National Weather Service in Memphis has gone ahead and they have lifted or allowed the severe thunderstorm warning here for southern Prentiss County to expire. Let's take a look at whether or not we agree with that decision here. I think this 1 hour loop. Again, you had a little bit more kind of the black returns where you see that circle there in Dumas. That's where your report coming in of golf ball size hail prompted that storm report here. And then north here of Baldwin, one of the spots that we're watching the most closely. As we check out our hail swath with the folks at True Shield Roofing, it's clear where these storms have been the most impressive. We've had in a couple of these areas where we've had the lines of hail. Certainly that storm there that moved from Tishomingo County to north of Russellville now, that one is the strongest that we have had. But others of these have produced potentially some large hail as well. And so share your pictures with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app. So as we look in, starting here with the storm there north of Baldwin, go back here to the regular precipitation mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Still showing, again, some of the brighter pink returns on that, and that's moving toward Marietta and Moore's Mill. So as we track this, about 25 miles per hour, the speed that these storms have been moving. We show, again, moving in the direction of Marietta. We show 623 for you in Marietta. Hazeldell there, we're looking at 633, Sandy Springs 638, Moore's Mill 642, and New Bethel at 652. And this is a hail that's up in excess of an inch in size potentially, or 3/4 of an inch. Again, that nickel you saw a moment ago, if it was the same as this picture here, that technically isn't severe hail. Now that's enough to cause some sporadic damage, but 1 inch hail technically qualifies by the National Weather Service definition as severe hail. And I point that out to say Weather call is something that lets you know if severe weather is moving into and through your area. It calls you for severe thunderstorm warnings, as long as that's a choice that you check on and you say you want. It calls you back in the case of tornado warnings, and will call you, let you know if a tornado has been confirmed for your area. You get calls for major flooding as well. There is a cost that goes with that. The Mississippi Live Weather app will give you alerts, but we believe layers save lives. And today, any calls that we're getting are not from tornadoes. They're from hail potential, and that's certainly what we have seen to this point in time here. As we come back in on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we're showing thunderstorm up here. A couple of them that we do have up in Tishomingo County, which has kind of been hail central today. These are weaker than some of the previous thunderstorms that moved through. I'm going to make this a 15-minute loop showing these storms again moving eastward and southeastward. But these, we don't have any of those black returns, don't have any of those heaviest returns. So these are somewhat weaker than the other thunderstorms that we have had. We'll get a storm track on kind of that cluster there. It's really two storms. I'll track kind of the whole cluster toward the southeast, 25 miles per hour or so. So Bloody Springs 610. And, you know, for some of the folks in the path of this is like the third time we've had you in a track. Looking toward Pleasant Site at 639, White Oak Community at 643, Frankfort 651, and Crooked Oak at 653. So clear things back out and come out east here. Again, Franklin County, Alabama, severe thunderstorm warning till 7. And again, this is a big hail producer here that's likely producing just a ton of hail at the very least. And it could be, again, a lot of quarter-sized hail, but that is moving into the Russellville area soon. The hail probably could start just a moment before we have it here, but I'm going to track that again, 25 miles per hour. So we show Russellville there at 6:22. Current time is 6:11, so we've got 11 minutes before that biggest hail, and that's a midtown Russellville. So the western part of town, it's going to be a little bit sooner than that. Good Springs, we show 6:20 there, 6:19 Hester Springs there, and Pleasant Ridge at about 6:27, Tharptown at 6:31. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor has been watching, again, behind the scenes here, a number of your pictures and things like that coming in. He is in the Room to Room Weather Center looking at those. And Gabe, what do you got?
Well, right here, this is a picture submitted by Cheryl of some of the hail that we've been getting. And so what we deal with whenever that's not as large of stones, you can still get a ton of those to fall out of these storms. And that's what we have in the Payton community in Tishomingo County. Cheryl highlighting, I guess it's cutting off the coin attached to it, dime-sized hail there in Payton. And you can see some a little bit larger than the dime, but I would say anywhere dime to nickel-sized in a measure. Now looking right here, this is what we're talking about with the magnitude. I mean, covering the ground to where it almost looks like a layer of white. And I can tell you one thing, North Mississippi is sick of seeing white on the ground, whether that be ice, snow, or hail. I think we're all ready for that to move on out of the forecast, but unfortunately still dealing with that over the next couple of hours. Not our biggest hailstone, I guess I'll say, because Matt, you showed that one earlier, but nonetheless, still a pretty decent sized stone as we get into Tishomingo County. This was submitted in Prentiss County. I need to look at who this was from, but this was in Prentiss County. And as you can see, about P to dime sized in measurement as well. A few photos submitted out there in Prentiss County. And again, the sheer magnitude is something that I just can't jump over, because look at how white that ground is with some of those larger hailstones standing out. I mean, you have some smaller development, but then there's those one, like that hailstone right there. That is a little bit larger than dime size compared to the rest of the stones that they're getting in the area. And again, another view of that as it just continues to come down. But nonetheless, Matt, we're getting a lot of reports, primarily Prentiss, Tishomingo County, east of 55 so far. But if you do have any more of those reports, we love getting them because it lets us know what's happening. But we also love getting them because we can forward that to the National Weather Service and let them know what's happening as well. So thank you for those that have. And I appreciate everyone's help and all of our weather watchers out in the field for helping us out.
Absolutely appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, thank you for helping us out again this evening as well. Lightning strike you might have seen behind me a moment ago. This is our camera brought to you by Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling in the Tupelo area. We're looking southeast out of this camera. A lot of lightning strikes out of this. That is the kind of lighter color you see there, probably some of the large hail that's falling. I think most of the hail on this thunderstorm is probably going to be P to maybe dime size hail there, because I think one of the things that I'm when you're looking at the quantity of hail, just as Gabe mentioned, just covering the ground, these storms, when you have ice in them on a large quantity, you produce a lot of lightning, which is what we've been seeing here behind me on this camera. But you also end up sometimes you have tons of hail, maybe you have less of the big hail, or you end up with it kind of an aggregate. So yeah, quite a few lightning strikes, as you can see there in the Lee County area with that storm that's in southeastern Lee County. Another shot, again, this one from our camera there in Smithville, looking at another thunderstorm. This one looking northwest, and so into the same thunderstorm there. Kind of a little bit of a rain-free base is where everything's going up into the thunderstorm. Again, the same thunderstorm we were looking at in Tupelo, and then this is where all that hail is kind of falling back out of it. So as we now look on that in our three-dimensional version here of Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can see kind of the storm track we have on that. We're looking at the Shiloh community about 617. Evergreen, we're at 620 for you, 633 there for Carolina community. Cardsville at 635, New Salem at right around 641. I see a pretty shot there in the background from our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. Let's find out where Caleb is this evening as he's kind of tracking some of these thunderstorms. That's not Caleb down there. Who do we have down there on that shot? Gabe, I'm going to bring Gabe in here for a second, find out if he can get me. Who do we have?
You know, Matt, I don't know. I'm actually going to have to take a step off screen here real quick because I have not been told anything about anyone being live.
That's fine. Okay. Well, we'll check that here in a minute.
That might be Ethan. So Ethan was up in Tupelo, and he was grabbing dinner real quick, and he's been kind of letting me know that he's watching in case anything were to get a little wild. That might be Ethan. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'll text him real quick to find out, but that would be where my hunch is.
That, in fact, that's our Ethan Foster. Well, there you go. Okay. Let's go ahead and we will bring him on this here. Again, our Ethan Foster, kind of checking out some of the thunderstorms there, kind of backside. That's a beautiful shot, of course, as you can see that coming from his passenger seat. Ethan, what are you seeing now as of 6:16?
Yeah, absolutely. Good to be with you guys. So just left Jobo's in Tupelo and getting on the highway right now, headed south. And there's a lot of really intense lightning off to my southwest. Some nice clouds out there, but it's pretty dark. You can actually probably see maybe as I get off the change lane here, as I kind of veer left, point more in a southwest, actually southeast direction. A lot of darkness there, just a good bit of lightning. It hasn't really rained at all, though, here in Tupelo, not far from the studio, actually. But yeah, pretty dry, but just a lot of lightning and a little bit of thunder.
Yeah, it's a pretty shot there. I have it positioned the same way. Appreciate that, Ethan. But this is looking the same way that Ethan's looking at there. So this is the backside of that thunderstorm. Still a decent amount of hail aloft in that. This is going to kind of shoot eastward here in a moment. But that's kind of the same backside of the thunderstorm you see there that Ethan's looking at. We call that some of the towering cumulus, the inflow area of the thunderstorm. And so still trying to kind of register and keep that hail in there. Appreciate that, Ethan. I'm going to keep an eye on your shot here behind the scenes. I appreciate you for having that up. And as we kind of bring things back over here, we'll kind of look 3D at this. So this is kind of the backside of the thunderstorm. This is all that hail probably aloft. So for southeastern Lee County, this is going to be weird. I have this backwards. So give me a moment as this is going to kind of spin back around. So apologize for that. But we were looking the same perspective that Ethan had, looking there down 45. And so this is the portion of, again, approaching Carolina and Evergreen and Cardsville there. You can see it kind of updating aloft with the latest scan on this coming through. That one's gotten a little bit more intense. Let's check our True Shield roofing hail swath on this. It does show a little bit of hail on that. Not as impressive as maybe some of the other storms have been, but a possibility to maybe get some large hail out of that. Let's go back here again to 3D mode. We'll slice this down in here to kind of the most intense stuff. Give me a moment to get that. And so compare that up here. Marietta's a little stronger. It looks like Tishomingo County is a little stronger. Just go wide so we can do a full assessment around the area. We have not talked much about down here in Webster County. Let's get some comparison there. It does look like Webster, Northwest Oktibbeha near Mabin. That one looking a little heavier there. Pull up our camera there in the Mabin area with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Again, I think on the north side of Mabin, we should have a kind of a shot of that. And just kind of looking into some of the heavy precipitation with that. Not a ton of rainfall at that location yet. That's the strongest, just a little south. And I don't know that we're really talking about much hail there. Temperature in Mabin a little warmer than some at 68. Again, a lot of lightning. That's where we're getting the power disruptions. It's on one of those 4-county electric towers. And does look as though, again, power's still on at that location there. And many cases, that's the way it is right now. West side of Starkville, maybe we'll have a shot again into this thunderstorm as well. This one kind of looking there into one of that thunderstorm. Get a lot of lightning strikes out of these, but just kind of a gray sort of look as we look into the precipitation. Nothing that's overly concerning on that shot there. And again, that storm below severe limits near the Mabin area. As we come northward here, again, you can see southern Lee County and far southeastern Itawamba County. We've tracked that one extensively the last few minutes up here. Coming up toward Marietta and Tishmingo. So I'll kind of pop our camera list down there for a moment. Tishmingo right there, close to Dennis, north of Belmont. This one is, probably, again, very near severe limits once again in northern Franklin County. As if you have, this would be the third one there. Could be prompt a severe thunderstorm warning in Franklin County, at least the third one, maybe fourth. I've had quite a few, this same sort of spot where these storms have kind of regenerated. So we track that again southeastward, 28 miles per hour. Bloody Springs now, Pogo at 629. This could be some large hail. Again, it's over top of Dennis, whether it's a large quantity of hail or large number of hailstones. That's what we're kind of working to figure out here. But yeah, Wyoke Community at about 640 there. We're looking toward Rock Creek at 646, Pleasant Grove at 647, Frankfort at 657, and Crooked Oak at 7 p.m. And current time is 6:20 p.m. We'll go ahead and look at the rest of the area. It looks like we have storm heavy there, north side of Oxford. That one is a little weaker, all things considered. We do have some flood advisories out there. Coming up here in 60 seconds, we're going to look at how Storm Tracker, our Futurecast, presents the storms the rest of tonight and get you your full forecast. That's coming up here in 60 seconds as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center. Next.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. But only you can prevent wildfires.
People tell me how lucky my daughter is to have been adopted. But really, we're the lucky ones. Learn more at adoptuskids.org.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride. There's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Your forecast day planner over the course of the next few hours here. Again, we're going to continue to have some thunderstorms around into this evening. We're really peak quantity of thunderstorms at this instant. We expect the number of thunderstorms to decrease by, say, 11 p.m. But the next few hours, we're going to have them around. Yeah, I hear the lightning strikes here close to my studio getting louder and closer. So that's going to come with some power disruptions. Certainly encourage you to kind of avoid some of those outdoor activities on a night like today. And get through things. This is, for most of us, just heavy rainfall and thunderstorms, but luckily there's no severe weather threat with this as far as tornadoes are concerned. Obviously, the hail, there is one, and then temperatures down about 50 as we look toward 2 o'clock in the morning for early tomorrow. Let's look here at Futurecast, and with that, we're looking in particular at our HRRR model to show you again, we have this kind of frontal boundary overhead, and we'll continue to have these isolated storms regenerating around it between now and 7:30. Again, I think it's overdone maybe what we have down here around the Golden Triangle just a little bit. That's because that's where our front is kind of in place here, and that's kind of continuing to generate these storms. As moisture rides over top of this front, that's what then helps it to produce the hailstones. And again, one of the things that luckily I think keeps the lowest level moisture more contained south, and thus keeps the tornado threat a non-factor largely for us. Hopefully something that continues this evening. But even 7:30, 8 o'clock, we'll continue to have, again, these scattered showers and thunderstorms going on. I'm going to delete out our surface analysis here so we look at just the thunderstorms for a moment. And again, we'll continue to have those thunderstorms developing. You'd see still a decent quantity regenerating here, even 9 p.m., showing those for Grenada, Water Valley, and Aberdeen. So really, there's kind of the two batches here. The south batch that affected Columbus earlier and is back there toward Mabin right now. And then the north batch that's been more effective at producing the damaging hail up here farther north. And so this still kind of shows that bimodal two different sections that we're dealing with there. So the southern part of that line, again, a little bit heavier on this projection. I think maybe overdone somewhat. But either way, you can see by 11 o'clock or so, Drier air starts moving in behind the system, and by, say, midnight, all the storm should be south of us. Big headline, no tornadoes, but from time to time, again, some damaging wind, a possibility. But I think more than anything, it's just the large hail potential out of this here. As we look ahead beyond this, let's get you that 7-day forecast. Let's get you your hour-by-hour forecast for tomorrow real quick. School day forecast on Friday. No repeat performance here. As we're 48 drop-off temperature, we're 64 by lunch, and by the final bell, we're looking at 70. We'll get you the 7-day here in a minute. I want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here. And Gabe, what do you have?
Well, so I just got a message on Facebook letting me know that at 6:15, tornado sirens were going off in the Boonville area. Now, I wanted to ask the chat to get confirmation on that a little bit more because they shouldn't be going off. It's just severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, that tornado threat pretty much non-existent with this type of setup. It's just going to be severe thunderstorms. So I do want to note that for anyone that is out there in Prentiss County that may have heard a siren, do not be alarmed. It's just that severe thunderstorm. Still prepare, but it's not one of those things where we have to get to our tornado shelter. Just basically stay inside and you'll be good to steer clear from the hail. But folks in chat in Boonville, let us know if you heard that as well. Just trying to get confirmation on that. It was a little odd hearing it.
Well, and so, yeah, I appreciate that, Gabe. We'll try to get some more information on whether or not that's what people are going through. We'll tell you this tomorrow. All of this is on out of here. If we're 48 in the morning, we're 68 degrees by noon, and 68 as you look toward 5 p.m. Peak temperature around 70. Notice all the clear skies we have. So drier air making a big difference, making tomorrow a much more pleasant day than what we've had this afternoon. Behind this front, again, it's not cold, it's drier. That helps those low temperatures get a little bit drier. Notice a spread here between the high at 75 and low at 42. That spread gets larger. That happens a bigger, what we call diurnal change from morning to afternoon when we have drier air. So that's why we're mid-70s on the way for your Saturday, lower 70s by Sunday. Some rain chances coming back Monday of next week, but you can tell over the course of the next week, I only have one day, Saturday morning, where we even approach the normal low, and every other day we're easily above our normal high. So this continues to be a fairly warm pattern, all things considered, for where we expect and what we expect for this time of the year. I know our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, again, watching things for us out in the field today, and has been as we've gone throughout this afternoon and into this evening. Trying to check and see if Caleb's still live with us there. I think we might have lost him a minute ago. While we await Caleb coming back up, the storm that he has been on has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning now out here for Reform, Alabama, Pickens County there. Again, just east of Reform, where we have that storm, the tallest and most likely be producing some large hail potential out of that near the Fairview community, Bell, Gordo, Bernie there, Bostic, I should say, where we're definitely watching, again, some potential on that. Now, I hear outside of my studio what sounds like some click and clacking of a little bit of hail. I'm going to go take a look at that here in a second. Gabe, what I'm going to do is I'm going to toss back to you in the studio. Actually, we're going to toss to Caleb. When we come out of Caleb, I'm going to have you punch my 2 box with Caleb, and my 2 box with Caleb should probably be my phone, okay? So let's bring up our Caleb Edelblut here. Caleb, what do you have as of now 6:27?
Well, we changed from that Lowndes County storm that we were tracking earlier and kind of watching that blow through Columbus did produce some heavy hail, and you just hit that out there in Reform. We're going up further north, like you mentioned, to some of those heavy producing hailstorms. This one approaching Smithville, and we're just outside of that region. And actually, if I forward, should be able to see a lightning flash pretty quickly. It's been doing very well the past few minutes, but of course, every time you want to put a camera in front of it, doesn't want to perform quite as well. But we've definitely seen a lot of lightning flashes as we're getting closer to this. Wow. Wow. There you go. There was a perfect one right there. That'll be a great one to go freeze frame later because I got to get a screenshot of that. But yeah, just showing that lightning strike, literally it right in front of us. So showing that it's still pretty heavy, getting closer towards Smithville. And I know we're tracking that, Matt and Gabe, as we get closer towards that system. So I know, Matt, you're outside getting some of that hail outdoors as well. So tracking that in Smithville and also what's happening out there in your neck of the woods.
Absolutely. That's
Matt,
our
I think
meteorologist.
you're up right now. Yep.
Well, we may have lost them. I will keep eyes behind the scenes just in case Matt comes back up. But he's trying to get us a shot outside of his house, kind of letting us know real time what's taking place. But of course, we are watching this as well behind the scenes. And these are a few photos that you submitted. And again, great shots because there is a coin in the picture. So that lets us know the size of the hailstone, and that way we can forward that report to the National Weather Service. This a nickel-sized hailstone in the Carters Branch area, which has been action-packed this evening. But as we continue into the late night hours, that threat starts to shift a little bit more towards the south, and that's where Matt, he's a little bit south. He's actually live outside of his house in the Northern Lee County area, telling us a little bit about what's taking place out there.
Yeah, I think my connection's kind of cruddy at the moment right now, but we've had some hailstones out here in the last few minutes, north side of Tupelo. But any that I had clicking off my windowsill have all kind of stopped in the last couple minutes. So Gabe, nothing to show at the moment out here. It shows you how brief in some cases that hail can be. I'm gonna send it back to you. I'll be back inside in just a moment.
Well, thank you, Matt. And yeah, it shows how quickly that hail can move in and move on out. But we do recommend if you do get any of those hailstone pictures, do so in a safe manner. But let us know what's happening in your area, and we will work to get that report off towards the National Weather Service and maybe earn you a couple bucks in the grand scheme of things. So let's go back on our home view because I do want to look and, of course, get our 2D mode real quick. Can we get back on the radar? Maybe. There we go. All right, so as we look across North Mississippi, you do see that we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings out there in North and Northwest Alabama in areas that have also been hit by the strong thunderstorms. But we are continuing to watch more of these start to flare up there on the back side of that main threat. So out here towards Tupelo, basically right over the top of Tupelo, that's what we were talking about just a moment ago. If I zoom things in, you can see that it's not as impressive when we're talking about kind of that when we dissected and we're able to see some of those elevated tops. Not going to be as impressive as what some of those storms were doing up there towards the north. That storm where Caleb is at is off there towards Smithville. And again, if we look at the track, let me make sure it's keeping that same momentum. Yes, moving in that southeast direction. So if we go to that current scan and put a storm track on this, we're going to go right at the leading part of that hail core. And again, it's going to about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Smithville close to 641. So hopefully Caleb and Adrian stay safe as that does move closer to where they're at. Or Parham 651, Riggin 658, the Sipsey Fork area 707, and Detroit, Alabama. That's going to be by 710. I know we have a few viewers out there, so just be on standby as that storm does make its way out closer to Northwest Alabama. But if we look up there, and I'm going to have to change radar sites here real quick to that Northeast Lafayette County storm. So let's go out of Memphis. Let's change this over to get a better view. Yeah, that has a decent core attached to it. And Matt will have to break this down here in just a moment. But that's one that I would say be paying attention to as we head further into the night. There is even a little bit of that unstable air. I think it could latch onto that, maybe get some of those small hailstones producing as well.
You know, what's interesting is I wonder whether or not we have some kind of, we kind of talked about, you know, whether you had like a primary and a secondary boundary. When we were talking primarily behind the scenes about this earlier this week, it's like, well, we have like these two zones where we have the storms forming, the main front south and kind of like the moisture boundary up here. And that has proven so far to, you know, produce a decent amount of hail out of some of these.
For sure. And we actually do have some reports. Trying to get the location here real quick. James, if you want to let me know where Michael is at. Actually, I have it right here. So this is the Frankfort Community Center in Alabama. Check out this hailstone. Let me change it over real quick. Look at the magnitude of that. Of course, hands do differ in size, but if I was looking at that compared to my hand, that's easily 1.5 inches. But of course, that's why we say put the coins up next to it, because it does provide us a better view. Oh, there you go. I should have just clicked the next picture, guys. It shows patience pays off. There's your quarter right next to it. And so, yeah, 1.5 inch, 2-inch hailstone there towards the Frankfort Community Center in Alabama, but nonetheless shows that large hailstones are still falling, but that threat is moving a little bit off there towards the east into Alabama. Now, this is also a view from Michael. Check out the hail fog that's taking place in Alabama as well. Matt, this is insane. We saw it towards Carters Branch in Tishomingo County, getting that there as well to where you can barely see 5-10 feet in front of your car. And we're also getting a view of that with one of his videos that was submitted. Not jealous of him, to say the least.
No, that's hard.
That is arguably impossible. And so stay safe out there. This is why we say don't get in it, because we don't want hail to hit your head. but this is also why. It's just dangerous conditions that if we let it pass, give it an hour or two, we'll be in much better shape heading into the night.
You're right. It's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Appreciate that as he's looking there at some of your pictures. You can use the Mississippi Live Weather app to submit those. Probably easiest way to do that for iOS and Android devices. QR code. If you're on your phone watching us on Facebook, just take a screenshot. Sometimes that's kind of the power and the volume at the same time. Take a screenshot of it and then download that app. It gives you those alerts, lets you know when dangerous storms are moving to and through your area. And appreciate everybody for following us and for being supporters of us here on Mississippi Live Weather, and support those folks like Phoenix Building Solutions that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Our Oxford camera looking toward the northeast. This is the one he was talking about there in Lafayette County. You kind of see it's in the northeast part of the county, and that's the direction our camera there from near Oxford is looking. A decent amount of lightning, not nonstop lightning, but quite a bit of lightning and some power disruptions. Northeast Power, Electric Power Association reporting at least some power disruptions there. But appreciate Phoenix Building Solutions for sponsoring our Oxford camera as we're looking at 64 there in the Oxford area. We haven't seen the real shift of the north winds yet. That'll start pushing the moisture and pushing the sparking mechanism for these thunderstorms south and out of here over the course of the next couple of hours. This is another three-dimensional shot on Mama Justice Doppler radar. This is not nearly as tall as some of our other thunderstorms. So a fortunate sign, a good sign that hopefully we've seen some sort of other peak on these storms, because this is not as impressive as what we had a little bit ago. Kind of bring it on the wide shot here, do an overall assessment for a moment. We have our, I think pretty clearly, at least in my opinion, we can see some things that stand out, not just because there is a severe thunderstorm warning here for eastern Pickens County, that warning in effect there for eastern Pickens County until 7:15. And we also have another one, as we talked about, for Franklin and Colbert County. That one updated in the last few minutes. But northern Itawamba County also standing out as a spot where we have some stronger returns starting to show up there, as well as Lamar County. Let's come down here to Lamar County. We'll go north there to northern Itawamba County. We're looking near Solingent. We're going to cut this down again to the most intense returns. When we get down in here to kind of this whitish, sort of purplish, sort of pink kind of color, we're into some really pretty large hailstones. But it is this kind of area right there that's that damaging hail. Does not look as impressive just on the red at the bottom there. But that's because it's still holding its largest hailstones up within the thunderstorm itself. So we're going to slice into this particular storm, do what we call a cross section, and show where that hail is there. Let's see if I can, see if it'll let me move that. I don't think I can move it. I think I'll have to reslice it. Well, you could see it there for a moment, just kind of at the edge there. We're at about 20,000 feet, that little black return you see there. This is, again, not officially a severe thunderstorm in Pickens County, but that's high enough that we've been getting quarter-sized hail with that. So east of Beaverton there, north of Mansfield, I believe this is the Pickens, and that would be Marion County right there. So the far northern Fayette County, Alabama. Likelihood that this thunderstorm is probably producing some hail, and probably some strong hail. If I look straight down on this thunderstorm, this is one important thing talking about the way these storms are kind of shaped, that the largest hail is not at ground level. So it still probably waits till Wayside out here, Stewart or Bobo or Bluff, before it drops that largest hail. So let's get a storm track on that, and then we need to go to Itawamba County. Again, no tornado potential out of these storms. Let's be crystal clear on that. But there is hail potential. Mansfield, 647 for you. We're looking at 650 there in the Wayside area. Bobo at 656, 707 for the Stewart community. As we clear that off and slide northward to northern Itawamba County, we've new severe thunderstorm warning. This issued just in the last couple minutes. We were talking about this a moment ago. This issued for northern Itawamba, southern Tishomingo County, for the large hail potential out of this. Considering what we've had before, this might not look like much, but I have our radar here really kind of cutting down to its most intense parts, and this is pretty rough looking. So we're gonna do a slice on this. This is north of the Fairview School area, and right there. See how we have this spot where it's up in excess of 10,000 feet. The 15,000 feet, those two little black blobs you see there, those are a sign of kind of the most intense part of this. If I kind of put on sort of the rest of the thunderstorm here for a moment and plot that on, kind of see the outsides of it and everything kind of showing up. But those two, that is the hail that's kind of supported aloft by the air that's going up into this thunderstorm here on Mississippi Live Weather Mama Justice Doppler radar. So the hail track on this, we've been using, again, a product where we're pairing up with the folks at True Shield Roofing. The instantaneous hail threat at this moment, showing up there, I'll say in the possible category. If you look wide, I don't see anybody else beyond possible at this point, but possible a lot of times today has still kind of correlated back to some hail. And looking at the swath of hail, basically where it's dropped it, we do have some spots in there where we show up where you have that yellow, I'd say more in the probable category we're starting to see. And typically when we've kind of had that showing up like that, we've had hail up in excess of 1 inch in size. So I'd be expecting some severe hail possibly out of this in northern Itawamba County that will stay north of Fulton, as you can see there. And looking kind of our aggregate severe threats, kind of what the peak size is on that, where that blue is showing up on there. It says peak hail potential maybe in excess of 2 inches. Maybe some hail on the north side there, Tupelo. It shows at peak at 1 inch. That would have been what came over my house, which is on the north side of Tupelo. And then look at that. Look at some of these other bullseyes that we've had down there. No official warnings for the southern Itawamba and northern Monroe storm or the storm we're looking at Lamar County, but both of those do have some hail potential out of those as well. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, again, kind of looking at some things behind the scenes here and some of those hail pictures that you are sending in. And Gabe, those are some pretty large hailstones, regardless of hand size, right?
Exactly. That's where we want those measurements attached to it, because this looks massive. And that either increases our standard or lowers our standard having a coin attached to it. So that's where we ask that you have some form of measurement, because these hailstones are definitely some of the biggest we have seen tonight. I do want to say, Matt, behind the scenes, I'm going to put you to work for a second. I apologize. But that hailstorm, the severe thunderstorm that's in Itawamba County, if that tracked through the Dumas area, I'm curious what it was reading when these hailstones were falling, because, while we see this submitted by Madison, she also has another view right here. I mean, look at the size of that hailstone. And what this is telling me is some of those updrafts are a little bit stronger. So this stone basically forms and then it collides, similar to how we were talking about earlier on this evening, collides with multiple other stones. And as that lifts through the clouds, it basically grows in size. Well, the longer it stays in that cloud, the bigger it gets. And so that's where we can get some of these larger stones. And we can see that with all of these individual ice stones that are basically colliding together, and that's where we're getting these larger stones that are falling from the sky.
I would argue that one's not aggregate. That one looks like, if she also sent the other one, go to the one before that.
Okay.
You see, that one in the middle is not aggregate. Can you zoom that in? That is single solitary stone going up multiple times. We had that one earlier that might have been, but that one, yeah, that one looks like that's a single thunderstorm. Single hailstone. I'll pull it up a little bigger here on my side. We'll show that here in a second. But that's a pretty cool looking one. Appreciate Madison for sending us that. That might be our winner. Send a picture of it next to either a ruler or a coin. The largest hailstone, True Shield Roofing, is giving away a $100 gift card to the largest hailstone tonight. We've had them in excess of 1 inch, so tonight will be a night that qualifies. I'm going to show you again that same stone we were looking at a second ago. What we have here is you have what kind of started off, but then you get the lighter color around there, or excuse me, the kind of the clear, and then the whiter color around that. These are the number of times that this stone was thrown up, and a layer of water added, and then it refreezes, and a layer of water added, and then it refreezes. So this is single stone as opposed to an aggregate like some of the original ones possibly were there. So that's a pretty stout little hailstone there for sure. And you asked earlier, what that looked like kind of as it went through the locations up around Dumas. As we come back over here to kind of look at the severe threat, what it was, this specific hail report you see there, that was the one that came from Madison's report when she put that in our chat just a little bit ago. Estimations on radar here that was probably producing hail up in excess when it was in Tippah County of possibly 2 inches, kind of peak threat, maybe 3 inches. So I would say that's easily golf ball size hail was her report at the time. So it seems not unreasonable that could be what we kind of got out of that. Giving you an idea, looking at this again, we've had a lot of hail reports, and I'd say southern Itawamba, northern Monroe County is our one of our strongest, as well as up here in northern Itawamba County. So let's look at the Smithville storm right now on our camera there in Smithville. As we check that one out with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, might have to flip this one around. So give me a moment to kind of double check that. We are in the midst of whatever this is producing, hail or otherwise. A lot of heavy precipitation falling there in Smithville right now, and a ton of lightning as well. This shot looking, let's see here. This is kind of northwest, which does look like it's probably I'd say we need probably go back north and northeast. So give me a moment to kind of look more that direction. And actually what I might do on this is I might actually point this down just a little bit more.
Matt, if you want a report on the ground, Caleb is there with Adrian.
Absolutely. Let's bring in Caleb here for a moment and see what he is getting. Caleb, what do you have there in Monroe County?
Yeah, well, we just parked off of Highway 25. We're next to the Smithville Marina, actually. And just that cell just blew on through. It was producing lots of lightning. Got a lot of footage of it. And trying its best to maybe give some hail, not as pronounced as it was earlier, but definitely just a little bit further north. We haven't had any hail hit us, but that downdraft kind of just blew on through. We're on the tail end of it. But pretty much just gusty winds, that rain dropping on us, and definitely a lightning producer. We've got a lot of flashes around our area, crack of thunder all across. So definitely very flashy as it moves through Smithville. And we're on the kind of back end of it as it just kind of blew on through. So if you have any specific cells that you want us to keep moving towards, we can continue following that one. But that's the area we're in right now as it kind of just blew through that marina. We're on that just downdraft of it on the very left side of that cell. So that's kind of what's been producing all the lightning here in our area, and we're kind of looking more at the surrounding cells. And we see that one.
Would you float up 25 there closer to float up 25 closer to the school, and just see if you had hail on the ground there left over, because that hail quarter would have just so you go to the school and then it turns north. I would go just past the school, just to the north, and we should have some hail on the ground there of some size. I don't know if you have to go quite all the way to the. I don't know if you have to go quite all the way to the county line with up in Itawamba County, but I would say right there is kind of where we have our stripe. I'm going to come off you for a second. I'll show you on the graphic so you can kind of see. You should be able to see it full screen there. Kind of what we're looking at. So our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, there in Smithville. We'll talk to him. Want to see on the ground truth here in a minute, but this is what we're talking about on our True Shield Roofing hail threat on this, how we kind of have some spots here where the yellow, we even have that little bit of an orange there. I wouldn't take the exact locations to heart, but take the overall track of where this was most likely. By the way, the lines you see here, I've changed our lightning mode so it's a little less obtrusive. That's where lightning strikes are occurring. When you see them flashing, those are present lightning strikes. That within the last minute to 2 minutes. Now compare that to what you have here in northern Itawamba County, where we've had our severe thunderstorm warning issued, and that's what's moving there into locations south of Red Bay, in particular, kind of the main track of this thunderstorm. And again, I'll try to keep in the corner of my eye. I'll try to see Caleb when you're back up and ready to go again on that here in a minute. But just kind of looking at the peak threats on this here, where you see some of the blues showing up. That's where, at worst, the peak hail size on this could be up around 2 inches. I think in general, this is overdone a little bit today, but I would say easily severe hail in that spot. That would be potentially some damaging hail for some locations there in northern Itawamba County, just past the Fairview community. Probably going to go just south of Red Bay. Let's make this a 1 hour loop so we can kind of watch the track. It does have this onto the zone where hopefully that's just south of Red Bay. For the largest stuff, just north of Bounds Crossroads. Eventually, Pig Eye and Hackleburg are in the path of that. Let's get you a storm track that gets all the way out there for some of those folks. Again, about 25 miles per hour, showing about a 45-minute track. We'll bring it here to the current time to get you some spots. And then I want to look at that Ballersville Auburn storm that's actually behind me on the map here. So give me just a second. Again, these are no tornado threat out of these. There we go. Taking that toward Hackleburg, we show about 7:45. Current time is about 6:48. So we about an hour there, unless it picks up a little bit of speed toward the Hackleburg area. And this has produced some hail, some large hail back up in excess of a golf ball size when it was closer to the Dumas area. Current time is 6:48. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. We're watching a different thunderstorm. This has not produced a severe thunderstorm warning. This is kind of northeast of Verona and Plantersville there, east of Tupelo, east of the Auburn area, and closer to, I think that'd be Moorville right in the middle. Yeah. So just pretty much right over top of Moorville at this time. Estimations on Monmouth Justice Doppler radar here about 1.5 inches on our severe threat there, on how large the hail could potentially be. Checking specifically the hail swath, and that's in the possible category. The probable, we have had some spots where we show that into the yellows, luckily not the reds. So let's look three-dimensionally on this. That's been kind of the other way we've had to kind of poke and prod these with hail producers. There's a bunch of different things we kind of do to get an idea of what they're capable of. This one probably not producing as large a hail. In fact, we take it back just so I can calibrate things, because I know for a fact it was not producing severe hail when it went over top of my house, which would have been about there-ish. This has gotten a little stronger since then. And so if you live, folks there on the south side of Fulton, this kind of heading more toward you. So again, 25 miles per hour has typically been the speed these are moving, that we've kind of been tracking them. Again, would have this probably go a little south of Fulton proper. We show Greenwood area there in Itawamba County at 651, West Fulton at 654, looking at Abney 655, Van Buren 706, Beans Ferry 707, Tilden 713, Tremont 721, and Academy at 725. This is non-severe, but this probably has some hailstones with it. And you can see on that kind of our loop here over the course of the last hour, I think our angle, we might be, let's double check this. I think we're taking this a little too far east. We need to adjust our track slightly. Let me do that here for a moment. Make sure we've got the right angle. So we're going to take the time to track something. We want to get it right. There we go. That's probably a better angle on that. So again, south side of Fulton with this, though we're looking at Abney at 655, Beans Ferry 707, Tilden 714, New Salem at 718, Academy at 725. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation, yes, but hail primarily at this time, the main impact there. And then our Caleb Edelblut and our Adrian Roncahome with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers on that other thunderstorm there. I'm looking behind the scenes at our chat with the National Weather Service. Again, hail the main impact I think any of us end up seeing out of this here, and hail the main reason they continue to issue these severe thunderstorm warnings when we've kind of had them issued tonight. We had one that moved out of Lamar County, Alabama. I won't always keep it where we have kind of the hail, overshadowing everything here, but I think in this case, it just kind of helps me to make sure that we're looking at the right thing at the right time. But that has now moved into northern Fayette County, Alabama, with whatever hail potential it has. Down here closer to eastern Pickens County, another storm kind of moving into and over top of Reform, but the one southeast of Reform, southeast of Fairview there in Pickens County, that is clearly the tallest, the strongest, and the most likely to be causing some issues there. So we kind of cut that the most intense. There just east of Gordo, where it is the strongest. Again, a lot of lightning. That's what these lines are. These are lightning strikes. Every time you see one coming in and flashing, that's a new cloud to ground lightning strike. And so that is now just past Gordo, moving there just north of US 82. Let's get a storm track on the largest hail on that severe thunderstorm that's moving through eastern Pickens County. And so again, just that one heaviest part there. A moment to kind of track that out a little farther. There we go, about like that. So again, the Holman area at 701 there, Buell at 713, closer to by 720 there, Forest Green Park. And then we get a lot closer to the outskirts there, Tuscaloosa. That's where a lot of those neighborhoods at 730, 731 are kind of the northwest side of Tuscaloosa as it moves there out of the Mississippi Live weather coverage area. So go back along 82, and again, have this into the more intense look on our kind of a loft look on this. You don't really see any of those pink blobs showing up at all out of these thunderstorms north of Starkville, back out toward Eupora and Walthall, because we don't have those pink blobs. That tells us we don't have it holding any hail aloft on that. So it's, we're not ignoring you intentionally, but we do want to go and qualify that we're most concerned with where the storms are the strongest. Lightning, one of the ways we're able to tell that, and also obviously where we have those pinks showing the hail aloft on this. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is posting some of the pictures again that you're sharing to social media. I see him behind the scenes there, and Gabe, he's going to get up one of those pictures. We'll have him here in just a second. What are we looking at as of 6:54?
So this is Russellville at about 6:38. I believe this was Lucy with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers sending in this report. And as you can see, very large hailstones, and I believe there's multiple that she submitted. This is compared to a quarter. And yes, Lucy, Russellville, Alabama, about 6:38. So quarter right there, hailstone clearly larger than the quarter by a decent mark as well. And so we're continuing to see these large hailstones fall. Even at 6:38, that was about 18 minutes ago, 17, 18 minutes ago. And I mean, that's pretty numerous in regards to how many of those large hailstones are falling. This is where you could get some of that damage with some dents on the car body and things like that, and even some roof damage as well. And, that's why we partner with the True Shield Roofing, is to let you guys know that, they are a source that can help you out when some of this hail does start to fall and when damage does take place. So while it is a promotion that we do with them to maybe give you a gift card if your hailstone is large enough, it's also another tool that you can have post-storm to help you out in those repairs. And hopefully there isn't any damage, but hailstone that large, Matt, I mean, it can pack a punch.
It absolutely can. Okay, we're going to take a brief break here. We'll be right back in just a moment as we kind of get some of your pictures ready to go. Severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of Franklin and Itawamba and southern Tishomingo County. More after this.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Well, welcome back in here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live weather here from the Room-to-Room Weather Center, looking at, again, these isolated storms and, everything that's kind of going along with them at this moment. Hail remains the biggest factor out of really all these at this time. We're looking here again into northern Itawamba County, where you kind of see the bright pinks showing up on here. That's where, again, the most likely to have some of those large hailstones. Now, for folks on the ground level there, again, this is a lot of lightning, so some power disruption, something that our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is also tracking. Thankfully, we have not had a ton of those. But as I kind of cut back through here, and we'll go 2D on this for a moment, you can see Red Bay. The heaviest of this has stayed just a little south of Red Bay, even with both of these storms kind of come through the area there. But Franklin County, a lot of Franklin County has had some big hail from time to time today. So as we kind of track that whole batch there from south of Russellville, I'm going to go to Vina, even the Crossroads area, just track the whole batch there toward the southeast. We show Isabel, again, for locations there in Franklin County. Under that severe thunderstorm warning, we're looking at that for you for 6:58, 7:08 there for the Duketon area, Hodges at 7:09. Looking at Spruce Pine, 7:11, Nix Mill, 7:13. This is going to be sporadic large hail. Phil Campbell, 7:24, as it's moving in your direction there. But I do not think that any of these storms are as strong as when they were at their peak. About an hour and a half ago, we had some golf ball size hail as some of these thunderstorms. These don't look like they're quite at that level at this point, thankfully. And as I'm looking here kind of behind the scenes at, the gallery where you're submitting your pictures to us, have not seen a lot of new hail pictures in the last few minutes, so maybe the sign that we're past the peak on this. Again, we're going to stay here and continue monitoring this nonetheless, and hopefully we'll talk to our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut about this storm you see in the middle here there in Monroe County here in just a moment, because this one does look like it's probably dropping some of its larger hailstones over the Riggins community there east of Smithville right now. We're really close to the radar site, and anytime you're this close, what is it, near the Gapman area, we're no more than 10 miles the way the crow flies from the Gapman area. We actually really miss the top of the thunderstorm as that radar beam goes above it largely, but still probably producing at least some hail with that. Hopefully we'll hear from Caleb here in a minute. I see that his shot looks like it's black at the moment. I know that happens when we get kind of a low cell service area. So hopefully we'll hear from him, Gabe, in a couple of minutes. Let's get track on this storm as it moves southeastward. Again, speed on this, on all these have been about 25 miles per hour. So moving through Detroit, there in northern Lamar County. Again, most of the hailstones, maybe dime to nickel-sized hail. We're looking at that for you at about 7:08. Hinton Springs 7:23, 7:25 for Hayes Ford there. The track time there on Mama Justice Doppler radar. A reminder that in order to stay ahead of active weather, one way to do that is using the Mississippi Live weather call. It is a service that will call you if tornadoes moving toward your location or severe thunderstorm is moving toward your location. What I can very safely say is there's no tornadoes out of these thunderstorms today, and we're really past the peak on hail. We're still going to get sporadic hail, but I think, again, we're past the worst of this on that. But it will give you a phone call if something ends up being rough and moving toward you that could be damaging. Again, that goes back to whether or not the National Weather Service issues severe thunderstorm warnings for your area. But again, it is a service that does come with a $15 charge, and that's because it will monitor your location, but it'll wake you up in the middle of the night, and that's the reason I like it for my family and have it for my family. So hail in Vina, Alabama. Savannah, appreciate that post you put there in our chat on Facebook. Let us know how large. I see Prentice saying the hail in Vina is pea-size hail. Hail in Red Bay, I'm interested to see. That's got to be probably on the southern part of that thunderstorm there. And to answer Brooklyn's question, Brooklyn Mahomes, it is just hail out of what we're dealing with here. How's Oxford looking for the night? Hail and good in Dorsey. Again, we'll try to answer some of those, that you've talked about there. Heard hail hitting the windows earlier in Smithville when that storm was over top of you. Luckily, it's past your area. So to answer the Oxford question, we do have additional thunderstorms back to the west, and some of these will move in as we go into tonight. We are probably past the worst overall hail potential on this. You see less of these yellow warnings out there with this line as it moves in, but additional thunderstorms moving in from the north and west as we go into this evening and tonight. This is kind of the final hurrah on this line once this moves into and through the area. So let's go ahead and get a storm track on it. And I'll kind of track that at about, we'll say, close to 30 miles per hour. That's a short range track, so we're going to have to extend it. So give me a moment to adjust my system to be able to do that. Let's just say, so this is kind of the end, so to speak, the timing on the end on this last line, and give me a moment to sort of change the size of the cities involved on this. So we give you kind of a rough idea, but we show that Coldwater about 7:17 through, arriving for you. So give it about another 20 minutes after that before you reach the final end there. Holly Springs, we're at 6:45. Como at 6:52 there. Sardis at 8:11. Potts Camp 8:14. Abbeville 8:19. Hickory Flack about 8:29. Ripley close to 8:30. After this moves through, you're done. So Oxford for you close to 9 o'clock. New Albany a little after 9. Boonville probably 9:15, 9:30 or so. And hopefully after that, there's not a whole lot back behind this for us to track. So just kind of a rough timing on some folks there. And as we were to click off our precipitation mode on this, give me a moment to click that off. You can see, again, a lot of lightning out of these storms. That's what these kind of white lines all represent. We're talking 2,700 lightning strikes in the last hour on these, and certainly some clusters out there. Lightning gives us an idea on where the storms are the strongest. We do have a number of storm reports for some damage out there. Looking at kind of our hail swath product brought to you by the folks at True Shield Roofing. The hail track on this does show, again, where we've in the last hour or so had some. Our biggest earlier was up here in Tishomingo County, and our biggest hail report so far up there in southern Tippah County. But this grouping of thunderstorms of the current crop, I'd say our Smithville storm looks like one of the heavier ones there. I'm bringing Gabe here for a moment behind the scenes. Gabe, I have not heard from Caleb. Have you heard back from Caleb? Have we gone to the cell phone wasteland?
Yeah, RIP cell phone service. I think that he just sent me a report close to the Smithville area of some hail fog. So that proved that there was hail in the area. So at least there is that report. But in regards to what he saw beyond that, I do not know. And that was over the last 10 minutes or so. So kind of waiting on that.
Phone with him. Let's get him dialed in so we can get a shot up. I'm curious.
Okay, well, I will get with him. I do want to note before we continue on that there was reports of pea-sized hail in Hernando. So that's kind of a new development, and that was an email just sent to us about the last minute. So that's going to be some of those new cells that are beginning to move in, and it's on the smaller side, but still a new report.
Yeah, a sign that, for some folks that maybe have not had hail so far, that there is some potential on those there. Appreciate that. That thunderstorm chance might be that one might be getting a little more intense. We'll look at that here in a second. Appreciate that, Gabe, for kind of keeping an eye on the ball. We switched over radar sites to the Memphis radar there, showing that storm kind of moving in through Hernando. Yeah, that does have probably some hail with it, and that Tunica thunderstorm looks like it could as well. These look a little more impressive when we switch over to that radar site out of the Memphis area, and there's that new severe thunderstorm warning issued now for Tate, for DeSoto, and Marshall counties for that potential that this could produce some large hail out of this. So again, I think 1 inch hail, very much a possibility, and I think we probably will get a larger hail report there out of Hernando here in a few minutes. So we show Alpha there at 719, Cockram at 727. We're looking at Wakefield there at 738, Wall Hill at 744, Watson at 744, and Watson Center at 746. That is on an angle that eventually takes it toward Holly Springs. Let's get you a time there for Holly Springs. Again, this track will go, let's make it a little bit longer. Let's go about 30 miles there. Apparently, we got to go a little more. 40 miles. There we are. We show 8:16 for Holly Springs. That shows a little more than an hour. I'm going to double check the speed on these. We have not checked speed in a minute, or, well, a little longer than a minute. Let's make sure we've got kind of the right speed. Just give me just a moment. I think this is worthwhile to double check the speed on these secondary storms, even though that kind of developed right there. Yeah, 25 miles per hour, so still kind of maintaining same speed. Okay, so there you go. And so I expect that one near West Helena, more likely to probably have some issues here soon. We do have a camera in West Helena right there looking over the bridge on the Mississippi River. That's what this camera right here is. And so a decent amount of lightning showing up there. As folks kind of driving right into that, those folks are about to get into some hail as they kind of go over top that bridge. Kind of heads up, if you know some folks traveling back that direction, expect the hail size on those storms to increase. Confidence certainly on that as those move in. A lot of lightning and some additional hail and severe thunderstorms possible out of those. Let's get you kind of a storm track, and we'll kind of bring it back in east a little bit more. And so go about 25 miles per hour. I'm going to go just a little faster than that. And let's pull down that map and extend this out. So we'll make this let's make this a 50-mile track. Nope, 70-mile track. Just get some spots. And I guess we can go a little longer than that. There we go. So that batch there kind of on a track where it could potentially make it to Tupelo as well. We show somewhere around 10:16 for Tupelo. Pontotoc about 10:08. For a different portion of this thunderstorm. Faxton about 9:41 there. Oxford 9:43, getting closer to Abbeville 8:28. Coldwater though 7:27 and 7:29 degrees there in Senatobia. As we bring things back east, I want to bring in our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. Even looking from the Memphis radar site, that storm over Detroit that kind of moved through the Smithville area was a little heavier than most. Caleb, what are you seeing as of now 7:07?
Yes, well, that was the one that just kind of passed through, and we went up north towards that school where you were talking about as far as trying to look for that hail, and we did see some hail fog already melting just north, getting close to the county line. And so now we are in Itawamba County, just south of Fulton. Another cell is moving through right now, and we're pretty much right next to that inflow notch. So it's probably going to start pouring and getting gusty in just a few seconds, but that cell is going to be getting a little bit closer. Still pretty much just a lightning delay. We haven't really gotten hit by any hail. This one not showing too much on the signature, but we did go up north towards that school in the county line and did see a bunch of fog showing that hail was there. Couldn't really find any on the ground, but definitely wanted to include that in the report back.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like, thankfully, it doesn't look like your storm's super impressive on this. I'll pop myself off the screen there for a moment so we can kind of have that inset at the same time. But yeah, let us know what you end up finding, because luckily it's, I think, a little east of 25 now, so as you kind of rotate up through that.
Yes, sir. Yep. No, trying to keep a close eye on that one. Saw that one kind of blow through across the state line into Detroit. So about to see how this one goes, and then look towards any other ones nearby. I know we have those severe thunderstorm warnings just northwest of our area. Seem pretty impressive on radar. So about to see what this one just southeast of Fulton does. Not looking too severe, which is good news, but definitely still just very much lightning display, just showing those flashes of lightning in the sky. That's about all we're seeing as at this moment.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there in in the kind of Smithville area. I appreciate that as they've kind of gone north of Smithville now into Itawamba County. So lightning with these continues to show a lot of lightning strikes. I'll tell you exactly where my eye kind of goes on this: northwest Mississippi, and then out here, Franklin County, Alabama. Of course, we can give you an all-clear northern Itawamba County. Obviously, this has moved out of there. We had those reports that you sent in from Vina a little bit ago. Still watching those, how many you're seeing there. Some pea-sized hail there at Ethelsville earlier on at around 5 o'clock, about pea-sized hail there in Mooreville. Tremont, we have some additional thunderstorms that we were tracking a little later on tonight. And appreciate everybody again for supporting us here. Peppertown, penny-sized hail a little bit ago. So that's about a ½ inch in size, give or take a little bit there. A nickel size is 3/4 of an inch. A quarter size is 1 inch in size there. So appreciate so many of you guys for what you're doing. Let's get you some storm tracks here, and we're going to head back there toward Tunica, getting report there, as you can see next to me on the screen with the description. Tunica is bad. I get that's a kind of a rough one. Hodges here. Actually, let me clear this. I want to redo that again. Stretching there near Pig Eye and Hodges. This one right there, about 25, 26 miles per hour. We show Wigton there at 626 on, 726 on Mama Justice Doppler radar. That is some hail out of this, potentially some severe hail. Shady Grove, we're at 734. 740 for Tessner there. Bear Creek at 740. Looking toward Goddard at 751 and Center at 754. As we bring it on kind of the wide shot here across the entire region, kind of get an assessment over everything. Clearly the lines, which are lightning strikes, draw your attention to these cluster storms we've been watching the most closely. But now this new batch coming in from the north and west has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning up there closer to up around Tunica, as someone was mentioned a moment ago there, Helena, West Helena, Hernando. So as I kind of change things over here, we're going to check a couple of different radars. This is going to be the closest one, looking from the Memphis airport. The reason this is tuned down because this particular radar is very sensitive precipitation, so it gets over there and causes what's called attenuation. So I'm going to look at the wind on this just to make sure we don't have any big wind issues, and we do not. So we're going to change it over to the main Memphis radar site, which is far enough away that it's got, I think, a better look at it at this point. So near Alphaba there, east of Hernando. This does not look, none of these look quite as impressive, with the exception of this one back here toward Dundee up here. This one looks a little bit more potent. I think all of these have some hail potential. Obviously, the National Weather Service, with that report we did get out there from up around DeSoto County and Hernando, still some potential there. This could have some hail up around 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch in size. Checking storm reports here, no additional ones, no new ones at this time. So let's look three-dimensionally on these thunderstorms. And as we do that, we're going to kind of slice in the most intense parts. I'm going to take off the lightning here for a moment. I think we get it. There's some lightning near Eagles Landing there, just north of the Helena crossing. That's where this is a little stronger. Let's see if we can pull up our camera that direction. We have a few of them out there, including this one here in the southwest portion of Tate County near Crenshaw, kind of looking into one of those thunderstorms. If I kind of move over here for a moment, you can see the warning on the north part of the county there. This is the storms kind of back west that we haven't really got a great look at there. A lot of lightning on these thunderstorms, so they're going to be loud as they move through. And I think there will be some hail potential out of the 63 right now in Crenshaw, as look out of our camera there. This looking more in kind of an easterly direction, so this looking more into our severe thunderstorm that's prompted our severe thunderstorm warning there up for Tate County. So that would not be that storm. That would be this storm up here. So this one still, again, has some of that hail aloft on it. We come back to two-dimensional mode on this. That gives you kind of an idea of how tall it is. But that part there moving toward Wakefield and Alphaba and Lurline there as it moves eastward. So let's get a storm track on that most important part right there. And I might have to click that off. There we go. So that we'll take it toward Chulahoma. We show Chulahoma at about 7:56, but before that, Alphaba there at about 7:16, 7:22 Lurline, Antioch about 7:35. Looking at the peak threats, which kind of basically tries to level out all the different threats and what it thinks the worst of those could potentially be. Hail still remains the main impact on this. Maybe as high as 1 inch to maybe 2-inch hailstones. That might be pushing it just a little bit. But you'll notice that it looks a little less impressive than it did a little bit ago. If we go back to at its peak, it said, hey, maybe there's 3-inch hail. But again, this is typically going to be overdone. This is the biggest possible hail you could see out of some of those there. But reports again of some hail out of this thunderstorm just a little bit ago. I do see there in the chat reports of hail in the Pontotoc area. This would be near Ecru and the Oak Hill community there in Friendship. They're south of Ecru, near the Friendship Church area. Let's go ahead and check how this has developed over time. We'll make this a 1-hour loop here, and then we'll talk to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. Who's got some things going on there behind the scenes that we're kind of watching. So this one is the one that moved out of Union County and now here near Oak Hill on a track that'll probably take its way over top of the city of Tupelo eventually if it kind of continues at this level. Bring it back to the rink. Yeah, that one is kind of flared up on from time to time. That one's going to move through kind of Tupelo with whatever hail potential it's going to produce with it. So expect that. Let's get you time. So based on, again, about the 25 miles per hour this is moving. So we place that, getting there, really a lot of the different Tupelo sort of subdivisions on sort of the west side of town there, somewhere around 7:40-ish, 7:35, 7:40, moving through the western part of town, Belden there about 7:30. So we're about, 25 minutes away from hail for, again, that's where a lot of those dots are showing up on there, is where we have a lot of those largest hailstones. So if you're planning ahead, you're looking ahead, definitely watching that closely. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard here. Gabe, what are we looking at as of 7:16?
Power outages, and that's something that I will say has remained less than what I kind of expected with how electric these storms are and those massive hailstones that they're dropping earlier this evening and still dropping in some areas in North Mississippi. Outages have been very isolated. And so what we're looking at right here is the Tippah Electric Power Association, and the most numerous outages are actually up here towards Tippah County, just on the, I guess, east-northeast side of Tippah County into Alcorn County as well. 71 customers are affected, and they are, of course, responding to this, and hopefully we'll get that fixed here soon. 11 customers affected when we're talking about Benton County, and that's going to be north of I-22, closer to the Blue Mountain. Actually, Blue Mountain will be over there. Just east of the Holly Springs area, northeast of Hickory Flat. That's what I was looking for. As we look out here towards the Tishomingo County Electric Power Association, I know it only says one outage, but I wanted to give respect where it's due. The Electric Power Cooperative responded to this outage earlier on this evening, and I had it pulled up about 20 minutes ago, and there were 32 outages, now just one. So they are out and about taking care of business and making sure things are taken care of. And speaking of good news, we remember what the Northeast Mississippi Electric Power Cooperative looked like earlier on. Well, now as we look over there towards New Albany, one outage. So taking those down as well. The power crews are out and taking care of what needs to be taken care of and keeping our lights on. So Matt, that's a great sign, especially as more storms move in. Real quick though, I was looking behind the scenes at some of our radar imagery, and I was curious what you thought about it, because it's almost like it's more of a boundary showing up in Oxford rather than an individual storm. It is a storm, but it almost seems like it's an inflow into that more impactful system towards the north and west. It has a northeast flow to it compared to the southeast flow we've been seeing. So I was curious your take on that and why exactly that storm is kind of unique in the whole cluster.
Well, I'm going to come to that here in just a second because I want to hit the Golden Triangle first. So don't let me go more than about 3 minutes before we do that. I want to make sure, because we have not talked much about the Golden Triangle, to kind of give them a little focus here for just a moment, because down here in the West Point area, we've had some thunderstorms around. You can kind of see those behind me here. Not a ton of lightning, but these storms have all been below severe levels. We have not had them producing as large a hail, and you can see rather infrequent cloud-to-ground lightning there. Our camera may have been in the rainfall in one of the thunderstorms there. A lot of heavy rain falling on that camera location, but we don't have a lot of hail, and as you can tell, the lightning is not nonstop as it is in some other spots. So the reason we have not concentrated a lot down here, 4 locations around the Golden Triangle along the US 82 corridor, is the storms just have been weaker. You see here in Starkville, it's not even necessarily raining on the west side of town. The most of the rainfall just a little bit north of town. But we do have 3 kind of main cores we're watching. Back out here from Bell Fountain to north of Sapa to the Cumberland area. Another one here that is a little bit stronger north of Adeton, western Clay County. And the one's a little bit weaker in eastern Clay County, just kind of moved through the West Point area. So we'll look at the one that's north of Adeton, that's western Clay County there, kind of east of Phoebe, close to Waddell and Cedar Bluff. This one is a little bit stronger than some of the rest of them. It's one of the strongest we've actually had in this part of the area tonight. I'm going to do kind of what we call a cross section to see how high up. I do have some of those darker returns up to about 15,000 feet. So that is a sign that perhaps this is producing some hailstones with it. It's going to update here. You can see as we get the new scan, the reason this is kind of cut off, this is the new scan of the radar coming around. As that updates live here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we show higher and higher levels on that. So you can see just the latest scan. We'll give it a moment here to kind of finish painting this on as it comes scan by scan, because the radar there in Monroe County comes around pretty quickly on this. And so I want to see, I think on the next update we should get here in a moment, just exactly how high that return is. So I'm guessing it's still going to be probably up here close to 15,000. If not, we'll know that over Griffith or Siloam there, north of Moons Valley, that some of this hail is about to kind of drop out of this here. So we'll give it, I don't want to wait too terribly long for that to kind of pop up, but we'll give it just a moment to see if that will update. It does it quickly on the lower scans. In fact, it probably is in one of those modes where it's primarily doing lower scans. So it goes up a few and it hits the bottom level, and it goes up a few more. Just the scanning structure they use. While I'm going to give that a moment, we're going to check out our camera, switch our camera in Adeton back to the north. Just while I did that, it started updating. So give me a moment for that. This is our West Starkville camera. And I'm going to, give me just a second, point this one in a northerly direction. So give me just a second, kind of do that. So it'll pan on us. It's just going to take a brief moment for that to happen. We're looking through the camera, looking through the tower there. But as you can see, a lot of lightning on this thunderstorm. Not quite as much as some other storms, but this is one of our more impressive ones, at least for the Golden Triangle region. I'm going to fly just a little bit more to the right. Just looking a little bit more northeast. And so I'll kind of have a shot there. But again, this is probably producing at least a little bit of hail in in western Clay County, kind of southwest Clay County there at this moment in time. Okay, now we'll pull this off, and we should be able to have our, yeah, there we are. Again, it does not look like a ton, but I'd say that's a more impressive return than what we had just a moment ago. All right, let's go back one more scan. Boom. Well, I say that it was a little higher, but it's a little more dense. So that, look about the height there as I mark that for a moment, and then we'll bring it to the current time. And so that's similar on height, but more of that hail's about to fall. Why did we waste the time or spend the time or show that or take the time for that? I don't think it's wasted time, but it gives us an idea that even though it only looks like this on the bottom level, on the ground level on it, that there's enough there that if you have travel along Highway 50 west to West Point, this is about to dump whatever hail this has. Now, it's probably more like dime to pea-size hail, but whatever it is, it's going to be dumping that here, probably west of West Point, maybe still holding some with it as it makes it into town. So let's get a storm track on that. Again, about 25 miles per hour. Again, this is on this next one upstream. There's one over top of kind of the east side of West Point that has some different times here for some of the folks like Stephen Community there. This is not the first storm. This is the next storm after that. That's why that 805 got something that's a lot closer to overhead right now. Siloam at 731. We're looking at Oak Ridge Estates there at 741. And again, the West Point area at about 748. Current time is 7:23. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpond. We're tracking some showers and thunderstorms here across North Mississippi, including a grouping of thunderstorms up here. You mentioned, I'm going to bring Gabe back in so I understand completely the question that you had. Now, talk to me about the question here you're wanting to know about this.
Okay, well, someone was asking about the Oxford cell, and that's what gave me a little bit more eyes on it because, well, it wasn't one of our more concerning cells. Look at the movement, and that's just where it seems a little bit different.
It has to do with the depth. It's it's the layer of the atmosphere it's hitting is more driven by that, whereas the overall shear, your taller thunderstorms, I think, are driven by probably more northwest flow aloft. Is that reasonable to say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because as you know, I've been traveling today, so I want to double check this. Northwest flow aloft, the deeper updraft is going to drive it more along with the upper level flow. So that's why we kind of have this kind of more northwest sort of angle versus that one that's kind of moving the opposite direction. It's a shallower updraft. And so I bet you're going to get something similar. Yeah, you get something similar out of those storms near Water Valley or showers near Water Valley.
I see that, yeah. Well, I just wanted to also, I wanted to bring reassurance to that. I forgot who commented that earlier on, but yes, Oxford, not exactly concerned right now. What I would more be watching is what's happening out there towards the north and west. And, once that moves through Panola and then into Lafayette County, that's where we could see some of those more impactful storms. And speaking to that, I know that's one of our, I think that's our only warning right now, except for out there in Marion County. Franklin County. I apologize. Well, what I would do, I turn the cameras in Batesville and Oxford to look towards the north to try and maybe get a visual on what's going on that leading edge. So while we do have a visual, that might be something that we can take advantage of because once the rain gets there, you're pretty much just right in the heart of it, and it's really hard to get a visual. So, getting a look at Batesville, it is getting some of that light pollution there from the tower. But, been watching it behind the scenes. This is where that severe thunderstorm warning is actually issued, way off into the distance, closer to, I believe that's up around Marshall, DeSoto and Marshall County. So that would be right there at the center of your screen if you get a visual on that. So I guess not as much lightning happening, but Oxford also pointed that same direction unless it has been moved, and I will be glad to move it back to a northerly view. But nonetheless, we're trying to get a look there in Lafayette and Panola County to try and see what's moving into the area for Marshall County, for Benton County, and yes, as far south as Panola and Lafayette County. So as we head into the next couple of hours, there's some lightning. So there's some of that action. So that's kind of the storms we're watching here in the next hour and a half to see what takes place. And I do know that Caleb is traveling with Adrian to go closer to Tupelo. And then, Tupelo is just basically a thunderstorm right now, but they're going to try to get us a visual there. Beyond that, they're going to try to go up I-22 closer to New Albany to maybe intercept these storms and get a visual there as well. So kind of tracking all of these cells that are across northern Mississippi.
I'm interested to see the Tupelo storm in a little more detail here in a minute. Appreciate that, Gabe. I think we'll take a look at that here in just a moment. The Oxford cameras you saw there. We're going to take, I think, a brief commercial break here, get a couple things organized behind the scenes, and we'll be right back with continuous coverage here in the Room to Room Weather Center right after this. So please stay with us.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
Save today at Room to Room's President's Day sale. 55% off furniture and mattresses, 20% off accessories, and 24-month special financing. The time to act is now.
Room to Room Tupelo, where we know there's no place like your home.
Welcome back. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpond here. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Again, a line of thunderstorms, including a severe thunderstorm up here, as Gabe was talking about a moment ago, that does include Marshall, parts of Tate, and DeSoto counties. And kind of looking at that there, we did get a report in here a few minutes ago of some hail up there. And as we kind of check that out in more detail here, you can see the hail around dime size, a little larger perhaps than dime size from Hernando. Appreciate this. And again, the picture there, I went in too close. Let's see if we can come a little wider on that. It's good to be able to, compare that picture of what it is. So that tells us really clearly about what size we're dealing with here. So about half-inch sized hail potentially out of this, maybe up around 3/4 of an inch So good example there. Largest hail so far, kind of winning, for lack of a better way to put it, the True Shield Roofing hail competition tonight. The only issue I have with this picture, unfortunately, from Dumas, is I do not have a coin or something to put it right next to it. We need to probably have a qualifier because not everyone's hand is as big. This one, is going to be the largest hailstone submitted with some kind of qualifier, whether it is a ruler, whether it's a coin, whether it's a ball of some sort. These are probably golf ball size hailstones, one of the largest we've seen. But largest hailstone picture gets a $100 gift card from our friends over at True Shield Roofing. Kind of a partnership that we're forging here that hopefully it rewards the people that got hit the worst, unfortunately, and we appreciate them for partnering with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Looking at that True Shield Roofing hail threat, again, showing these storms up here, Hernando and Coldwater. These are the ones we were looking at a minute ago, so we've definitely had some large hail out of these as they move through. I'm going to change the radar site over here to the Memphis airport, and you definitely see the more the yellows on the track there. Still think this storm back there toward Helena, West Helena, that one probably should have, it's probably producing some large hail. And certainly quite a bit of lightning with that as well. So continuing to watch those as they move generally toward Batesville. We'll show the radar image on that one there, and then we're going to come back closer to the Tupelo area to handle a storm we talked about a minute ago there. So looking this toward Batesville, and I'm going to extend this out to give you some times there into Batesville proper. So we would show that getting in here closer to, say, the Longtown community by about 7:47 there. Batesville about 8:22 if it kind of continues that stretch there. Hideaway Hills 8:30. But in the near term, we're Buxton there at 7:33, Falcon at 7:33, Askew at about 7:37, and Crenshaw at 7:38. We do have a camera there in the Crenshaw area. See if I get the right one here to show up. Pretty much right in the heart of this one here, and showing some of the lightning and heavy rainfall and everything going with that. Again, this is in the Crenshaw area. As we talked about a minute ago, this storm technically does not have a severe thunderstorm warning with it. You could argue probably going to produce some hail. So we will see how that plays out. But certainly one to watch over the course of the next little bit here. A lot of lightning, so some sporadic power disruptions certainly likely with it as well. So we clear that off, and we'll kind of bring it on the wide shot here. As we referenced a minute ago, the Tupelo storm has seen some strengthening. We're going to have to look at northern Lowndes County in a minute. From looking from farther away, you'll notice how this does show, again, these big black returns we've talked about, very, very intense precipitation on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Well, we're looking from a lot farther away because we're looking from the radar site in Memphis. You'll notice it does not look quite as intense when we bring that back here toward the Tupelo area, though it does, or the Monroe County radar site, though it definitely does. This is flirting with severe levels. Pull up our True Shield Roofing hail tracker. And you can't see how this has kind of pretty consistently produced hail, probably up 3/4 of an inch in size. I'm going to pull up the chat. I'd like to hear from you in the chat here about what you think that this is doing here with this. But I have not seen a whole lot of reports coming in. And I see someone over there saying, y'all, is it a tornado? The quick answer is absolutely not. There are not going to be any tornadoes out of this. Now, hail from time to time is a possibility. And I'd say a probability out of these thunderstorms. Let's look three-dimensionally. Before we do that, we're going to look at the kind of peak threats. And the peak threat potential, you see the blue there, is where maybe hail up around 2 inches inside, not an impossibility for this. Kind of gives us an idea on the bullseye on what we're looking at on our peak severe threats. And so near Chesterville and Belden, where this is kind of most intense. Now, I'm just a little north of this here on the map, so I can hear that precipitation kind of picking up outside of my window here at the house. Let's look three-dimensionally on this, and then I'm going to take a look with my own eyes here in a moment, and I'll toss it kind of back to Gabe. But Gabe, kind of tracking this toward the east and southeast, this probably, again, has some, I would say, easily half-inch hail, dime-size hail. I'd say probably out of this. I'll get that storm track on there. What are you thinking based on what you're seeing?
You know, it's definitely become a bit more impressive as it's moved into the Tupelo area. So, of course, we are keeping eyes on that behind the scenes. And we actually do have our camera pulled up out there as well. So let's go ahead and go over those times and then we'll jump to that camera. But as we track this out, you can see that the Wildwood area, basically over the top of you right now, Pinehurst 735, Northwood Drive 735. And these are specific areas, whether they're roads or subdivisions or stores, just basically those landmarks that can help you know where specifically we're talking about. So the Belvedere Hills 736, but there's that Brennan and Francis subdivision closer to 736 as well. Briarwood 737, Oak Ridge 737, the Traceland area around that same time frame, and then the Harrisburg Heights 738. You can see how it's moving in that southeast direction. And I will say, Matt, you may be in northern Lee County. I'm in Tupelo, and this storm, at least the core of it, is going right over the Tupelo area, at least the downtown Tupelo area. So let's go take it back to 2D mode real quick. And I'm going to have to change the radar site over there to our Monroe County site once more to get a better visual. But, I mean, yeah, if we clear this off, if you look at Tupelo, we might not get much of a visual here in just a moment because we basically have this hail core with those purples and blacks that are showing up moving right along that Highway 6 into Tupelo area. So folks that are traveling maybe across the trace, basically lining up with that boundary right there. And we're going to continue to see that move in as we get into the next 5-10 minutes. So looking specifically at those strikes getting close to the Belvedere Hills area that we just tracked a moment ago, but Tupelo, basically here at this point and only getting stronger here in the next few moments. So let's go ahead and put it on that Tupelo camera. And as we look closer and hopefully, let me see which direction. Yeah, this is looking out there towards the west. We're going to leave it here for just a second. You can see some of those breezy conditions moving into the area, 7 miles an hour. And there's that lightning. It should be a pretty energetic cell. Been hearing the rumbles outside for at least the past 5 minutes, and this is just increasing in noise, but also increasing in that strength, especially with that rainfall coming down a bit more. So something that I'm watching for is for Matt to be live, but we do have our Caleb Edelbluth that is live outside right now in the Tupelo area. Caleb, actually, Matt, if you want to toss to him real quick, I think that he is outside in this, so I want to save him from getting in this hail core.
Okay, yeah, let's get him in and out here pretty quickly. Caleb, we're going to get you inside and under something here in a minute. Where are you at?
Well, I just pulled off of the Interstate 22. We pulled off towards that 371 exit to where we could go just a little bit more south to try to see if we can catch it. Because if we keep working our way towards Tupelo, I think we're not going to make it in time. So this is facing west out towards that cell, making its way towards Tupelo. And you can definitely see those lightning flashes in the distance behind me, kind of going off and on. So definitely seeing it from a distance as it continues pushing further and further east, crossing Tupelo, where I know our meteorologist Gabe Maynard's at. I mean, there we go with those flashes of lightning really pretty much right behind our head. So I think we're going to try to see if we can move more towards the southern portions and start kind of see if we can intercept it, see it kind of continue moving closer towards us. By the time we make it to Tupelo, I think it's just going to already be over the city as it's pretty much already knocking on the doorstep. So wanted to kind of pull off really quick at that exit to get on 371, just to show you flashes off in the distance. And then we're going to keep moving south to see if we can get another angle and visual on it. And then maybe eventually working its way, there we go, with another lightning flash towards those cells behind it that are getting closer towards Union County and towards New Albany as well. But this is kind of a look towards that cell making its way towards Tupelo.
Okay, be careful. The cell phone service is going to drop off a little bit once you get down there toward Richmond and Evergreen, which is going to be where you kind of cross on 371 there across the county line from Lee to Itawamba County. So just heads up on that. There are a lot of trees along the sides of the road there as well. Luckily, not a lot of wind not out of these thunderstorms. Knock on wood. Let us know what you end up getting. So, and we'll talk to you here in a little bit. Appreciate you. Appreciate Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. And we'll talk to y'all here in just a minute. Current time is now 7:37 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. So let's talk about some things here. So this is where Caleb is right now. He's right here north of Morville, there along I-22. He's going to head south along 371 toward Richmond and Evergreen, probably somewhere down in here, as I go all John Madden on this, where he's likely to probably intercept that. I want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, who is watching some things as well. And Gabe, what do you have?
Well, confirmed on-the-ground reports, and this is actually from the West Tupelo area, submitted by my sister-in-law, actually. So Caitlin submitting this photo. She said these were about pea-sized in measurement, and this was, again, in the West Tupelo area. So this is as that storm is moving overhead, confirmation that small hail is being produced. Now, It's not up to severe strength just yet, but as this storm continues to intensify, potentially producing some of those larger hailstones later on, and as it moves over Tupelo right now, I can tell you it is getting energetic. We also had a little bit of a flicker a moment ago here at the studio, but don't worry, we will be live. As you've seen, we have all hands on deck across the area. So if one of us goes down, another one will be able to go live. And luckily, we've prepared for this. That's what the last several months were about, Matt. So we're good. We're good.
I was going to say, let me know. Are the top lights still on?
Everything's working.
The power's... Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure we're good. A lot of times when you get a power flick like that, it's the different circuits in the power grid that kind of change on and off on that. But yeah, we're still good here as well.
So far, so good. Knock on wood. Let's say a prayer. I think that we should make it to the other side. So,
well, we did pretty well in the ice storm, so I think we'll probably be okay here. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor again. You can share your pictures with us. Probably the easiest way to do that is using the Mississippi Live Weather app. We've got some QR codes there on the screen for those of you on Facebook and watching us here. Mentioning, I see, a lot of comments on social media. The alerts in our stream are right there at the top. Here's the reason why you want the Mississippi Live Weather app. Because I'm going to pull it up. I'll show you right here on my phone. If I tap that, the first thing, well, I had it on radar mode. See, I'm a liar. Try it again. Okay, so first thing that pops up there at the top of the screen is going to be if I hit play and actually get it rolling and make sure we're live. There we go. Okay. So at the very top of the screen, you can see me talking about what we're talking about right there at the top. Unfortunately, it's chroma keyed out because I'm in front of a green screen there. But anyway, when you open up the app, the first thing is right there on the top of the screen. So it's probably the easiest way to find out if we're live and get that information as soon as possible. Gabe, I need you to check that discussion back and forth, and I'm going to go ahead and mute the conversation we have going there because that's kind of blowing up my phone behind the scenes. But as we look here in the Tupelo area, you mentioned a moment ago some hail, and it looked like it was, again, sub-severe hail moving through Tupelo. So it's a sign, again, there will be some sporadic issues with this, but largely this is not going to be, golf ball size hail or anything nearly as big as what we had earlier on. So again, tracking the southeastward, kind of figuring out some times there, for Caleb and Ashton with the North Mississippi, Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. We're looking at that Richmond community around 8 p.m., so about 20 minutes or so, assuming about 25 miles per hour for Richmond. We're looking toward Dorsey about 7:58. Moorville there at 7:48. And so they're going to stay hopefully a little ahead of that. But Plantersville, we're looking at that for you at 7:43. This is going to be some hail, but I'm hopeful that hail is going to be below severe limits. Still could cause some issues. The hail track on this, we've been pretty consistent on our True Shield Roofing hail threat here.
Matt, I hear the hail at the studio. I'm about to go outside and snap some shots of it. Like not outside, undercover.
Yeah. No, kick on your live shot. Let's take a look at it.
Okay. I'll pull up a second.
Make it not the front facing, but the rear facing camera so you can zoom it in if you need to.
All right, sounds good. Got to get my keys and I'll be out there.
Okay, we'll see you in a second. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again behind the scenes. I'm going to go ahead and mute his microphone just so we kind of hear him going, and I'll watch for his live shot to come up here in just a moment as he's kind of getting things figured out behind the scenes here. I think I have Gabe's live shot as one of those. Give me a moment to check something. So you can see kind of some times there as the hail moves south and east with this kind of into and through the Tupelo area. The main threat, when we're kind of looking peak threat, I'd say the peak hail threat at this point here kind of moving into East Tupelo now, really pretty much right along US 45. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, who we have live outside this evening as he's getting things straight away. I saw you a second ago there, Gabe.
I'm trying to bring the camera around, but I want to be out here longer than I have to.
Yeah, there we are. Go for it.
Yeah, so Matt, this is what we're dealing with right now in downtown Tupelo. But keep in mind, traffic is flowing. No one's moving, though. Oh, wait, here, let me fix my...
We'll give it a moment here while Gabe is trying to reconnect. I think he might be changing his connection. There you go, Gabe. What you got?
So it's a downpour, to say the least, but this is in downtown Tupelo right now. Folks are driving very cautiously because of the heavy downpour. In regards to hail, I'm not seeing anything on the ground. So that might have been an earlier on, something that might have fallen and melted. But as of right now, I don't have anything confirming hail reaching the surface. It's just a torrential downpour and already starting to get better. So it doesn't last too long, but very electric, as Caleb was saying earlier on. And expect those rainy conditions to continue. And I'm going to have to take a step inside because that rain is starting to reach inside the building. So, yeah, Matt, that's what we're dealing
Don't
with
do
right
that. We
now.
can't get kicked out.
Do what?
I said, don't do that. We can't get kicked out.
You're right. No, but it's just a downpour. It's electric. It's loud. And there is some small hails we saw earlier on, but in regards to what's confirmed here in downtown Tupelo, it's just a heavy rainfall.
I was going to say that's non-severe. Appreciate that, Gabe. We'll talk to you here in just a second. So that's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. And while we're on this, I'll go ahead and bring up your chat where you can kind of give us what you are seeing there. Again, Crystal mentioning some hail in East Tupelo. I know that like Gabe, I think you probably heard some of that hail in the East Tupelo area with this. So probably some, just not a ton of large hail with this as well. And you can see this continuing to kind of move eastward and southeastward. Speed on this about 25 miles per hour, moving near Oak Grove Park there. And appreciate everyone again for your reports. Largest was marble-sized hail. Now the question is it the little marbles or is it the shooter marbles? That's always kind of the question that we're looking at for that there. So if you can give us a coin. Typically, that's good. Now, I see Rob Smith asking this, and a lot of other folks are going to want to know. Hey, we've got hail in Caledonia. We will look at that here in just a second as we'll kind of slide south there. But, everyone wants to know about their specific city. We're going to have some rotating thunderstorms, but when they do that, they're going to produce hail. That's the main factor. And again, I think this could be strengthening a little bit more with some of its hail potential east of Plantersville now, kind of moving toward where Caleb is. I see just this little appendage on the front side there as this storm, gets a little more organized and trying to kick out and really kind of hold up some of that. Yeah, that is sign of rotation, by the way. But you can see no low-level rotation on this. This is a storm that's spinning in a way that allows it to keep the hail up within it. And so when we kind of look at the peak threats there, still some of those, closer to the Skyline community, but on a path to take them toward Richmond and Evergreen and Ballardsville. And you can see some of those lightning strikes running ahead. The flashing lines you see are lightning strikes that are kind of moving through some of those spots there. Checking some of your pictures. Jessica sending us this shot here from the Autumn Hills area of what was hail, but looks like it's largely relatively small hail, but maybe a lot of small hail just a little bit ago. A lot of pea-sized hail there in the Autumn Hills area. Appreciate Jessica. Jessica using the Mississippi Live Weather app to send in her picture there. Again, free and available for all of those different devices. I'll pull the picture back up. One of a couple that we've got from the Tupelo area in the last few minutes here. This picture coming in, this was Colbert County, Alabama at 7:42. This was a little larger. When we start seeing this, I think there's some nickels to quarters in that there. And that will cause some fog, obviously hail fog as it's adding the moisture. It's evaporating that moisture in the atmosphere. That obviously causes potentially some travel issues there. So join with us. Send those pictures in. Largest hailstone is going to get a $100 gift card from our friends at True Shield Roofing. So Colbert County, Alabama there has had a number of those large hail reports today. Kind of looking here on our latest version of Mississippi Live Weather Radar on True Shield Roofing. We're looking at, again, those spots there where we have some of the larger hail that has kind of been depicted on this over the last little bit. So most likely to have had some of the large hail there, probably north of Hodges on this kind of latest scan. The other thunderstorms, we're going to look down here. Yep. New severe thunderstorm warning also issued down here for Lowndes County because of this thunderstorm. Let's kind of pull in again. You can see until 8:30. This warning coming down the last few minutes here. So the large hail again closer and south side of Caledonia. Let's check out our camera there in Caledonia, kind of looking into this here toward the Woodlawn area. So a severe thunderstorm warning there in Lowndes County, Clay County, Lowndes County involved in this until 8:30. Really, it's in Lowndes County in particular. I'll kind of try to put that in a spot where it all kind of fits on the screen at the same time there. A lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes on this. We're kind of looking southeastward into that heaviest storm. 64 the temperature, dew point at 61. And again, probably some hailstones approaching 1 inch in size out of this. So a little rain starting there in Caledonia, I think again south of Caledonia, where this is the strongest at this time. And again, appreciate all of you for joining the chat, joining our conversation there, and appreciate, we've mentioned them a lot tonight. True Shield Roofing that will be giving away $100 gift card for the largest hailstone. You have to send that in. You need to send it with a picture of a coin, or with a coin next to it, or a ruler, so we can for sure measure, so we can compare apples to apples. Not just it looks really big in their hand. We need a coin so we can get tell for sure which is the largest. I'm checking here again on in some of my apps and some of the emails and stuff coming in. And appreciate that probably the easiest way to send any of those pictures in is using the Mississippi Live Weather app. As we kind of bring it back in here, dial it in for Lowndes County, and we look at the regular rainfall mode on Mississippi Live Weather Radar, brought to you by, again, Mama Justice. And kind of the latest there. You see, this is under impressive looking at, but right there, I think we had kind of a narrow corridor there right over top of the Air Force Base, where that most intense, whatever it was, hail potentially fell in some of those spots there. We're going to talk about Grenada. I see someone asking about Saltillo and Grenada and Dorsey. Dorsey, the worst is, I would say, just a little bit south of you. Let's look three-dimensionally on this storm here for a moment. So we go to 3D mode on this Lowndes County thunderstorm. And again, we can sometimes be a little too close to the radar. You see, I would say the most intense part has now moved out here into southern Lamar County. Let's bring it back into current time. Let's go ahead and kind of treat this like a CAT scan. Let's cut into the most intense parts. I say that, and that's not true. The most intense part is right over the Mississippi-Alabama state line, crossing into southern Lamar County. Boy, look at that. So this is what it looked like as that you still had that hail up there. And so whatever big hail it's had has fallen now pretty close to the Woodlawn community, maybe just a little north of that, as that's all really spilled out of the thunderstorm there. So that had some big hail up in it for a little while. That has largely kind of fallen out at this moment. Hail in Caledonia right now. Appreciate that report. Let us know how large it is, and we'll do our best again to pass that along to the National Weather Service. We have a chat where we go back and forth, and when you give us reports like that, we try to pass that along. I've been using this quite a few times this evening to kind of help us sort of do the eyeball test on which of these we got to pay attention to. And I'm going to pop off the regular precipitation. So this kind of gives us just a look at, where I see these pink blobs. I'm going to pop off the warnings for a second. These are all spots where we're probably dealing with hail. Looks like out here closer to Batesville and Sardis, and out there in southern Marshall County, got some spots as well. So let's kind of bring it back in here. Let's put all of the other data back on this for a moment. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for Panola County, as well as Lafayette County, parts there of Yalobusha County, and just a sliver of Quitman County, though it's probably out of Quitman County. I think also just a sliver there of Tate County in effect until 8:30 p.m. It is this 2 sections near Horatio and Como, and there again north of Batesville, northwest of Batesville, that this is the strongest, both north and west of Batesville. Let's get storm track on really the two cells. I'm going to put them both together in one longer storm track here. So there will be kind of a hopeful area in the middle where maybe the worst of it misses you. And I'm going to stretch this out to where we take it all the way through the Oxford area. So looking at this going about 35 miles over that track. So that would get into Oxford. We're looking at for you at about 6:41. Again, it says Tate County at the top, but Lafayette County would also be included in this severe thunderstorm warning, as is Panola County. So Lafayette County, for folks there at the Ole Miss, University of Mississippi, we're looking at about 8:41 for you, so a little less than an hour. But Batesville, it's a lot less time. For the Batesville area, we're looking at about 8:06, so really we're on less than 15 minutes for what's moving in, and it'll be the west part of town a little bit before that there. So watching that obviously very closely. The hail potential remains probably one of the most significant issues that we have with this, and looking specifically at kind of the instantaneous, where is the hail falling, at least on our True Shield roofing hail threat. It has it up here just east of Sardis. Looks like the latest scan is not quite as impressive as the ones before that. This is kind of instantaneous, kind of boiling it all down to just one level where it shows it the most intense. But we've kind of had this track up here north of Sardis, and the other one closer to Ballantyne, moving there toward Batesville. It's kind of our two swaths that we have had. Looking from fairly decent distance away, we're going to bring it over here to the Memphis radar, kind of refine that just a little bit more. Kind of the right now, hail certainly has the one up there closer to Como, just a little bit stronger. Certainly looking at our severe threats, though. Trying to kind of look at that, our peak severe threat. Again, I think overdone a little bit on the size, but this is what's kind of prompted it when we've kind of seen it. Hey, you know, at the highest end, 3+ inches, I think that again is overdone. But certainly that's moving more toward Haynes Crossing. And on the wider shot, you'll note that that is the portion that's probably most likely to kind of make it there toward the Oxford area as well. So let's clear that off. Let's bring it to kind of the closest radar site there. Now that's kind of on a track that would take it toward Oxford. Let's put this in a loop, 1 hour loop. Yep. All those nice cars there. Mom, Dad, call the kids. Let them know that this is, I guess, the opposite of Mama Justice slogan. You know, when something happens, call your mama and call Mama Justice. Well, Mama, call the kids. Let them know. Hail's coming. Got to look out for that. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here. Gabe, that looks like a pretty decent quantity of hail you're looking at, right?
There we go. Okay, sorry, I went outside and I forgot to turn the mic back on. I didn't want you guys to hear the thunder all evening. But yes, this is out of Caledonia tonight, that storm that we just tracked a moment ago. Look at how much hail fell. I mean, that is a numerous amount. Now, it is small, but the fact that we have that much hail, and to give you a better perspective, that's what the ground looked like. So lots of hail being reported in Caledonia, and this is basically confirming some of those reports that we were assessing on radar and some of the reports from folks in the chat. This is adding a visual to that. So glad to hear that everyone is okay, but having that much hail, golly, that is quite a storm. Up there in Hernando, we were talking about some of that hail reaching the surface as well. Dime-sized reports over there in Hernando. This was submitted earlier on, I believe, from Philip. So appreciate that report out there. And Daniel submitted the ones in Caledonia. And then we also got a good look out of West Tupelo earlier on. I think this was from Jessica. And as you can see, I mean, it's faint, but I promise you there is a ruler there. It's just clear. And she also put a quarter there too. So doing everything she can to make sure we know the measurement of these hailstones, and appreciate that, Jessica, and appreciate all of those reports out there. If you look at these hailstones measured up there, it's about 1/4 inch. So not exactly large, but that's further proving what we've been talking about all night long, that small hail is attached to a large part of these storms. And Matt confirming in Caledonia, confirming in Tupelo, now confirming in Hernando. I think we've covered our entire viewing area except for Southwest Mississippi at that. So you talk about an active night. Yet.
We'll see. It probably will be. Hopefully we don't add a lot. You know, one thing we have not had many of, though, Gabe, are power outages, thankfully. We look at the power outage map here. They've been extremely limited in number of outages, despite all the lightning bolts that we've had. I'll put on the lightning so you can see over the course of the last hour, we've had 3,000 strikes. So we've been very fortunate to not have, that many power disruptions. We're kind of looking at here and we go to kind of individual numbers there. Very few spots we're talking more than kind of single digit outages. So a great side there that hopefully we're not, we're at least avoiding something that so many of us had consistent issues with. I want to go south here. We're going to come back up here to the Tupelo area briefly. Our severe thunderstorm warning for up and around the northern Lowndes County allowed to, they canceled it, the National Weather Service there. The reason for that, as you can see here on the loop, we kind of had it pop up. We had the hail that fell, briefly that warning in place. Actually, let me double check that. I have my warnings turned off. They might not have canceled it yet. Give me just a second here to get on the latest scan. Yes, it looks like they did go ahead and cancel that. Because honestly, the most intense part had exited into southern Lamar County there, moving kind of east of Kingsville, but even that is probably not producing any sort of severe weather. And all this stuff back toward West Point, below severe limits. As we come up here northward, closer to, Fulton and Abney, we've been watching these thunderstorms here. I know our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut is out there. Let's go ahead and check out what he is showing us out in the thunderstorms. Caleb, what do you have?
Yeah, so we're actually in front of that cell right now as it continues to pass on through. Had put the hood on as that rear flank downdraft getting closer and closer. So funny part is feeling those heavy raindrops that are also falling. So not your usual kind of just rain showers and feeling all those sprinkles and downpour. I mean, you can definitely feel and hear those heavy raindrops hitting the rain jacket. But the heaviest precipitation and stuff, that's going to be kind of more behind me towards here. I kind of wanted to frame it that way y'all could see some of those lightning strikes and that hail core continue to pass on through. Originally, it was straight north of us. It continues to shift as it continues pushing more and more southeast. And we've seen a lot of cloud to ground strikes out here. So just showing that that lightning continues to be very evident with these storms. I know you were just talking about those strikes and how fortunate we are with those power outages pretty much being non-existent. I know we have had those fair share of those power outages lately here in North Mississippi. So definitely wanting to continue to avoid those. But lots of lightning and definitely cloud to ground strikes in the background here. I know they're definitely off in the distance, hoping the camera can start to pick up on a few of them. But it's continuing to move on through, that rain picking up a little bit, and we could definitely feel that wind as that gust front was moving on through as well. Adrian doing a fantastic job pointing all those out, kind of showing me that out in the field to help distinguish it with the guys. I think accidentally got Siri to pull up. So just kind of showing kind of what's going on out here. That rain starting to pick up just a little bit more as it continues building on through. But as we continued pushing south, that cell was looking pretty intense and definitely healthy, seeing that inflow, bringing in that fuel and that energy. So that continues to move, continue pushing more southeast. Those lightning flashes behind me, kind of showing that continuing to move on through, Matt.
Absolutely. That's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblue. Okay, stay safe. I'm glad it's kind of a teaching experience, right? When you go out with somebody like that Adrian that has so much experience, it's something that, I'll be honest, even if I was out in the field spotting, there's some things that I could learn from someone like Adrian. That's why we work with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers on this.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that so much. It's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblue. Get into a safe location as possible, as that kind of works toward you. So we're looking here out of our camera in Tupelo. I'm going to swing this around toward the east, kind of look at the backside of that same thunderstorm that we were looking at a moment ago there. Let's see if I can kind of swing this around. There we go. It'll take just a moment before it updates behind me. There's just a couple second lag on this. But you can see the reporting station there, Tupelo Regional Airport, looks like it is not reporting back in at the moment there. So for one reason or other, whether it's the heavy rainfall or the hail, not showing up in the latest update. And there we go, looking back toward the east on this thunderstorm here as those storms continue to kind of work their way into Itawamba County. It's a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rainfall. We saw a decent quantity of hail, but luckily not a ton of significant issues from that. In saying that, one spot where we have had more issues is coming from back of these storms here closer to Como and in Panola County in particular. A storm report coming in with the National Weather Service here in the last couple minutes. You can see north of Como there of hail up in excess of 1 inch in size, 1.3 inch size hail out of this. And our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers with this shot here of some hail in the Independence area. So that's what we're looking at here. This is hail from the Independence area from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. A little larger than nickel size hail. That's a nickel there. And so, again, this is what we're looking for. Give us a comparison so we know for sure, hey, that's probably 1 inch size hail. Because initially I was like, whoa, that's really big. I want to double check. I'm pretty sure that looks like Jefferson in my picture here. I don't know if it's going to let me in a whole lot closer than that. That looks like Jefferson. So larger than that'd be about quarter size hail. If that wasn't there, I would have guessed that this was probably larger than that, but it's just, I think, a fairly small hand. I'm going to appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for all they do to help keep people safe on a night like this. Let's go ahead and change radar sites here back to the Memphis radar. It is a little closer. I think is doing a better job. Storm up toward Abbeville as well. Southern Marshall going to be on track, take it probably into southern Benton County and closer to New Albany. This batch here is going to continue producing hail and large hail, as you saw a moment ago, probably into the next couple of hours. Join the conversation again here on Facebook, on YouTube. Someone asking how's Lowndes County. This batch is through there. Someone asking about Bruce. There are thunderstorms back west, and we're going to look at some of those back toward Cleveland. New severe thunderstorm warning issued in the last few minutes related to that as well. So we still are going to have some of these severe thunderstorms the next couple hours as we're tracking hail potential out of these thunderstorms here. So it's the batch from Abbeville, back toward Batesville that we're watching the most closely. By the way, behind the scenes here, Gabe, if you'd be willing to, we'll probably open up the computer there on the chroma key, so you can connect on this as well. We'll get a little more reps for you here in a minute on that. But let's get a longer track on this batch of potentially severe thunderstorms. We'll start here showing again potential for power disruptions, but in particular, we're thinking the hail potential out of this. Lafayette County, 8:30 is when this warning expires. But obviously, we have it going through College Hill on kind of the north side there of Oxford at 8:19. We show Aylesville there at 8:24. Again, all those different subdivisions in and around the Oxford area, though closer to Kiel by around 8:28 there. So a lot of folks, again, potential for some hail damage on this. And Gabe, as we kind of look at this, that kind of has been the story of the night, right? Hail?
Hail. We are the hail state for a reason, as a bulldog. Oh. Had to slide that in there. But yes, I mean, living up to the potential with that because of how many hail reports we have gotten so far. I mean, if we expand things out, of course, tracking this out, and then we'll expand things out and kind of look at those reports. But yes, more hail is expected heading into the evening hours. If we look at this timestamp right here, we're talking closer to the Wallace area, 8:09, Bethlehem by 8:15, closer to Aylesville, 8:24, Woodlawn, 8:27, and the Oxford area by 8:33. So we're 8:04, 8:05 right now. And as that storm continues to move closer, we have about 30 minutes. So students there at the Oxford campus, move those cars underneath some covers. I think investing in an hour in the parking garage might be worth your while to avoid some of the dents and dings that you may get with some of this large hail. I mean, if we put this on the latest scan, and then we'll go back into a loop here real quick, I want to point out that we are at peak potential on this Como storm. That Como produced, how large was that hailstone report a moment ago? Let me get that pulled up right here real quick.
We had we had a report in excess of an inch. I would say, and I'll hit this before we go back to you. I'll show you real quick a report coming in from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers from Sardis of, again, some of the bigger hail. I'm going to hit this real fast. I'm coming right back to you. Just give me just a moment to kind of show this. This with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers of some of the hail there in the Sardis area. So again, you had Como a minute ago, you had Sardis. Neither one of those, I think, is right in the heart of this kind of track of the hail. And that's some pretty good size hail there. So, and it's a decent quantity as well. So that's some damaging hail moving toward the Oxford area with this thunderstorm. I think up closer to Abbeville, we have another one of these as well. So looking back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, and we'll go to the hail mode here for just a second, the hail swath, because that's one thing I want to kind of look at on this. You can see how we just have a couple spots there. Again, I think you had Como, we had Sardis. I think the biggest might have slid between the two of those. So it's possible there's a bigger hailstone or two going over top of Sardis Lake and heading toward Oxford right now. Okay, now I'll go ahead and turn things back over to Gabe because, again, as you're tracking these, that remains the headline.
Exactly. And I'm curious, and Matt, feel free to slide in here if you want to. I don't know if it's just my thoughts late at night or us being live for 3+ hours. You know, if we turned the Batesville camera down, could we see some of the white populating the ground if it is a large magnitude of that hail? Because that's where the hail core is right now, and you know how it kind of populates the ground and even produces some of that hail fog as well. I mean, the potential is there that we get that in Panola County as well. But, you know, Matt, I was curious looking at that. If we would get a visual, but for sure in Batesville, we are getting a good visual at the heavy rainfall. And let's see if we can zoom in. Oh, I guess it said no. But that's out in Batesville right now, 61 degrees. Oh, are we finding one way or another? I don't know why it doesn't want to go down. Matt, I have your mic on. Are you operating this in the background?
AI.
Oh, was it AI?
So there's some AI controls on this, and I'm gonna have to log in a different way here. But there's some AI controls that are like, no, you want to look at the storm. I'm like, yeah, I do want to look at the storm. I want to look at the hail from the storm.
Well, is that possible, or what I'm asking kind of like an impossibility?
It would be difficult to see, but I'm gonna see if I can figure it out for you. Go look at something else here in a second, and we'll kind of see that if we can get a shot of it here in a minute.
Well, I will go back
see,
onto.
there the AI is doing it again. Anyway, go ahead and go on. We'll come back to it.
Well, let me know if it does work, but if not, we also have the Oxford camera coming up a little bit later that we can look at as that storm moves closer, because again, this is still at its peak intensity that we were just tracking a moment ago. If we look at this hail swath once again brought to you by the folks at True Shield Roofing, we can see how that, was a little bit of a lighter hailstorm, potentially producing some of those pea-sized hailstones, now getting a little bit more intense. And of course, Como and Sardis reporting a nearly probably an inch, maybe an inch and a half in some spots. And as that continues to move closer to Hayes Crossing, we're still at that same shade, that yellow that's showing up, meaning that what they got towards Sardis and Como is still a possibility as we get closer to Hayes Crossing. So what I want to do real quick is go through each of these individual storms, because if you look right here, we have multiple areas. Well, maybe. Golly, technology. Is it working? Okay. Did you get it working? So yeah, I'm not seeing anything other than soggy ground. So, and some winds as well. You can see those breezy conditions there with the puddles basically moving that water. So yeah, it's some breezy winds as well. One of the things that we're talking about with this threat is the potential for some of those strong wind gusts as well. That was primarily down south around Highway 82, but sub-severe gusts can still be impactful. And we do have that occurring in Panola County with 13-mile-an-hour winds, some gusts taking it in excess of 20. And hail too small to see, or at least not having enough of it to see as of right now. So, Matt, I think that's a good sign, I guess, if you want to take it. But it was more of an experiment more than anything to see if that would work. So, bringing it back in here to eastern Panola County, you can see how that core has shifted a little bit more towards the east and now continuing in that southeast motion. So folks up there towards Taylor, Oxford, the Water Valley area, expecting that closer to you here in just a moment. So as we kind of take a 3D look at this, you can see how we're assessing some of those cores. And one of the ones that all the ones that stand out is where those purples and blacks were showing up a moment ago, showing, usually that's just on a rainfall legend, showing us higher outputs of rainfall. But what we get also with some of those higher outputs of rainfall is some of those higher storm tops. And that's what we're taking a look at right here, while we're specifically cutting into the storm, looking at that hail core. And we are getting a little bit of that out there towards Central Academy and up there towards Hayes Crossing like we tracked a moment ago. But looking up north, and this is the one closer to Abbeville, this is that one that's getting a little bit more of a defined hail core and some larger hailstones falling out of this. And yeah, especially when you look at the clearing off the purples right there. I mean, that's a pretty
68 dBZs right there, Gabe. That is imagine a very, very reflective thunderstorm. Like that's very, very bright. And so that is extremely dense hail of some sort, and probably based on height, significant severe hail. Let's cut through this real quick. So one of the things I learned when I was in Texas is, I used to used to say if you had 65 dBZs to 20,000 feet, you had big hail, you had golf ball hail. And this is, I'll put that on there like that. I mean, we have that would be 20,000 feet, 60 plus dBZs. So, I mean, I would say that probably qualifies. So it is probably, it's about to update. The reason it's kind of half on the screen there is because it's in the process of new scans coming in and updating that. We're looking from Memphis. Let's look from Monroe counties, maybe see.
Yeah, we're kind of in that in-between now, between both radar sites.
Yup. But I mean, that's up to 20,000+ feet where we have kind of that darkest black there. So this is, let's look at what's in the head of that. That's where we're going to have the most likely to have some damaging hail. And that's kind of moving in the direction where New Albany. Let's get New Albany in a track on this. Because we talked a lot about some other folks there. Let's make sure New Albany, and it might be heading slightly more south of that.
I'm blocking it.
Hold on. I'm gonna widen it so that I can get kind of what we call a cone track. I want on the longer end here to make sure it kind of has kind of a wider swath of who gets hit. So give me a second. Let's make this make that a, oh my goodness, come on. 40 miles. There we are. Okay, so that gets time there. What? Ingomar, we show about 9:05 for you. New Albany, kind of on the north side of the worst of that. Etta, we're looking at, obviously for you, 8:38 there. So this is probably at least 1 inch size hail. You can see the new severe thunderstorm warning issued on this. That does include parts of Lafayette, Marshall, Union, and Pontotoc counties on that there. So that's definitely the most likely one to cause some major issues on there, because that's plenty of hail still up in that one.
Well, and you notice how the warnings are not like tornado warnings where they're issued for 45 minutes to an hour. I mean, of course, that depends on the storm. But these are more shorter range warnings, so 845 all the way out there towards Pontotoc. So these are moving about 25 to 30 miles an hour, but these could collapse as they move further into the North Mississippi area. But as we've seen here recently, that has continued to strengthen, but at some point it will start to collapse, and hopefully that's sooner rather than later. So we'll continue to assess this all the way up until the 8:45 hour if this continues to remain at the intensity of which it stands in. As of the latest scan, it's continued to remain at that same intensity. So at 8:13, I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor with Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon assessing this hail threat here for Mississippi Live weather, and those latest severe thunderstorm warnings showing that there is a pretty defined area that we are watching of those hail reports. So getting a look right here out of our Oxford camera. This is looking north into the storm, and this isn't the one we were just tracking. That is up there towards Abbeville, over there on the northern Lafayette County side, really southern Marshall County. But this is, again, one of those severe thunderstorm warnings that are moving in. It's going to be on this side of your screen, moving in that southwest to northeast development. Now, what we have is a ton of lightning. That could be impactful in its own right, but we're also getting a little bit of that hail core. And so you kind of see the layers of the clouds showing that it does have a pretty defined hail core, getting those storm tops way high up in the atmosphere. And that's allowing for that hail to build in size. And whether that's the updrafts taking it through the cell multiple times, adding to those layers like we saw earlier on, or kind of bumping into other hailstones and growing in size. Either way, it could produce some of those large hailstones further at the surface. And that includes right here in Oxford, and unfortunately, for a lot of folks that are there for school. And Phoenix Building Solutions providing us that look out there and giving us a great shot for sure. And of course, we will keep eyes on that as well. Now, this is looking more towards the south and west, Matt. Am I correct on that?
Great question. They just moved it, so let me double check the angle. That was actually, so again, the cool thing on this is that there is some AI that helps us to kind of concentrate on where the storms are the most intense. So let's take a look here on my angle on that. We're looking kind of northwest on this.
This is northwest?
So we're looking more north. So the first shot there was actually that other thunderstorm kind of just north of town. This is looking kind of northwest and west.
Got it. So that makes sense. So that was that stronger storm, but as you can see, this one packing a punch as well. We're looking off there towards the north and west, and that's what's moving into the Oxford area. I'm curious to see if there is still some of that small hail being produced, because it seems like the one to the south is starting to eat up some of that energy.
No, I think this is still severe hail being produced. I mean, this is a severe thunderstorm
in the Oxford
warning.
area with this one?
Moving toward the Oxford area, yeah. I would say it's still, I mean, listen, Oxford under a severe thunderstorm warning, right?
Yeah, but look at I mean, yes, right there, I can see what you're saying. But comparatively speaking to what's down south and what's up north, I would say those are more impressive signatures, but still with those purple showing up, showing some of those elevated storm tops, getting some hail reports as, of course, expected as we get closer to Oxford, like Matt was saying.
Well, I would say this, like we're used to like not seeing a whole lot of hail around here, and the hail we have there and the hail we have up here are legit like plains hailstones. We're talking, inch to inch and a half in size. What we have coming toward Oxford still could be an inch in size. It's just not quite as impressive as kind of the other two are, if that makes sense.
That's true. It's true. It's kind of like
having... I mean, all three are relatively impressive. And let's be clear, the one up here, Como Sardis, had some of the biggest hail reports that we've had out of this, and that is still the one heading toward Oxford. I'm sorry. You know who John Madden was, right? We haven't reached the stage where you don't know that.
Who John Madden was.
Well,
I'm a
just
ball
saying,
knower,
we'll
Matt.
find out that we get to an age. At some point, you get to an age where nobody remembers the same people. We're not there yet.
Is Caleb still alive? You need to ask Caleb at this point.
That's a good question. I'm sure he's played Madden football. Anyway, our True Shield Roofing hail swath here for a second. Hail threat continuing to show, again, that northern thunderstorm there. We see those oranges. The way to kind of interpret this is the spots there where I think it's likely we're talking about severe hail, probable that we're going to have severe hail on this. And then where you see kind of the grays and yellows, grays, that's where it's possible we could have severe hail, but certainly where we've had the yellows, that is kind of correlated the most significant. I say yellows, we also, of course, have the boxes there. Those are the severe thunderstorm warnings: Lafayette, Union, Pontotoc, Marshall, as well as Panola counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. We also have one that has been issued out here for Drew, for locations back in Sunflower County. This is kind of our instantaneous hailfall. Look at this. We're going to have to look at this a couple different angles because this is sort of in a radar hole. We're really far away. But just there north of Drew in particular, where the most impressive part of this kind of thunderstorm is north of Ruleville as well. We have some cameras out here. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a great shot on this. We'll see if this is followed. It's from Cleveland, looking back kind of in a sort of easterly direction. Again, this is our camera there, 63 degrees in Cleveland now.
Is it looking the right way, or do I need to check it?
That is looking, I'm looking at it right now. That is looking kind of northeast. I'm going to take it just a little bit more east here in a moment, assuming, actually that camera looks as though it is static. I think that one might have taken a power disruption there, so we might have to check that. I'm going to go up to catch our Shelby camera and maybe see if we swing that one back around. That one looks to be updating. Again, join the conversation. We appreciate you guys in your chat. Your information helps us to know what we're looking at. Abbeville got 35 people without power now. So again, the number of people kind of increasing there on power outages, partially
Matt,
because of
real quick. If you want to toss back to radar, it looks like you might be starting to get a bowing section on this cell, and that might produce some gusty winds as well.
Give me just a moment. I'm going to point this back toward that Drew storm. It'll take it a second here as it'll start kind of turning around here in a moment. Let's go back to radar and we'll come back to this here in just a moment. So now you're looking at
out of both radar sites, it's going to be that northernmost one.
No, you have multiple little bows on that. I agree.
Well, and the winds are starting to become a little bit more intense as well, and so that could knock out a few power outages too, and knock down some of the remnants of the ice storm as well. Something we talked about this time last week. You might get some of that as well this week.
Yeah, hoping that's not the case, but you're absolutely right. Like that could be an issue that we contend with, that we're going to knock down some of those. I'm going to clear this off. I'm going to bring it back into the wind mode. We'll look specifically at kind of the what we call straight line wind on this. Do you see a couple little enhancements in there where maybe we are getting some wind gusts? I'm going to check from our, give me a moment here to pull it up from the tower Doppler weather radar. That's not as impressive on that, but I still think that there's probably a little more wind than the other thunderstorms that we have tracked out of this. So maybe not just hail, maybe there's some wind. Let's check the power outage situation on that. Number of power outages increasing a little bit more there out in Panola County, where we're looking a moment ago there. Outages, we're looking at, again, 300. That's not overly impressive. That's the only really area in our entire region where we have some power outage at this point. So kind of early on in that, Gabe's going to check with the folks over at Northeast and Natchez Trace and Tallahatchie Valley, I should say, to kind of see if we have any of those spots there with power outages. But number of power outages are starting to increase a little bit on that. Look from wind out of the Memphis Weather Service site. Kind of leading edge there, 30-ish miles per hour. It's what I expect, being as far away from the radar as we are. But it's possible you're getting kind of greater enhancements closer to the ground on that. Let's kind of go on the wide shot here. Let's reset for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, continuing to track some showers and thunderstorms here across North Mississippi, and the potential that from time to time we could get some strong wind gusts as well as large hailstones. New severe thunderstorm warning issued in the last couple minutes here back for locations north and west of Greenwood there in Schlater, LaFleur County, under this severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. With a look at that and tracking that, we're going to talk to Gabe here in a minute about power outages, but head over to Chroma Key for a second. We'll track this storm as that heads toward the south and east. Speed on this is about 25 to 30 miles per hour. And Gabe, just kind of looking at this one here, it's really kind of concentrated versus the other storm, right?
For sure. It's an individual cell that we're watching rather than an entire cluster of them that we're dealing with in Oxford, Marshall, and Panola County. So as we track this out, again, moving in that southeast direction, you can see Brooks going to be closer to 823 right now, I guess. Ruby, 857, Wildwood, 902. On towards the Avalon area, 917, and the Whaley, 917, Bright Corner by 922. And again, if we kind of take this into the three-dimensional mode as well, you can see how we are getting some of those increased storm tops. And I do want to take it kind of in that horizontal view one more time and zoom it in, and then take this over a last 15 minutes. And kind of see how those have kind of heightened a little bit, showing that these storm tops are increasing, and that means that hail potential is increasing as well. So as we take basically a slice of this, showing what's happening with that hail core, and we kind of navigate it on through. Oh, if it'll let me, there we go. So there's a look at your slice, and I will have to, and Matt, feel free, I think that this is, I'm not taking it all off. My fault. Let me clear this off here real quick and kind of reset things. Yeah, I didn't mean to break it, my bad. I was just trying to be like Matt Laupon, what can I say? But that is continuing to be the core that we're watching closer to the Drew, Brooks, and south of the Minot.
Stop with the mouse for a second. Stop touching the mouse, I'll fix it. Yeah, you keep moving it while I'm trying to fix it, so give me just a second.
Okay. But yes, we're watching that cell, and that severe thunderstorm warning is issued for LaFleur, Mississippi, carrying out of Sunflower County, and that is going to be through 8:45 on our Thursday. So as you can see right there, this is a look at kind of that area we're watching for that hail potential. And I'm curious, are we getting any higher DBZs on this, Matt, or is it just the purple that's showing up right now?
You should typically be able to kind of see through it if there was some darker stuff with that as well. So yeah, you're no more than about 63 dBZs. But I think anything when you're above 60 in this, you kind of get an idea you're probably dealing with some hail. The question is just how big that hail is.
Exactly, and this is one that's just now starting to reach that potential of getting some of that small hail in the area. And so I think those reports will start coming in here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And so we'll be looking for that. And if anyone is in Sunflower County or LaFleur County, go ahead and send those reports to us here at Mississippi Live Weather, and we will get those reports over to the National Weather Service because this is a new storm that we're tracking as we get further into our Thursday evening. So as we track that out, we're going to...
So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back after this.
The 9th Annual World of Customs Indoor Car Show, Friday through Sunday, February 27th through March 1st in Tupelo Furniture Market, Building 5. Custom cars, trucks, and bikes from across the nation. With adult admission, you'll get a ticket for a chance to win a Yukon Toolbox to be given away Sunday, donated by Advanced Heating and Air Conditioning, a free garage floor from Bo's Best Epoxy Flooring. The World of Customs Car Show, February 27th through March 1st in Tupelo Furniture Market, Building 5. Partially funded by Visit Mississippi and Tupelo Visitors Bureau.
As we move into storm season, here's something most homeowners don't realize after a storm. Roof damage isn't always obvious. Wind can lift shingles, breaking the seal. Hail can bruise them below, and flashing around chimneys and pipes can loosen without you ever knowing. That damage may not show up for months. If your area has strong wind or hail, a professional inspection will help bring you clarity before small damage turns into bigger problems.
This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers. Welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather here at 8:26 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. A couple of thunderstorms, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but we've gotten a number of reports that you have sent in of hail and things of that nature. As I kind of put it on here on our well, it looks like we've gotten clicked off of something here. Hold on. Make sure we're clicked on the right thing for that for a moment. There we go. I'm looking at some of your reports in and around Batesville. So this is kind of a map where we kind of see where the pictures are coming in. And again, you guys have sent tons around in this just in the last 30, 40 minutes or so where we have this here. But I'm coming out to around the Batesville area where your pictures continue to show, again, what looks to be a fairly large quantity of hail. Appreciate Bailey for sending these shots there along Mississippi Highway 35. And these aren't huge hailstones, but that big one there is probably around, I would say, It's not unreasonable to say nickel-sized. The problem is without a coin there next to it, it's hard to say. We appreciate our friends at True Shield Roofing who are sponsoring us here on Mississippi Live Weather. They are sponsoring basically a largest hailstone contest. And so in order for you to qualify, you have to send in your pictures with the Mississippi Live Weather app. One thing I'd highly recommend is making sure you're sending in next to like a coin or a ruler or something where we can get an idea on the size. It looks like in Batesville more than anything is just a large quantity of hail. Stephanie, with this shot here kind of on the northeast side of town of just a ton of hail, with what I used to describe when we were in Texas as copious amounts of hail, just tons and tons of hail. And so that gives us an idea of what that thunderstorm was capable of there. As we kind of bring it back here over to Mama Justice Doppler radar and we kind of walk back in time, notice how when we do that, how when that moved over top of Batesville, kind of had some of those black returns, meaning very, very bright, lot of reflected energy back to the radar site. And so when we kind of have that and we look at the pictures we're seeing, that tells us that that black return might mean just a ton of smaller hail as opposed to larger hailstones. And we've been this storm more likely to see some of that. How can we also tell the difference? Because on our hail swath here from True Shield Roofing, we definitely show when that moved through that we would have had, again, some of the large hail with that, but more sporadic than what we had up closer to Sardis. So as we look three-dimensionally on this storm and get kind of a comparison how that evolved, that's kind of what we've been doing a lot tonight here. One of the important tools we can use to kind of assess this. We go back and notice that when it was over top of Batesville, right about there, again, we're about an hour ago, we didn't have the biggest returns as high. We still had some that were up there closer to, say, 15,000 feet, but that tells me that the worst of that probably didn't drop over Batesville. It probably waited until it was closer to, say, east of town, closer to Central Academy and Mount Olive there. That's probably where the biggest of that largely ended up dropping as that moved southeastward. Now, one thing that Gabe noticed a minute ago, and I will bring our meteorologist Gabe Maynor back in on this in a minute, is that there is more kind of an arc sort of shape to this. One of the signs there, kind of the arc shape, that this perhaps has more wind starting to show up with it there. Gabe, as we're kind of looking at this here, I think that might be one of the things enhancing some of these power outages, right?
Exactly. And I think that, poweroutage.us, a product that we use to kind of give a general summary of those outages, it does a good job at telling us what's happening and where those outages are occurring. But what is even better is the actual power company giving us those outages. And so far, we are getting more reports than what the poweroutage.us graphic was showing just a moment ago. So let's start with Entergy, and that is close to the Batesville area over there in northwest Panola County. And so if we populate in, there we go. We have 81 outages currently happening there on the northwest side of Panola County, closer to I-55 and Highway 310, kind of that intersection right there on the southwest side of the area. So that's where we're getting numerous outages, and even right there in the downtown Sardis area, a few outages showing up as well. But here's the big one. Take a look at what is, let me make sure, oh my word, I got to get my power cooperative right. Tallahatchie. This is Tallahatchie Electric Power Association. We are now at 500 active outages over the area of the Oxford area, and then working our way. See, I couldn't even tell the town because there's so many outages that are blocking it. And that is closer to the Batesville area, and then, yes, just outside of Batesville and working our way into Oxford. Expect multiple outages there as well. So Tallahatchie, busy tonight, fixing a few of the outages we had earlier on, but now with 500 outages scattered across Batesville, all the way west of I-55, but encompassing the large portion of Panola County. So seeing a large batch of those, and we do not want to deal with outages, but unfortunately that's where we sit right now. So as we continue to look at things behind the scenes, there is going to be more hail expected, and that, of course, will result in more of those power outages. And honestly, let me make sure these are up to date, because Entergy very well may have updated since we last updated it just a few minutes ago. So as I bring that back on, we are still at a couple of outages just north of Cleveland. So that would be that Sunflower County storm, potentially producing a few outages. And yes, those outages close to, or in Panola County, still showing up as well. So Matt, folks are busy tonight, especially west of I-55. but all that threat is continuing to work its way east, and we do expect some more of those sporadic outages occurring. But I do want to say, before things get hectic, talking to Caleb behind the scenes, he is live in Sherman trying to get a look at some of those storms. So if we want to use him as well.
Yeah, let me know when he is up to date. I'm trying
He should be up.
I don't. Okay, I see what I'm seeing there. I'm seeing your preview image. That's why I keep missing. Okay, yeah. So let's bring up Caleb there in Sherman, and then we're going to get kind of a shot of what that looks like. So our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there in the Sherman area, and you're kind of ahead of this next one. Severe thunderstorm moving toward you. Still, better part of the worst part of that's still about 20 miles away. What do you have as of 8:33?
Yeah, so we just pulled off of I-22 and took the exit. We are pretty much right outside of Sherman at the 76 gas station, I believe is where we're at. Yeah, 76. So you can kind of see those flashes of lightning continue behind me as that system and severe thunderstorm warning continues pushing on southeast. And we're ahead of it right now, so we're stopping here to get some gas and fuel up the car and get kind of another vantage point on it, but just wanted to kind of angle it so y'all can see those flashes of lightning behind it. I know New Albany is starting to see that rainfall. Definitely as that line continues to get closer and closer, you're definitely going to start hearing that rain start hitting the roofs, and I'm kind of juggling my radar too so I can look at it with you guys and also talk about it so I kind of know where it's still going as it continues just blowing through every time we're up live giving these shots to you guys. So you can basically, all you can see right now is we're still a decent bit away from it, just those lightning flashes in the distance. But I know Matt's going to be tracking those out, giving you all the latest timing as that warned storm continues to push further and further southeast, especially as that hell core, as we continue seeing, we might try to see if we can see if it verifies and registers. Right now, we haven't really seen much hail. Anytime we've backtracked from those storms we've talked about in the past, we have seen some of that fog. So haven't really seen any on the ground, but showing that there were signs that it was there, just couldn't get to it quick enough. But that's the latest update for us here, especially with those lightning flashes continuing behind me, Matt. So I know you'll be tracking the latest on that storm as it continues to stay warned, but that's pretty much what we have going on here outside in Sherman, and I'll make sure to give you the latest as we continue pushing further and closer towards that storm.
I appreciate that. That's meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there in the Sherman area at this time. Join us here on Mississippi Live Weather as of 8:35 p.m. He mentioned the fact that by the time they come up on this hail, how it has what we call hail fog has kind of thinned out somewhat. That's a good sign there. That's also a sign that most of the hail has been fairly small where he's come up on it. When it's larger, there's usually still some that's left over. When it's just a large amount of smaller stuff, it's more efficient at kind of melting as far as that's concerned. Here's our storm track here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We've been tracking this now since before the 5 o'clock hour, I think sometime in the 4 o'clock hour. So 5, 6, 7, 8, we're about 4 hours in on these non-tornado producing thunderstorms, but some hail here. Again, south of the Oxford area, closer to Water Valley, what we're watching, and then the one that's moving there toward where Caleb was a minute ago in Sherman. So looking this closer to the Pontotoc area, about 8:59 we show there, closer to Friendship, 8:46. I'm going to make this a longer track because that has, I think, a lot of cities, and I need to thin down the number of cities because of how long it is. And then we're going to talk to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, coming up here in a couple of minutes as well. But look at our storm tracks, and we'll have to change this to where it is some of the larger cities, so it goes just a little bit farther out. There we go. And so just for longer distance there, Pontotoc about 8:59, Tupelo somewhere around 9:30, about 9:32 in Verona, just kind of on the longer end. Okay, I want to bring in Gabe. Gabe, what you got going on there behind the scenes?
Well, so basically a lot of pictures being submitted through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and I was just working to make sure that I had everything kind of aligned, and even then I'm still not having every picture. So forgive me. You
want to get that stuff kind of lined up first before we come to you? Or do you
I will need 2 more minutes, and I promise everything will be there.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll look for you in 2 minutes. Appreciate that. The meteorologist Gabe Maynard there. So let's kind of reset things here a moment. I'd say, we've been kind of going back and forth on which of these thunderstorms is the strongest. And it just kind of depends on the time. These they drop the hail, they try to regenerate, they kind of go through a cycle where that happens. And so certainly I'd say our storm there moving through Union and Pontotoc County is probably the strongest at this moment, but also watching closely the storm here, northern moved out of Sunflower County and is now there in near the Hinedale, Minter City area, Black Bayou, all spots, kind of in the path of this storm that we have here moving through LaFleur County. So let's get a track on that. I'm going to change radar sites. These were kind of between main radar sites here, back to the one out of Monroe County. Get a long distance away, but that's always our challenge this far out. So looking there about 26 miles per hour. Show Ruby at 8:55. Some of the hail moving for you. Sandy Ridge, 8:55. Money at 9:01. Avalon at 9:15. LaFleur there at 9:17. Teoc at 9:24. And Malmaison at 9:35. So the hail reports again coming in from all locations here across North Mississippi. I'm going to bring Gabe back in, and those are. I think we saw a couple of those from Batesville a minute ago. I think that's where. Is that where a lot of these reports starting to come in?
Yes, and more on top of this, I was just going to talk about some of these individual stones here real quick, because the important thing to show is the updrafts are strong that we're talking about with these storms. So that's what's allowing some of these hailstones to grow a little bit bigger in size, is just because whenever you get, and Matt was talking about it earlier on, you get that center ice ball at that point, that basically goes back up into the cloud and builds up some of that moisture that's in the cloud and adds to some of that total. So that's where you get this clear ring on the outside. And even some of these smaller stones showing that similar development as well. And so that's what we're getting with a large part of these storms. It's not really that aggregate that we get with multiple cells colliding together. This is more of the moisture building on an individual ice cell that increases in size. This was a look from Jamie in the Batesville area as well. And again, numerous hailstones, but not exactly the extremely large hailstone, but still the numerous hailstones can be impactful in their own right. And these look to be, again, we're using the human hand as reference, about nickel in size, I would say, is some of the larger stones in there, especially ones like that one on the bottom and some of these clearer ones on the bottom. So that's, of course, what we're looking at as some of those hail reports do come in. This was actually a look there in Laws Hill. So this was a little bit north of Batesville, submitted by Teresa. And again, using the human hand, if I were to do 2 fingers, that looks to be about just under an inch, maybe all the way up to an inch. Again, that's why measurements do matter. And Teresa, thank you for submitting that picture. I mean, that is it's a very pleasing hailstone. That is a very uniform development. I don't know. That was a little side thought in there. Anyway, moving on. This is also in Batesville once more, one of our final reports coming out of there right now. Look at how much that covers the ground. And I know for folks in Panola County, they've had ice on the ground for weeks back in January, and that's the last thing that they want. Fortunately, this will melt quickly as that warmer air does settle in. But Matt, this is a lot of hail, especially considering just how strong those storms were. We were talking the potential of some of those larger hailstones, but this is where it can become impactful, is all these small hailstones basically work together and they can cover surfaces like this. And even these can result in some minor dents and things like that. So, of course, we're watching that potential as we head further into our evening hours. Another thing that we're talking about is some heavy downpours, and this one was around that same area with some heavy downpours showing right there. I do see one car undercovering. I guess they drew the short straw in the bargain and had to leave their car out in the rain. Hopefully the hail didn't come down there.
That happens from time to time, right?
It does.
I remember on occasion I was a short straw on that as well. Appreciate that, Gabe. This is a non-severe thunderstorm that's moved through Water Valley. We have not had a lot of reports coming in. I do want to bring up our chat again that you guys can join the conversation. Let us know what you're seeing. Button size hail there in Water Valley. What I need to know there, Sandra, in comparison to what button, and can you send in your picture using the Mississippi Live Weather app? Send it in next to a coin, something of standard size. For example, I just have this random little piggy here that someone gave me at one point that's sitting here. If I put a hailstone next to that, that's not a consistent size. We don't know for sure, how large that is. So it's kind of hard to say. So you want to make sure you have something that is of, a normalized size. That's why a coin, even, a credit card, though don't send it with your number. That's a bad idea. Don't do credit card. But a coin, a ball, something of standard size, and apparently where I'm standing here, I have none of the above to showcase as an example, but anything of standard size certainly would help us out. Buttons can be of different sizes there, and using the Mississippi Live Weather app to submit those. If you submit the largest one, our friends at Choose Shield Roofing will actually give out a $100 gift card for the largest one. So we'll go through all of them that have been submitted in the app, and we'll let you know who that is and how you can pick up your $100 gift card from True Shield Roofing and us here at Mississippi Live Weather. We'll announce that tomorrow. So somebody's going to make $100 on this, despite the fact they had some hail. Okay, let's pop that chat back up here. Anything else for Prentiss County? Now, I feel for you, Nicole, with that question there for Prentiss County. We'll touch on that in just a second. But as we show this one here, moving toward Bruce, this has had some hail with it, button-sized hail, whatever size button that is officially. Looks like it's a Civil War era musket ball. I've been here 15 years. I don't think I could nail that one down, but I think, again, that's a large marble, probably somewhere around a dime size to maybe a nickel size on that report there. Let's kind of see down there. Looking at what else where pea-sized hail falling, mainly melted. That's kind of what's moving there toward Bruce and Pittsboro and Lloyd there. Your time in Pittsboro probably pretty similar to the time there in Bruce, somewhere around 9:30 or so. As we clear that off, kind of getting a wider shot, answering the general what about us, let's kind of talk through a little bit of kind of the overview for a moment. So let's go on the wide shot here, kind of bring it back to our home view. And we'll pull off the lightning. Again, a ton of lightning strikes, but those lightning strikes have come down substantially over the last hour. Notice how we have about 2,000 lightning strikes in the last hour. If you go back the hour before that, you can see that was 2,700. If we instead, give me a moment here, go back before that, we had a point where it was 3,500. I think 3,500 is our peak. And so you can always kind of tell, when did this severe weather peak? Somewhere around 7 o'clock hours, when, at least on this regional view here, it peaked. A lot of that coming from West Alabama, or North Alabama as well. There we are. So let's figure out our peak here. Probably somewhere around, the 7 o'clock hour. In saying that, we still aren't that far off on the number of lightning strikes as well. So we still do have some that are fairly intense out there. And one of the spots that we're tracking that is out here, Bald Hill, Ingomar, south of New Albany. This has a little bit of an arc sort of shape to it. That means there's probably a wind enhancement on this. I think it's highly likely. And so let's go ahead and get a loop on this. We'll make it a 30-minute loop. And that's also probably some wind-driven hail there, Buchanan community. That's wind-driven hail. How fast is that wind? Let's kind of get an idea on how fast radar's kind of showing that on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Some of the wind gusts there, I'd say still near Buchanan, where you kind of the brightest green. I don't think it's going to code in as super high on radar here, but I don't know for sure that it's going to officially be severe-sized hail or severe-sized wind gusts. It's just going to be wind-driven. This says about 30 to 40 miles per hour, which is about as fast as any of the wind gusts. My concern is we still have those dangling branches, and the dangling branches could come down, or leaning trees could come down on something like this here. So that's what we're tracking ahead of this. I know they have gone ahead and they have allowed the warning to expire there, but I want to get a new track ahead on this. And I'll touch with our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, here in a minute. I see him flailing behind the scenes. He's got something to say, but we're going to get a track ahead on this here for a moment. So folks ahead kind of know what we're dealing with here. Again, wind-driven hail, I think, on this northern Pontotoc and southern Union County, what we're looking at. You can see some times there on your screen as that moves toward the east. Nixon, we're looking at 9:02 for you, but really kind of moving through Pontotoc proper, we show somewhere around 9:02 as well, and moving in through Ingomar pretty much at this instant. Okay, Gabe has something to say. What you got, Gabe?
Well, guess where the picture is from, and it's recent.
Yeah, it's been the last 10 minutes. I saw that. Where's it from?
Monroe County.
Really?
It's been a minute since we've been in Monroe County, and it's not severe. It's some small hail that's being produced out of some of those sub-severe thunderstorms. So it's not exactly up to severe standard, which is an inch in size. But as you can see on the truck and on the ground, some of those white stones showing up, that's that small hail that's developing. Now, if I were to guess the size based off of the strength of the storm, I would say more pea size than anything else, but that might even be overdoing it. But nonetheless, there is still some small hail showing up, meaning that there is still enough lift in the atmosphere to produce some of these hail-producing thunderstorms as well. But this was submitted in Monroe County. Forget the name real quick. I can check it in a matter of 2 seconds. Jimmy submitting this photo, and this was at 8:15, so it was a little bit earlier on. But I just looked, and there is still some of those hail or some of this thunderstorm activity in the Monroe County
Itawamba.
area. Is it Itawamba?
That was Itawamba.
Oh, my
Yeah.
word.
That's okay.
How
It
long
was
have we been
that was
live for?
Yeah, I know, right? If you click back off a gallery to map it, it'll also here. Let me show you this real quick. So I'll come over to my system here, and again, we're still learning how to utilize. Listen, I had some tools at the TV station. We have 3 to 4 times as many tools as I've been using for the last 15 years. And that's not me trying to blow something out of proportion. We've got a zillion different things that we can show, tools that I've wanted to have for a decade. We've got. And one of those is this, the ability to kind of look at your weather pictures in a gallery. And so if you click the Map It button right at the top there, Gabe, when you're looking at it, the Map It button, it'll pop it right up. And so you can tell exactly where it is there. Now, most of that had to do with the fact that, again, Gabe's right. We've been on the air for a minute or two.
I'll be honest. I want to say this real quick. For everyone in Itawamba County, I know where you're at. I promise. I just saw a county. I looked at it so briefly and I was like, oh, it's Monroe. And I did never look back to check my work. So students at home, check your work.
Landmass.
Oh, I'm so upset with myself.
Do you remember
right now.
landmass? Are you too young for landmass?
I'm old enough, old enough for John Madden, young enough for landmass.
So young enough you don't remember landmass?
Not at all. A
certain TV network supposedly talked about the landmass between Louisiana and Alabama, if memory serves.
Was that
anyway? It was not us. It was a national TV network.
No, I mean, like, was it talking about Mississippi?
Yeah, talk about the landmass between Louisiana and
I will
Alabama.
always give recognition to Itawamba County. Trust me, it ain't never happening again now. That memory is locked. So apologize for that. I know where you guys are at. Love everyone in Itawamba County.
I just had to pick at you. This coming in from Lafayette. See, this says near the Lafayette Panola County line. They must have submitted it when it was a little farther east. This picture coming in here a minute ago of that, again, some pea-sized hail there. So it's still, at this point, I think, Gabe, one of the good things is that we have seen our last severe thunderstorm warning lifted. I think partially because while we are continuing to get hail, I think we're past the peak of whatever this is producing, and most of what we're going to see some wind-driven hail out of this up there near Ecru and New Albany, but we're less likely to get the 1-inch size hailstones. That would be what officially is damaging hail. One way to check that, again, we can use our threat tracker here, looking at peak threats. Again, on our list of things to take notes of, Gabe, to write down and remind me after we're done here. Peak threats, I want to change the name on this, make sure it says peak severe threats right at the top as opposed to just in the small letters. I want to make sure it says it the big letters up there, because this allows us to kind of to squish a thunderstorm down to one level and assess what the worst parts about it is. What is the worst thing that could be happening at that point? So it overdoes a little bit when it shows 1.5 inch hail, but that would be the peak threat it would be capable of, maybe 1 inch hail, some other spots. The good news on this is that I think for most locations, that is going to be overestimating it. In saying it does look like National Weather Service out of Jackson's gone ahead and reissued a severe thunderstorm warning out here for Lafleur County until 9:45. That also includes parts of Carroll and southwestern Grenada County for some of those spots there. So, Gabe, I'm going to send it back over to you in the chroma key after this break. Still going to continue to be tracking in some of these showers and thunderstorms, I think, for a little while longer as we go into this evening. So Gabe is going to be tracking some of these storms and more on this one as we kind of take a tour of some of our sky cams there in the Delta as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. But only you can prevent wildfires.
People tell me how lucky my daughter is to have been adopted. But really, we're the lucky ones. Learn more at adoptuskids.org.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, and what we are depicting, again, a line of thunderstorms mostly below severe levels. Most of the blue circles you see behind me, really what we call storm reports, they have all been related to large hail today. And Gabe, we expect that we're probably, hopefully, past the worst of the way this kind of goes overnight, right?
For sure. I know we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning, right there off to my side, and that is in place until... Let me get the mouse real quick. Until 9:45 for Leflore County and moving closer to, Carroll County, Mississippi, even the southwest part of Grenada County. But nonetheless, it's going to be this batch that we're watching there on the far southwest part of this line, moving through the Schlater community and close to the Ruby community, honestly, as we get closer to the 9 o'clock hour. Now, what we're getting out of this is large hail, and this is what we're hoping, hoping is the last hail producer when we're talking about this setup. But I do want to say, if you've been following us here on Mississippi Live Weather since this week, all of this week, we have been talking about Thursday, and saying stay prepared, stay aware. And some stations were some locations were talking about a little bit of a later heads up. We've been telling you guys since Monday to go ahead and get those preparations made. So that's why we encourage you to follow the Mississippi Live Weather app, follow our team here at Mississippi Live Weather, because you get that accurate information as soon as possible and get you prepared way ahead of time. So that's what you get here, and we do appreciate all the support that you guys have given us so far, but I just want to throw that out there that we have been talking about a hail event, whether there was a risk or not, since Monday, really since Sunday. So it's been a great thing to be a part of, and always filled with the smartest people here at Mississippi Live Weather. So I want to give a shout out to them. If you saw at the bottom, that was our QR codes to download the latest of our app. That is Mississippi Live Weather app on iOS and Android. And you can tune into the streams, or you can watch on our socials. And a big welcome to everybody on our socials right now that continues to watch. What we're watching right now is, again, this severe thunderstorm warning that's in parts of Grenada, Leflore, and Carroll County, moving in that southeast direction. Now, I'm going to draw out a track real quick, and we're going to continue with that 25-mile-an-hour storm track. And as that continues to move past the line into North Carrollton, we're talking about the Wakeland area, 9 o'clock, the Whaley area, 9:10, Avalon, 9:13, the Browning community, 9:22. Golly. Oh, guys, we've been live for a minute now. It is not 8 o'clock anymore. 9:40 Centerville, and then Carrollton closer to 9:43. And again, if we take, Matt, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to brave the 3D assessment because I want to look specifically at the storm tops a little bit more in detail. So I'm going to have to zoom it in, and I'm going to put a loop on this real quick to go back over the last 30 minutes. And as you can see, that as that has gone through Leflore County and starting to move more into Carroll County, we're getting some of those darker returns, those darker DBZs, which basically means that this is still a maturing storm. So if we kind of take this cross section here and assess this in more detail, I'm just going to have to draw real quick, and then we'll take it right through the line. You see some of those darker returns, those darker DBZs that are showing up in the higher storm tops. That's going to be what we're watching for some of that hail lifting higher into the storm. And as we've seen time and time again, the potential for that stone to remain in the storm and be trapped by those updrafts in the tops of those clouds, that's going to allow for that hailstone to potentially get bigger, and that's where we do get the potential for some severe hail. Severe hail does require an inch in diameter or greater, but while some of these severe thunderstorm warnings have not had an inch hail, it has had a high magnitude of hail. And so that's what we're getting there towards Craigside, Money, Avalon. Money, I don't think I've seen the community of Money. But what a place to live. Anyway.
Oh, that's Emmett Till. That's, they're known for more than that, but that's the famous thing on Money.
Money. Oh, that's something new that I learned tonight. My goal going into a severe weather event or any day at work is to find a new community that I did not know the name of, and Money, you will not be forgotten. So that warning is in place until 9:45 as it continues to move south and east. And let's put it back on our 2D mode here real quick and bring it back to our regular radar imagery, because I want to look at, of course, there's those storm tops like we were talking about a moment ago, getting a little bit more elevated. But if we look at those threats once again, we are getting returns of about half-inch hail. And what that means is that's the highest potential severe weather threat out of this setup. And on our legend, as you can see, moving up that as we get further into the 9 o'clock hour. So watching as that pushes south and east, how that trends on our legend and what that could mean going forward for folks in the Craigside area, closer to the Carrollton community if it does hold together. But that's what we're watching. And so that's kind of what we're assessing. But that's not the only thing we're looking at. We're also looking at some of those potential wind gusts. And let me make sure we're on the right radar real quick. Yeah, so out of Monroe County, it's really an awkward spot because you're in the Delta, which is between Monroe County, it's between Memphis, and it's between Jackson. So you kind of have to take a look at all three radar sites to know what's taking place out there in the Delta, because all three of them are equidistant apart. So yes, getting some of those brighter returns, as well as I put it on reflectivity here real quick. And so that's out of Monroe County. There's a look out of Memphis, still showing some of those brighter returns. And then if we go down there towards Jackson, yes, still getting the same thing. So that's what we're getting, some of those storm tops those higher storm tops being seen all across North Mississippi, or really all of our three radar sites. And so as we get further into the evening, this will inch further towards the south and east into Carroll County. And that is our lone severe thunderstorm warning right now in the area. So Matt, like you were talking about a moment ago, hopefully seeing this on the downward slope in regards to impacts. And I think that actually, we can check. There's still a decent amount of unstable air.
Yeah, I mean, the dew points are still relatively high. So I mean, they're going to eat into that moisture all night long from kind of the northwest back to the southeast. So they're just going to kind of gobble all the way through. Okay, so teaching moment here on some things. So there's a difference between kind of the echo tops, which would be storm tops, true storm tops, and when we're looking 3D. Like when we're looking 3D, most of the time what we're looking at is we're looking at kind of like the hail core. Now your storm top will probably be higher, higher than this, right? So if we look at this, you can kind of see that the hail core. But if I were to put on what's kind of the true storm top, you see the true storm top is all the way up there, so quite a bit higher, closer to 50 to 60,000 feet is where your actual storm top is when kind of put on everything. So we're looking at kind of the top of the hail core more than necessarily the storm top itself. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So you can have a high top, but the hail core doesn't get as high up. That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense, and I should have pieced that puzzle together.
That's one of those things that nobody at home is going to know, but anyway. One of those,
I appreciate it.
Nerdy.
Well, that's that. What was it? You worked in Lubbock for several years, and so you kind of got more experience with some of these large hailers and how to assess that on radar. And Mississippi, again, even though we are hail state, in
Alabama, we don't get it here like some places on the plains get it. Ton of lightning still on these. I'm wonder if let's use something we haven't used all night long here. You want to do something we haven't done all night long?
If you can find something we have not done within 5 hours of coverage, then I would love to see it.
Here we go. Something that I want to use more often, point of order, and I have not done it in a while. This is, again, an exclusive here of Mississippi Live Weather. This is our short-term future cast. And let's kind of get that populated in. This allows us to kind of look short-term, with kind of a future radar where things are going. I don't think it's doing a great job on the storm south of Grenada. I think it's going too far east, but I do think it does a pretty good job up here. So this is looking toward there, toward 950 or so, showing again probably through South Hill. And by the time of our 10 o'clock show, we're out here, they're east of Tupelo, east of Mooreville. They're through Algoma, kind of up close to the Thorn community, and it still has that storm fairly strong there.
Still looks like a direction. Yeah, that's a decent core potentially.
So, and I think the position on the strongest ones will change a little bit. Yeah, but this is kind of our short-term future cast that kind of extrapolates out where storms are and sort of where they're going to give. If somebody is resistant to the kind of the true storm track that we typically put on, that gives you an idea of where we could go from here. So that is our exclusive futurecast. Like I mentioned earlier, we've got so many tools and learning over time how and when to use those. I've been doing this a long time, and I'm just very excited for all the different great tools that hopefully allow us to keep people safe that we have at our disposal here. Speaking of one of those tools, before we go too much further, I'm going to kind of bring it back to me, and then I'll head back to you in a minute. We need to look at our camera there south of Pontotoc before that gets kind of smacked with this next line moving through there. So this is Pontotoc County. It looks like it's already getting smacked with that line. Never mind. in the heavy rainfall and lightning based on my position there. We'll go ahead and kind of adjust it. So give me a moment to sort of pull this. Pontotoc. Kind of right in the heart of that there. Yeah, we're right in the heaviest of this. So I'm looking again, right through all the lightning and heavy rainfall. I'm going to tilt this a little bit more to the right, which will continue to kind of look through the line there, kind of through the thunderstorm. You at least have some short-term visibility there, but it's near nonstop cloud-to-ground lightning strikes with this. I'll kind of point this down toward Algoma. So we should kind of rotate all the way through this tower, hopefully. Looking kind of back into it, and just look at the nonstop lightning strikes there. So a very electric thunderstorm, and honestly surprised we haven't had more power outages out of this one here. And that said, maybe those power outages could be lingering a little bit. I got to break bread with the folks there at Pontotoc Electric Power Association earlier this week, celebrating a lot of the first responders and folks there in Pontotoc, and just so thankful for the hard work those men and women have put in over the course of the last month plus, trying to get power back restored after the ice storm. The percentages of outages here, 1-2% or so, pretty limited from most locations. The exception out there in Batesville, but even then we start looking at actual numbers. We're at 600 there in and around Panola County. As Gabe showed you earlier, that's kind of like the only spot where we really have kind of a decent number of power outages. And hopefully folks will be able to get those more under control here. I mean, that's not terrible, all things considered. Let's come up here kind of north of the Greenwood area. Our camera there in Greenwood, I think, is still out. So we're going to look from Winona back there in Montgomery County, kind of back toward this. Still got a long distance away. I'm going to go, before we go there, I got to go back to Pontotoc County. It's amazing to me how nonstop the lightning is on this storm in Pontotoc County. Kind of looking into it. I say as soon as I pull it up, but it's just, almost nonstop lightning strikes. So these are going to be loud. They're going to be disruptive, but hopefully a little below severe limits there. Now go back to Montgomery County on our camera there, looking back kind of into this line. Give me a moment. Looks like a lot of our reporting stations have gone down, which sometimes happens. One of the cool things, again, adding another tool to the tool chest that we will at some point here be adding, is we're going to be adding some live reporting stations. Yeah, this is looking northwest into it. So just kind of looking back into those thunderstorms. That's looking more north at this point in time, into that line of thunderstorms. Winona not under a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but Carroll County is. Carroll County, again, under that severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 p.m. So still some time there before it gets to Winona. Speaking to that point, how long are we talking for that? Again, Winona, a little ways in advance of this there. Assuming about 25 miles per hour, which has been kind of the speed these are going. We're still looking at more than an hour. As we show Whaley there at 9:10, we're looking closer to North Carrollton about 9:42. And Carrollton by about 9:43. McClary there at 9:52. And if we extend this just a little bit farther, make that a track of 40 miles. That gets us through Winona by right around 10 o'clock, 10:09 or so there, heading closer to Hendricks by 10:23, 10:32 there, Kilmichael. So Gabe, again, this is going to kind of continue progressing from northwest to southeast. All these thunderstorms are, and continue to produce heavy rainfall and the hail as well. I know you're checking that True Shield hail track as well, right?
Exactly. But before we get into that, we're talking about hail. We've been talking about it all night. But another product with the Mississippi Live Weather app that is brand new to me, I haven't seen another app do this. It just went ahead and alerted me. Hail is approaching current location and may affect the area soon. Specifically hail, not just a thunderstorm, but lets you know some of the products that you might see as well. So it's just a cool feature.
It has some early heads up sort of features like that there. It also can look at a rotating thunderstorm and say, hey, there's some rotation there to pay attention to as well. I still think this has got some wind on it, but yes, it will let you know kind of an advanced heads up. Hey, there could be a storm producing hail. They're more like that alert is more likely to be wrong than a severe thunderstorm warning, if that makes sense. We wanted to turn on every potential early alert. Like it'll say something about a dangerous twisting storm. And basically that is looking at the shear within the thunderstorm, the rotation in it. If you get one of those, sometimes that's a pre-tornado or severe thunderstorm warning. Sometimes that's going to be wrong. So it just kind of depends on the situation on which that is. But I want to go ahead and track this storm here. Let's look fairly closely at that thunderstorm. I'd keep it primarily 2D mode on this. Look at hail, look at wind, look at some of those other things, get some storm tracks. Sound good?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm good with that. So let's go ahead and look at those specific products once again. So as Matt was talking about, some of those, some of the True Shield roofing hail threats, and specifically, let me get that hail swath that we can look at a little bit better. So yeah, there you go. This is out of, well, I apologize. That is out of, there we go. Now out of Monroe County. So yeah, there is some small hail that is happening. You can see earlier on when that was moving through Abbeville and northeastern Lafayette County, a little bit more pronounced, but as that has continued its southeast track towards southwestern Union County and northern Pontotoc County, still having some of that small hail potential. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if there was some of that pea to dime-sized hail reaching all the way to the surface, especially as this thunderstorm remains, pretty pronounced. I mean, let's go ahead and put this on a loop real quick and kind of show how that progression has taken place. So there you go, getting a look at that and continuing to move into the Pontotoc area. Now we're east right along Highway 6. So anyone traveling out there right now, I would go ahead and let this storm pass, because while we are dealing with that potential hail, we're also dealing with the fact that it's going to be a near torrential downpour on top of it all. So let's go ahead and take reflectivity real quick and look at this in a little bit more detail. And as you can see, I mean, if this was a different type of setup, this would definitely catch our attention. But tornadoes are not expected tonight. Saw several people in chat asking, it's like, can I go to bed? Is there going to be a tornado warning? No, not with this setup. So honestly, if you're inside away from where that hail could potentially get you, I would say that you are good to go to sleep. It's 9 o'clock, it's getting late. Go ahead and get what you need to done and wrap up your night and get ready for Friday. But nonetheless, we are watching this storm because it does still have some of that hail potential and some of the wind as well. Matt was talking about that a moment ago. And if we pull this up here real quick and look specifically at those wind gusts, yeah, you get that leading edge, that bowing segment right there. It's a small bowing segment, but still kind of jutting out ahead of the rest of the storms. And that's where we could get some of those stronger gusts. Right now, if we put it on that wind mode and get a better look, there we go, and get a better look at some of those estimates, every 30 to 40 miles an hour. Now, as we were talking about with the ice storm effect, some of those limbs are still dangling and doesn't take much to knock them over. That's where subsevere gusts could be impactful, knocking down some of those limbs and then resulting in damage to your roof or damage to your car, anything of that matter. So that's why we say go ahead and prepare, because although it's not a severe thunderstorm, it can still be impactful. That'll continue to move in that southeast direction. Let's just triple check that and kind of see how that has continued its southeastern extent. Yeah. Even with that leading edge, it's still moving pretty much southeasterly. So if we put that track on there, and I'm going to track out this entire leading segment, working its way into parts of southern Lee County and then into northwestern Monroe County. I know where you guys are at. You can see some of the times listed there. We're looking at Woodland 9:14, close to the Praise Acres by 9:18, Palmetto Community 9:21, we're Verona by 9:28, Brewer by 9:37, Shannon closer to 9:39, and then Nettleton showing up around 9:52. Now, this is not a severe storm, but as you can see, it's electric with all the lightning, but it also has some of those sub-severe gusts and even some small hail potential attached to it. So we're watching for that. But our lone severe thunderstorm warning still remains off there towards our south and west. And, Matt, I'm curious, it's really hard to tell what exactly is happening all the way at the surface because these radar beams shooting out of Monroe County, out of Memphis, out of Jackson, they're all pretty much high up. And so it's hard to get a visual on that storm down there. Whereas up here in Pontotoc and Union County, it's easy to get a visual because the radar site is 2 counties over.
Absolutely, and as you can see behind me, a lot of lightning strikes, part of that visual this far north up here. As you come back here to the room-to-room weather center, we're looking at, again, a lot of lightning and heavy rainfall moving toward the Tupelo area. And as I zoom it in here, this is about to cross this would be the Pontotoc and Lee County line on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And right about there where I'm circling it, we have a camera at this sense. Let's kind of look back through the rainfall and into this here, some showers kind of running ahead. This is our camera brought to you by Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling. Again, a lot of lightning in the Tupelo area, and even at the house, I can kind of hear thunder picking up. The thunderstorm, though, still largely outside of the county, but we're still getting the lightning in. What can you expect? As Gabe mentioned a moment ago, there will be some gusty winds, and for trees that were weakened by the recent ice storm, some of those are going to have some failure on just knocking down some branches that maybe are still dangling. So obviously, we always have kind of a concern in this situation that could be something that we have. And so no official warnings, though, and hopefully that's the way in which this stays. As we pull up again our chat here, join the conversation with us on social media. Again, some folks there talking about hail, at about 7:30. Hope not again there, Jamie. I'm there with you. So hopefully, that this does not reach that level. Raining like a fire hydrant there in Algoma. Finally calming down. Hail a little bit there in Pontotoc City. Anytime you can give us a size on hail, certainly that helps us out and allows us to, be able to give that information to the National Weather Service and kind of share it there. But again, the number of lightning strikes increasing as this set of thunderstorms is kind of moving into and through parts of North Mississippi. As I kind of adjust it here, and we're going to look back on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we'll kind of bring it back full screen here for you. The fact that we have kind of that S shape is always a sign that we do have some bowing. We have some strong winds kind of running out ahead. And so that's, I think, solidly what's occurring with this. Just kind of bring off our camera there and go back to the wind mode. We'll poke this a couple different ways. The straight line winds there. Again, not overly impressive. And I do think the wind here is running a little faster than the precipitation mode. But we see kind of some of those brighter greens. It's not over the top, and this is still looking, a little above the surface, 20, 30 miles per hour. Probably not the severe levels, but there's enough there that you can knock down some of those dangling branches if there are some. And I should be clear, even though we're showing green, and even green and red in that case, this is all the air inflowing, what shows the directions away from the radar site, and this is toward. So it's just that thunderstorm as it's coming in. And while we have had broad rotation from time to time today, this is not a scenario where we're going to have any tornadoes or anything along those lines. This is straight line winds, and really those getting pretty fast as they move there closer to Lee Acres and the south side of Tupelo. It's really coming right at our camera lens there. So I can see it kind of behind the scenes here. We'll bring up our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling camera. And if I step to this side again, you can see all the heavy rainfall with that now starting to make it in the western part of the county. Some rain running ahead of the main line, but some gusty winds. I do think some sporadic power outages possible. Again, a lot of cloud to ground lightning on this. So I'm going to be watching this behind the scenes here, and we'll come back to this camera when it gets a little bit more active here in a minute. Current time is now 9:15. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. If you don't know what that means, we are a digital 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. We have an app that is the main way in which we deliver it. How do we simplify what we're saying? We're basically a TV station without a stick coming out of the ground broadcasting in the home. We're broadcasting it the way most people get their information now, with one of these, a smartphone. And so the way in which this works is, you heard Gabe mention a minute ago there that he got an alert. Even here on my phone, I got an alert that says, hail approaching your current location and may affect you soon. Now, I think that's going to largely stay south, but our app will pop up and it'll show you, hey, there's an area where we possibly have that. It doesn't show up well on camera because there's a lot of green showing up on the radar there. So that makes it key out with some of the magic of how the TV stuff here works. But right at the very top of the screen, if we're live on there. It does run about 20 seconds behind real life, but it's a free app and hopefully something that you will find use for this time of year as we go through active season. You can join the conversation on the various types of social media there, mentioning it's rough and Holka, mentioning penny-sized hail there in the Longview community. Hey, Gabe, I see Longview mentioned a couple times there in Pontotoc County. So go ahead and mention that over to the National Weather Service so that they know what they're talking about. And Andy mentioning 20, 30 miles per hour. That will relocate your garbage can. It definitely can kind of push it out there. So hopefully you have that taken care of. We cover locations out here, Carroll County, under a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail has been the reason why warnings have been primarily prompted this evening and through today. This particular storm here has not had a ton of reports of severe weather, but is potentially still producing some hail as it moves toward Winona. We show the time there toward Winona. We're looking at for you by about 10:06, Sawyer by right around 9:58. In the nearer term here, Carrollton somewhere around 9:45. That gives you about a half hour for those locations. I don't know that this is going to maintain strength all the way to that point. When we look at the hail threat, and really it's the hail track here, using our exclusive hail tracker here with True Shield Roofing, our partners. Just kind of looking at this a couple of different ways. What I definitely do not see is I do not see that producing the quantity or quality of hail that some of the other thunderstorms have done this evening. So I don't feel as confident about that hail potential out of this storm as what we have had others. And that's a good sign, because we should have peaked and we should be coming down from that peak as far as severe weather is concerned. Looking three-dimensionally on that thunderstorm, again, you can see the track there on the right-hand part of the screen. The white vertical lines you see here are lightning strikes, and there are lots and lots of those that are sometimes causing some power disruptions. In the case of my kids, maybe keeping them up just a little bit later, and I bet in some cases for your kids as well. When we look at this, the pink blobs you see here are hail suspended up within the thunderstorm itself, and you can see how some of those are extending up about 15,000 feet. That's not as high as earlier. I don't think that this warning is going to be reissued or extended unless something changes pretty dramatically on that. But as you can see there, Winona, we're watching that for you by about 10:06. As we come up here closer to the Tupelo area, kind of clear things off here for a moment. These thunderstorms, again, encroaching on the western part of Tupelo with some stronger parts down there into Pontotoc County as well, especially from Woodland to Troy here. We're going to look more at that in a minute. But before we completely lose our view, I want to check out our camera with Mitchell Cunningham Bowling. It's on a tower in the south part of the Tupelo area. We'll wait for this to update here in just a moment, kicking in. And again, there's that heavy rainfall and the near nonstop lightning flashes. I say that. Maybe they're not completely nonstop. With, again, another round rolling in. Now, what's going to happen as we go in the next few hours behind this is those winds are going to kick around more toward the north and west. That will bring a drier air. That drier air is going to shove all these thunderstorms south. And after this one comes through the Tupelo area, I know we've had a bunch of chances today. This should be the end of anything significant. That's not to say you don't have some rumbles overnight, but this is the last one that would qualify as a stronger sort of thunderstorm. Again, current time is 9:20 just about, and as this kind of moves in, a lot of heavy rainfall, certainly bobbing our camera with the North Mississippi storm chasers back and forth just a little bit, but you don't see, again, one of those yellow boxes there, so this remains below severe limits, thankfully, and hopefully the way that will stay. I'm going to actually pan the camera just a little bit to the left, as we're kind of looking sort of in a westerly, northwesterly direction. So we'll slowly pan this kind of back toward the left. As we do, we're kind of looking into and through the rainfall. You'll be able to see some of the wind gusts on the camera lens itself as it's kind of pushing the raindrops from right to left. So as I point this back more southward, kind of towards Sunshine Mills, as that thunderstorm moves through, you can kind of see some of the raindrops from time to time being pushed from the right part of the lens to the left. That is the wind gusts, mostly in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, moving into and through the Tupelo area related to this storm as it moves in. So again, some gusty winds, but a little bit below severe limits, thankfully. Hopefully that's something that continues. So this is a three-dimensional look at this, and I'll show you again what we were just looking at. We'll look at it from the perspective we had a second ago. So again, we're looking here from South Gloucester, right about there, right? 278, we see 278 on the map. That camera's right here, kind of looking into this. And when we talk about the three-dimensional thing on this, that's always at least a little bit old. Like the most recent three-dimensional scan was right about 9:19, so a couple minutes ago there. So we're kind of looking into this, but the heaviest rainfall and lightning and hail is about to kind of drop right there over top of our camera location. In fact, I'm going to go back to that for just a moment because you can kind of see that occurring. So this is kind of that wall of everything coming toward the camera. And as it updates here in a second, you'll see how it goes a lot more gray and a lot windier there. That's a fairly hefty thunderstorm. Granted, we're fairly high up, but you can see how the visibility, that's where we should see the Sunshine Mills plant. Can't even really see it hardly at this point. So I'm going to pan this again back to the right, maybe just the littlest bit into this.
Hey, Matt, Adrian and Caleb are up and ready if you want to take them. I think they're on the Verona, Tupelo area. I don't know where exactly, but they're in Lee County.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring them up. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut there. Hey, where are you guys at? Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, obviously our Caleb Edelblut. What are you looking at as of 9:22?
Yeah, well, we're kind of almost at that Boeing segment. It isn't as pronounced as it was a few scans ago, but especially on radar, you can kind of see that just green curve of that incoming velocity. And we can almost see those sheets of rain just kind of coming in with how windy it is. I'll grab the camera and see if we can get the camera to actually work, and y'all can hopefully see it. But
We are facing due west.
yes, facing due west. This is just off the 45, just north of Verona. So you can almost see the 76 gas station and Marvin's up there. But you can, hopefully the camera's picking up those just bands of rain just kind of moving across the road, just showing how gusty and windy it is. So we're facing the storm as it continues to kind of push in towards us again, like Adrian said, facing west as that system kind of moves across Tupelo. And then, like I mentioned, we're on 278. We just took that exit off of 45. So just next to that Marvin's and 76, just north of Verona is where we're at currently.
So you're basically right at our camera location as well. What the camera you see behind me is where you guys are. Don't let me go more than a couple minutes and coming back to you. I want to see how the visibility drops just a little bit more. So we'll have the camera turned around. And actually, go ahead and turn it back around. Let's take a look here. And I'm gonna go back to the radar behind me.
It's
So, I mean,
basically occurring right now. Just kind of hard to see out there as the bands just kind of continue hitting the car. Very windy, very gusty. I mean, you can even hear the raindrops hitting. They're pretty big raindrops. It does sound like a little bit of hail might be hitting just a little bit. Not expecting anything too intense. This is probably around pea size, maybe dime. But we can actually see some hail hitting right now. If you can kind of see through the camera, I know it'll be a little bit tough with how heavy it's coming down, but we can definitely hear some hail hitting the car. Very windy outdoors as this downdraft just continues moving across, especially because it'll be kind of hard to see.
Adrian, how strong do you think those winds are?
I would estimate 45 to 50.
Okay, and when I ask that question, is that something I could put in chat with the Weather Service?
It's absolutely hurling the hail.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know if you can hear it. You can actually kind of see some of it sploshed on the windshield. Yeah, I think this is probably the most intense part right here.
Mm-hmm. Let me pull you guys up full for a moment. Yeah, so how big is the hail, you think, at this point?
You might have to repeat that. Get a little bit too loud in this car right now with how heavy it's coming down.
Well, how big the hail
But
at this point?
I mean, I'd say pea to dime size.
Pea to dime size.
Yeah.
Dime size.
Yeah, that's probably, I mean, there's just a lightning strike right over there, actually, just some cloud ground. So this is probably the brunt of it as it continues moving through that Boeing segment. Very windy. I mean, you can even see that car pass by. It's picking up rainfall. So almost standstill water trying to kind of pile up on the roads with how heavy and fast it's coming down. And if you can't tell with how either loud I'm talking to the speaker or just the quality, it's pretty loud as it continues hitting the car with just how heavy it's falling over us right now. I mean, even people right here putting on their flashers just because it's hard to see as they continue to travel. So they're starting to slow down, maybe even veer off on the road. Some people further up north or west that's up there. So they're slowing down just with how difficult it is with how heavy it's falling.
Okay, that's our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there, and Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers on the south side of Tupelo with the live drive this evening. Again, these thunderstorms are below severe limits. Caleb, stick with me. I want to go just south of this, so don't run off. Go and keep it up here, and we'll talk again here in a second. I want to kind of go south on this line and take a look at the storm just south of that. So give me just a moment here to kind of pop over and do that there. This one has been potentially a little heavier in the last couple minutes, closer to Troy and the southeast of the Woodland there in Pontotoc County. And we appreciate everybody in chat for your reports. Again, those continue to come in. About half-inch sized hail for some spots potentially there. About 50-mile-per-hour winds, again, what we were looking at out of this. But I would say similar reports probable out of what's real as far southern Lee, and northern Chickasaw County, moving there toward, again, this is kind of the next batch there for you in Amory and Becker and Hatley, as we've had some around. So you can see Leotis there at 936. Again, this is below severe levels. This is a lot of lightning, so some power disruptions possible there as well. Yeah, I see, Susan mentioning pounding the windows. That has obviously a scary factor to it, but I want to be clear, there will be no tornadoes out of this setup tonight. So that is not what we're contending with. This is hail. This is some wind, obviously a lot of lightning with this as well. And so again, tracking that, we show Okolona at 944. We're looking at Wren there at 10:05, Bigby at 10:09, Amory at about 10:16, and eventually working its way East Haven, Wildwood locations again through the Amory area as that storm continues to move through that community. So again, short-term Okolona about 9:44. That's about 15 minutes or so from now. That probably is below severe limits, but maybe not by a lot. Kind of look at the whole line here. Again, we've watched this part back out here in northern Carroll County. You do still have a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. I think that storm's below severe limits. That's part of the reason we haven't talked much about it. And we kind of look at the peak threats on this, kind of our peak severe weather threat. You can see how we barely have maybe some hail, not an impossibility. But you compare that then to what we've been watching, and this is the reason we kind of concentrated so much at locations farther north. There are a few spots there where we have kind of some moderate blue showing up in Chickasaw County. But it's certainly the southeastern Pontotoc County. It's stronger. And even a couple scans ago, you could see that was a bit stronger for some of those spots. And then up here closer to the Tupelo area, honestly, we kind of boil it down to that. And so I want to bring Caleb back in here for a moment. Caleb with Adrian, with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, and kind of checking out what you guys are seeing. Have things improved at all?
Yes, no, much better. It's actually visible. We're actually going to pull up just a little bit, and we're potentially talking about maybe going even further south to see that other band as it continues moving through, closer towards Verona, or Shannon. Yeah, getting a little bit closer. So we're debating going a little bit south, and I should have done it just a second ago. There was the creek that we were next to. I mean, already just flowing with water. Just how fast and how quick that water dropped and just started just running. So just kind of showing that high precip cell moving through, gusty conditions, and that tiny, I think we both agreed, Pete, a dime-sized hail that did fall and hitting the windshield and kind of the roof of our car. So much better conditions as that continues to blow on through. But if you want, we can go further south as that band continues moving on through closer towards that Spannon area, if that works for y'all, which we can go, because we're north of Verona.
Yeah, we can do that. Here's the next. I think we might have lost connection there. I know your connection's a little in and out at the moment. Yeah, you're back. Hey, we probably need to cycle you back down to Mississippi State at some point this evening, don't we?
I got class. I'm usually up regardless, so I'll definitely be up for a while.
So that's a yes.
I'll be back down there eventually. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I think that it makes sense to go down there south of Shannon. You start working your way down 45 alternate. You're going to kind of stay in front of this, or kind of toward the front end of this next line coming through. That sound good?
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Be safe. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Appreciate Adrian and all the folks at North Mississippi Storm Chasers for helping us out here with this coverage, as you do, all the time. Current time is now 9:30. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are 24/7 streaming weather service based out of the Tupelo area. As we check out the Mama Justice Doppler radar, we have a line of what is largely non-severe thunderstorms. Again, it sometimes can be hard to see through all the lightning, the way we've just had so many lightning strikes tonight. So I'll kind of pull that off of here. Most of the red you see here, heavy precipitation, and all of the little icons you see are some of the large hail reports that you have sent in. They're, for lack of a better way to put it, is a promotion, an agreement with us and our friends at True Shield Roofing to basically, when there is large hail, the largest large hailstone wins a $100 gift card. And that $100 gift card, I believe, Walmart gift card. But basically, if you think you've got the largest one, use the Mississippi Live Weather app, and you can submit your pictures on there. Send your picture in. Let us know where. Let us know when. we have some things kind of helping us out on that there. But yeah, send your pictures in, and then we will take a look. And tomorrow we'll announce who the largest one is and who ends up winning that gift card from True Shield Roofing. Again, it's not necessarily a card that has to be used for roofing. It's a Walmart gift card, so you can use it for anything. But we appreciate them partnering with us here on Mississippi Live Weather and our ability to kind of track the hail out of these thunderstorms. We get a couple times a year, we get a lot of hail. This is one of those nights, and hopefully we haven't had too much damage from that. We were looking with Caleb a minute ago there, and Adrian, that thunderstorm, the strongest portion of that there has now moved a little east of Plantersville, Oak Grove Park toward the Union community. That's heading, some of these spots have seen 2 or 3 or 4 different rounds here, which makes me now say we need to look at the rainfall totals, which are going to be contaminated. And when we get a lot of large hail, sometimes that affects the way in which the radar, truly figures out how much rainfall that we have seen. So I'm going to look at a couple different options on here to kind of figure out on the rainfall over the last, 5-6 hours or so. Check some of those rainfall totals. We have some spots where you see the yellow on here where we've had rainfall totals estimated in excess of 2 inches. Some of those there, including that big one that kind of came on through a little bit ago, probably had some hail with that as well. So sometimes that overextends how much rainfall we've seen. But I'd say some spots have picked up 1 to 2 inches, which is important because unfortunately we've had some significant drought conditions recently. And the drought monitor coming out today, we have seen some improvement for a few locations. We've also seen some spots where obviously it has not been very good. So drought conditions expanding, as you can see there, out in Tallahatchie County with this. And so we needed some rainfall. We've gotten some rainfall, still have a long ways before we catch up in many locations as well, with in particular looking at the deficit over the last 30 days, where in some cases it has been, again, more than 2 inches of rainfall on our deficit. So this has been some very useful rainfall, certainly has helped. But that's probably not the reason you're watching us as of 9:30 at night. You're wanting to know, can I go to sleep? So let's go ahead and answer that question here very precisely for folks that might be watching right now and have that question. I'm going to use blue here, and I'm going to say basically everything that is back northwest and north of this, behind this. So everything in this zone here, this is all our go to sleep zone, right? So if you live back here in the blue, everything behind this, you can go to sleep. You know what's going to happen next time, Gabe? I'm bringing our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Next time, Gabe, I'm going to make you draw on that beautiful touchscreen monitor you have behind us and make sure to put that on there as well, because that's probably the best way.
Well, fun fact about exactly that story is yesterday, I mean, we knew hail was happening, and whether some people were waiting later than others, we knew it was happening here at Mississippi Live Weather. And so basically, there was no outlook to use, but I wanted to show it. So I had to draw my own outlook, and I tried to write with the mouse to say, some hail possible. Awful. I couldn't even make it out what the letters were. And it took about 3 times me drawing it and just getting frustrated to look over at the screen and thinking, I can just write it with my finger, and it would have saved so much time. So, we learned yesterday.
I love it. Love it. So anyway, I guess the clear-cut answer right there, Gabe, is the go to sleep. I think we could send a lot of folks to sleep now. I'll go ahead and get some of those latest pictures up, and I think we'll want to go through and kind of do a best of coming up for our Weather Watcher pictures at 10 o'clock.
I'm going to need some time to get that together.
Okay, on there, you'll have to use one of those sticky notes to make sure we kind of get them in order, get our tabs all ready. But I'll let you kind of get that ready for a 10 o'clock show.
All right, sounds
locked
good.
And loaded. Maynor on top of things there. So current time about 9:36. Again, from most locations, everybody behind this, I think we're full on go to sleep. And to be clear, for locations ahead of this, and I'm talking to you, I know we always have very sensitive folks in Monroe County, and many other locations that have experienced tornadoes over the years. We just have had so many in this part of the state. I can tell you that these are not tornado-producing thunderstorms. That, as Gabe was mentioning a moment ago there, this is hail. Hail is the reason we have severe weather risk today, had a level 2 severe weather risk earlier. They've taken that back as we've gone later on tonight to a level 1 severe weather risk. But if I show you tornado risk, there is none. Now, wind, yeah, maybe a little bit. But more likely, again, hail has been the most likely, the reason why we had that upgrade to a level 2 severe weather risk. And largely that has been the story today. We've had more hail reports than what have shown up on here. So we'll have to do our due diligence, making sure we pass again some more of those along to the National Weather Service. Which, by the way, speaking of the National Weather Service, the time right now is 9:37. National Weather Service has decided they're going to go ahead and allow this warning here for northern Carroll County to expire coming up at 9:40. So again, that will pop off the map, and that will be our last severe thunderstorm warning at that point and time. So we're going to continue again, kind of looking at your questions, our chat with you, and so you can join the conversation there. Sticky note, that's right, Blake. We use sticky notes here. Gabe uses those back there, and I use my son's, pictures on his notebook here, and I usually write around and over top of some of those when he says, I don't like it. So real professional stuff on how we do that. And appreciate, all of you for your support of us here on Mississippi Live Weather. I want to check out our camera there in the Amory area. We've kind of used this one a number of times tonight, looking back into some of these thunderstorms here. So give me a moment to kind of populate that in for a moment. Oops. Too many browser tabs. Amory. And so you can kind of see the fog from the multiple rounds of heavy rainfall. We're looking north. So we're actually going to kind of pan this back toward the northwest a little bit more. So we'll go and take that over that direction there. Again, as this line comes in, you can see a lot of, I went a little too far there because I saw good definitions. Give me just a moment to kind of get that focused in. Some really good definition on some of the different cloud layers there. Let's see if it'll let me focus it. Okay, I'm going to speak directly to James, who I know is watching me. I got to figure out on this focus thing. It really irritated how it gets it, and then it goes out of focus, and there's no way to lock that focus. I'd love to hit auto, so we'll talk to all the folks about this. I'd love to hit auto at autofocus and then stop it so it stays on that manual focus, so it doesn't do this. So if you can ask Brett that question, Stan and James, I'd love to know the answer to that, because for a brief second there, it's good, and then it goes a little out of focus. That happens from time to time, I guess. Okay, current time is now 9:40. As you can see here, let's see what we got next to us. Anything for Mantachie, Western Itawamba County. We do have some thunderstorms moving through there. Bruce was asking about is Bruce good? I would say located there, and Bruce, I do think that you are good. Folks up there, lots of funny comments. Got a lot of funny folks out there. I would say, Bruce, again, you're past this. Calhoun City, this is just heavy rainfall for you. Grenada, you're done. Coffeyville, you're done. Up here, Oxford, Batesville, we're all done. Back to Northwest Mississippi. Houston, this is just heavy rainfall, but you're past even the strongest portion of this. And everything I'm seeing here continues to get weaker by the minute, and hopefully a trend that will continue there. Now, I've got this kind of in the mode where we're showing too much of it. If we bring it down here to just the stuff that could be, hail and larger hail, less and less of this is as tall as it was. So that's a good sign that hopefully this is continuing its weakening phase. Let's see the echo tops. Give me a moment. Boy, that should. I'll have to check that here in a minute. That I'm not seeing one of the things I was hoping for on the tops of the thunderstorms here. But that's fine. But what I am seeing is, again, this is largely continuing a weakening phase that will continue into tonight. So I think for most people, we're kind of starting to wind things down and wrap things up. We'll have kind of an overview, a look at everything that we have seen coming up at 10 o'clock here. And I appreciate all of our sponsors like Visiting Angels, but so many other that you see kind of rotate there. Absolute Cleaning Restoration, our very first sponsor here on Mississippi Live Weather. Again, without these sponsors, and people all the time ask, how can we support what you're doing? And the answer is really simple. Support the sponsors like Carl Hogan Toyota and everybody that sponsors us, Mama Justice here on Mississippi Live Weather, Casey Lott. A lot of folks have stepped up to sponsor what we do here in a variety of different ways. If you support those people that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather, that is the way in which we can continue to provide this service to you. So we appreciate all those folks. In some cases, they've stepped up in big, big ways, like Mama Justice and like Room to Room, in order for us to continue to provide this service. If you do have hail to report to us, and again, we've had a lot of those reports coming in. I'm just kind of checking our gallery behind the scenes, less and less of those over the last hour. Send those in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. And hopefully at 10 o'clock, maybe Gabe will have our answer on what our biggest hailstone is, because I think our biggest is probably in the past. As we kind of look at a longer time period here on our hail swath, brought to you again by True Shield Roofing.
Wait, Matt, before you get going, and I don't want to just breeze over that comment, we need to set a standard for these events.
Okay, yes, I'm interested where you're going here. Set a standard for these events.
Well, you mentioned it earlier on whenever the storms were happening that there were pictures being submitted that we do not know the measurement of because it wasn't up against an everyday object or ruler. So my question is, and this is going to set the precedent from here on out every time there's a hail event, do we only judge the ones that have a thing to measure with?
Unless we have something that is obviously larger, we kind of have to go if there's a standardized item in there, right? Or if you can give us, if a person who sent us the biggest one can send us another picture of their hand with a standardized object, right? Like if they're willing to put their hand up there, and how I mentioned I didn't have any standardized objects. I do have a tape measure here, right? So if you're willing to, I'll pop it back to me, for a second. Hopefully, I'll put your audio back up here behind the scenes. I'll click it back on. But if you're willing, if you have, and we will reach out to the ones we think are the biggest. If we've got one we just don't think matches, if we think we've got one that we don't have a size, and if you're willing to come back in here and measure the size of your hand and send that in to us. That's not green. Why is that keying out? Anyway, you're willing to measure the size of your hand. We can go back and figure it up. I'm willing to go that route there, but because we want to make sure that we are rewarding the largest. But one thing that it absolutely has to happen is you have to submit it using the Mississippi Live Weather app. So if it's not submitted in the app, it doesn't count. That's the main rule. But it's a $100 gift card, I believe, to Walmart from True Shield Roofing to the largest hailstone, and we just have had a lot of large hail reports. If I go back and look at kind of the hail swath back to even 3 o'clock today, as you can see, there's just been a lot of locations where we have had these kind of yellow swaths. So I take everything off and pull off the hail reports, and we're on this graphic here. You kind of see the yellow showing up. I'll kind of widen it so everything kind of shows up on there all at the same time. We've had quite a few spots where we've had some of the brighter yellows for the large hail. Certainly northwest Alabama, where we had some of the largest. Did also have some, though, obviously back into southern Tippah County as well. So again, quite a bit of large hail. But one thing I can look at over the last hour, we've had a lot less of that. Part of the downswing overall that this event has been capable of this point. I want to bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. He is with our Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, and they are traveling along 45 southbound. And what are you guys seeing as of 9:46?
Well, update, we didn't know if Gabe relayed the message. We actually had to go back to the studio because we couldn't get or catch up to the line. We started traveling west, so we're on our way back to Tupelo as that line continues pushing on through. But definitely what just blew through the last time we were on was definitely the brunt of it, and driving conditions were a lot better post that. Now, I do want to mention on our way back, the exit off of 278 to get back onto 45 north, minor street flooding, nothing crazy, but like could easily lose traction if you're not paying attention and could hydroplane. So just want to make sure to continue kind of paying attention to that, just due to just how heavy and fast that precipitation fell. So definitely want to be safe driving, even if it already blew on through. There's a lot of water on the ground. So make sure to continue taking that very seriously, just due to how much is out there as you continue driving home for the end of your night.
Absolutely. I mean, you're right. There's just been a lot of water that's fallen, right? And that that has its own issues with that there. Now we're not when you start talking about water, like this has subsided fairly quickly. We're not talking about something, Adrian, that looks like it's at flash flooding sort of levels, right?
No, nothing along that nature. Just along like the sides of the road next to the runoffs. There was definitely some buildup. Surely, a couple hours after this goes through, maybe even sooner, 30 minutes after this goes through, it'll be cleared pretty much as the runoff does its job. But for the moment, especially while the conditions are still ongoing, it was certainly a hazard if you're not paying attention and trying to get home.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. Okay, y'all. So you're coming back up to the studio?
Yes. Had to grab my stuff, so dropped it off.
No, he wants to hang out with me. Be honest, Caleb.
I mean, I guess Gabe's a plus to hang out with, so I'll hang out with him during the 10 o'clock.
Did you come to Tupelo first at the very beginning and then head all the way to Columbus?
Yes. I did.
Wow.
Yep.
Y'all, you're
Crazy how
speaking
that
the
works.
reason I hate storm chasing. Like, I just can't spend that much time in the car. I get so tired. I'm old and lazy.
I love it.
Well, hey, I'm
No, that's
glad
fair.
y'all do. So hey, thank you guys so much for, again, all the hard work, a long day, and we'll talk here in a little bit. That's our Caleb Edelblue and Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Thank you guys so much for all of your hard work you guys have put in. They referenced this a minute ago. It's been a lot of rainfall. Estimations on radar here of inch to 2 inches. Kind of looking at that data. So I mean, it's kind of this swath, one of the heavier batches of moisture, because we've just had kind of round after round. If you include all the way back to early today, where we had more rainfall in similar spots, that's a whole string of spots there where it's practically 2 inches of rainfall. So we've had a very wet day, that is for sure. Appreciate everyone again on our chat here, asking questions here. A lot of rain and wind there in the Houston area. About 10 minutes ago, B-Band mentioned that. What about Clay County? There's wind and blowing rainfall. Let's talk about Clay County. We have not talked about you in a little while to kind of address what we're looking at. Again, this is a big, long line of kind of heavy rainfall at this point here. Western Clay County, if we're talking about Bars Mill or Beasley or Abbott, this is non-severe. One way in which we can do that is using our peak threats. The idea on this is it hopefully will draw your attention to where do we have the darkest spots. Those are the spots where it's most likely that we're going to have some issues there. Northwest Clay County, we do have one spot where maybe it's possible we see some hail, and just like over top of Smithville, a possibility where maybe we could see some hail out of that. I think in both cases, it is a stretch to say that we're talking about much more than maybe some very small hail. But not an impossibility there. So it's going to track this forward from where we're at. Again, there'll be some heavier rainfall that kind of runs ahead of this, but this is largely, well, hold on. Give me a second to clear that off because we got an update. I always want to use the newest data possible. And so let's track that. Again, I'm going to go all the way from Amory to Gibson to Abbott to Beasley. This is below severe limits, I would say. Some heavy rainfall with this primarily. And so you can get some kind of times there on the screen. And so let me clean this up just a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and pull off some of the locations. And we show Aberdeen and West Point over the course of the next a little bit here. By the way, Gabe, your microphone is on. I wonder why it's automatically on. I'm going to click you off on there for a minute. So there's kind of our track showing that. Becker, we show at 9:59. Looking toward the Griffin community at 10 o'clock. And again, Salome about 10:09. Woodland Heights there at about 10:10. And if we kind of extend this beyond that, give me a moment to go a little bit ahead there. Why is that automatically updating on me? Well, let's first city. There's a reason this is doing this. I'm trying to make it to where it pulls up the most. It's not wanting to play games with me. So I think you saw it originally there. I'm going to make it just the largest cities for just a moment. Boy, I made it unhappy. That happens sometimes, Gabe, doesn't it? Let's go back to 2. And there we go. There's my time for Aberdeen at 10:13 and West Point at 10:24. Okay. So clear that back off. Just checking through our discussion there. Rain intensifying south Mantachie, western into Wamba County. Rain and bad wind there in Nettleton. Thunder shook my front door and thought I better check to see what's going on there. Teresa in the area around Fulton. I think that we are in good shape there again in Fulton. And this is some heavy rainfall. There's going to be lightning. Again, a lot of lightning out of this line. Still 1,200 strikes just out of this portion of the line. Every one of these little lines you see there is a lightning strike. Typically, we've shown them using little zigzags. I'll go back to zigzags and try to shrink the size. I just had it set up where when it was zigzags, you couldn't actually really see anything because they're all too big. Let's go 0.8. We'll shrink the size just a little bit. Maybe that will make it more doable. But I mean, as you can clearly see, a lot of lightning out of this line. But in saying that, less recently. In fact, if I put this into a loop over the course of the last hour, you can see less and less lightning strikes starting to show up in the last about 10, 15 minutes or so. So again, the number of lightning strikes decreasing. Still going to be heavy rainfall, still going to be disruptive on Mama Justice Doppler radar, but we're less likely to have the power disruptions, things of that nature on this as it comes in. So we'll still watch that potential there, but I would say that things are looking better for us as this line does continue to weaken. And I think, frankly, as we start sending hopefully some more folks back to sleep. In saying that, though, as you can see, we have had at least sporadic power disruptions with this. When we're looking at kind of the percentages there, that's kind of a starting point for allowing us to know, are there really any power disruptions out of this? And you'll note that we do have some that are depicted there. The greatest percentage, greatest number there in Panola County, about 100 for both Yalobusha, Lafayette, Calhoun County, 400, about 100 there in Pontotoc County, about 300 Chickasaw, about 200 in Lee County, and about 200 in Lamar County, and 100 there in Marion County. So we have had some power disruptions from this coming through, probably partially due to the lightning strikes and partly due to the wind-driven hail that goes along with that. So I see Gabe again kind of prepping behind the scenes, getting ready. Current time is 9:55, and we'll be talking more about all of your pictures, going through that here in a minute. I do want to bring Gabe in here for just a second, as he's been kind of monitoring things behind the scenes. Gabe?
We have a debate. We have a debate. There are two stones that look very similar in size. And yeah, Matt, coming up at 10, we are going to ask you, and you are going to be the deciding vote on what ends up winning, because these are two very close stones. But we are going off of hand size. So it might come down to a 50-50 shot. And
Oops.
And we might just have to send in the measurements of the hands, like you were mentioning a moment ago, because as much as we want to imagine this as a universal symbol of measurement.
Well, here's what I would say we do right now. I think right now, because there should be an email on there, I say we reach out to both those folks, see if we can get them to send us a picture of their hand measured, and we'll go off of that. We want to be as precise as possible on this, and so if we can, get that, that'll help us to know.
True. All right, I'll try to get that.
But
if they email
say this, that in the future, if there's a tie, the reality is if one has the true measurement on there, then we will know for sure which it is.
Is that the deciding one?
Huh?
If it has a measurement, is that the one we're going to go with?
If there are two that look the same, the one that has the measurement, yeah.
Okay, well then we have a winner.
Well, hold on, but if two look the same, okay, so we have two that look the same, but one has a measurement with it?
Yes, one has a coin attached to it.
Let's give them. This is all new to us.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give them a chance to a chance to send in a picture of their hand measuring. So I'm sure the stone itself has melted some.
Okay, well,
but we'll see just how close that is. We'll see that at 10 o'clock, and then we'll have an idea. How about that?
That sounds good to me, as long as you're the one who makes the decision.
I'll make the decision. I'm fine with that. I think it will hopefully be obvious, and I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's not. So also while you're at it, we'll get some power outage maps up there. We'll try to go through them with fairly decent speed on that if we can.
Sounds good to me.
And then I'm going to get the 10 o'clock kind of ready to go behind the scenes. In fact, I think we'll probably kind of get things all racked and ready to go, and we'll probably start up the 10 o'clock a minute early. So give me just a moment here, and we will start our 10 o'clock broadcast.
Do you want me to do the push?
I don't think we're going to do a push.
Okay.
I don't want to wake people up. I do see Ethel mentioning her powers out there on the south side of Tupelo. Unfortunately, I think there's a number of folks that kind of fall in that category. So come up here in just a second. We're going to start our 10 o'clock broadcast, so stay tuned.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 10.
Well, welcome in Mississippi Live Weather at 10. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Thank you so much for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather. I'll pull it back up here and pull up our room-to-room weather center here again for you. As we've been tracking hail across North Mississippi through the evening tonight. Many of those hailstones have been below severe limits, but unfortunately we have had some that have been up to around golf ball size. Unfortunate, that does mean there have been some damage. And, as much as we've mentioned True Shield Roofing and they're a sponsor and a partner with here is Mississippi Live Weather, there are probably going to be some roofs that need to be replaced because of this. So again, 58, that temperature at 10 p.m. We're looking at 52 degrees by 1 o'clock in the morning, 48 by 4 a.m., and 48 degrees by 7 a.m. early tomorrow. It's not a giant drop-off in temperatures, but it's a sign of the drier and slightly cooler air that has moved from kind of north to south through the area over the course of today. We do anticipate that we'll continue to probably have some of that continue to settle into the area as we progress into and through the overnight time period. Let's get to Mama Justice Doppler radar, and what that is indicating again is the showers and thunderstorms kind of on the widespread scale here. On this shot, again, we are on the north side of this low pressure center, cold air aloft with this kind of helping us to have the active and severe weather that we have had from time to time today. You can see the yellow boxes have been some severe thunderstorm warnings. We had a number of those. We still show that those have all been allowed to expire. Those associate again with where we've had the severe weather. What you do not see behind this is any kind of really active weather or severe weather. So once this kind of high pressure builds in, once this line moves through, no more severe weather as we go through the remainder of tonight. We are past the worst of it. We'll look city by city, what we're dealing with, and we'll look at your pictures. We'll also settle that who had the biggest hailstone discussion here in a minute as well. But Futurecast, pretty close on where it's showing in the heaviest storms, and what you don't see behind this is really any redevelopment. As those continue sliding south and east, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, it's all out of here. That means we'll still probably have some damp roadways for early tomorrow, but drier conditions as those north winds kind of settle into and through the area, lining us up to where tomorrow we are going to be a lot less humid and not going to have some rain chances for a number of days going forward. As we head into this upcoming weekend, though, one big factor with this, it is not much cooler behind this, and that means we still have a fairly mild weekend ahead. And in tomorrow, obviously, the active weather is all kind of through here. So over the next 24 hours, from 46 degrees at 6 a.m., we're 55 by 9 a.m., 68 by noon, and 70 as we head toward 3 p.m. under what, again, mostly sunny skies. Huge improvement over the multiple rain chances we had today and the severe thunderstorms. Coming up in 60 seconds again.
Game day
brings its ups and downs, celebration and disappointment, anxiety and relief, friends and enemies. You can always argue over who should have won, but everyone can agree on great food. Appetizers, entrees, drinks, party platters, or even the taste of sweet victory. There's something for every season at Eat With Us restaurants.
The 9th Annual World of Customs Indoor Car Show, Friday through Sunday, February 27th through March 1st in Tupelo Furniture Market, Building 5. Custom cars, trucks, and bikes, free Hot Wheels racing, and a free Hot Wheels each day for the first 50 kids. Special guest Eric Estrada from the TV show Chips, Pinstriper Von Hot Rod, Michael Brandt of Garage Bound Mobile Welding, and Bumblebee. The World of Customs Car Show, February 27th through March 1st in Tupelo Furniture Market, Building 5. Partially funded by Visit Mississippi and Tupelo Visitors Bureau. Some proceeds go to the LeBonner Children's Hospital and Wounded Veterans Charities.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather at 10. Power outages, the story. I think that, obviously we've come off of something legitimately traumatic power outage wise. That is not what we're going to be contending with here. These are sporadic outages that I think will be corrected soon. It's just going to take power cooperatives a little time to get out there and do that for tonight. But these are very manageable outages. The greatest number out in the Batesville area, up to 800 outages at this hour. 400 in the Bruce area back toward Houston at 300 in Lee County, showing up at around 200 outages at this time. But you can clearly see as that line of storms moved through, that was the reason why these outages have occurred. With me this evening is our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, who's been kind of analyzing them on a slightly more precise scale. We're going to look at a couple of these areas. And as we mentioned, out toward Batesville, where we've been hit the hardest so far, right?
For sure. And Tallahatchie Electric Power Association has been busy already restoring some of the outages, but now that number has climbed. And actually, if I can bring it over here to show a little bit of that number, you can see that we are currently at 501 current outages with 651 members affected. Now, what I want to note is look at all the individual outages that will have to be restored. So that's the unfortunate part about it. Whereas over on the east side of Panola County, it's kind of a concentrated area where it's one individual source that's affecting 150 members. So that's where it's going to take a bit of time over there for Tallahatchie Electric Power Association to restore those outages. And so just be patient. Unfortunately, no cold weather tonight that's going to, of course, cause anything dangerous. Entergy going to be busy as well with nearly 100 outages. We have 186 members affected with Northeast Power Association. And then the new one that I wanted to show, Matt, real quick, is actually Southern Tupelo. As you can see right there, 204 outages. That's one of the later storms that we had in our evening. That wasn't exactly severe weather, but it was still impactful with those lightning strikes or winds. Still undetermined in regards to what caused it, but numerous outages still showing up. And even like you mentioned in Chickasaw County, before we go back real quick, you can see that we have a good amount of outages there on the south side of Chickasaw County, and that's Calhoun County. It happened again, Matt.
Chickasaw's north. You're fine.
But yes, Pontotoc and then Calhoun, and I do have Chickasaw County. We'll get to that in just a moment. 259 outages with 137 there as well in that same focused area. Now, here is where we're getting into Chickasaw County. I just jumped ahead, so
and this was not the strongest looking one on radar, if we're honest. And we're going to get the radar here in a second. Go for it.
Well, no, it wasn't. And this was actually sub-severe, but that's where lightning, a non-severe thunderstorm factor, can still be impactful, maybe causing some of these outages. Now, I don't know for sure that's what caused these outages, but nonetheless, we're seeing a good amount with a storm that was sub-severe. So, signs point to it, but also signs could be some of those sub-severe gusts knocking out some of those power lines as well. So either way, power cooperative is going to be busy. And I feel like that's an understatement for tonight, but fortunately it's not going to take weeks. So that's a good thing as we head into our weekend ahead, good weather ahead, and that's going to mean good working conditions for folks to get out there and
we'll talk
restore.
more about that coming up here in a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. With our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. I appreciate that. He's also going to look at some of the weather pictures we have. So I want to get to, as quickly as we can here, to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And again, showing this line of thunderstorms here, what we mentioned in Chickasaw County, all the power disruptions we kind of had there. This is probably our heaviest portion of the line here from Amory back to Aberdeen, approaching the West Point area. We have not checked that camera in Aberdeen really tonight at all. simply because we haven't had the storms as strong there as some other spots. So let's get a storm track on this. Again, through the Aberdeen area, the heaviest kind of moving into and through town right now. So tracking this about 24 miles per hour. There, East Aberdeen, we show about 10:11. Current time is 10:07 for you. Moving through the West Point area pretty much now, arriving there in parts of West Point. We show Derrick at about 10:18. We're looking closer to Hamilton by about 10:27-ish to 10:31. And then, it's going to take a little longer after that to get there into the Columbus area. Let's see if this will behave nicer. And let me set one of these as, yep, we're going to set that as my first city. Select, there we go. That's working the way it was supposed to work earlier. So what we show a lot of these subdivisions in around the Columbus area as we go into the 1050 time period or so. So somewhere around 1045 or so through Columbus and again Caledonia. We've had some thunderstorms already go through your neck of the woods today and obviously into this evening. Checking out our camera there in the Aberdeen area. Kind of on the northeast side of town. It's going to update here in a second, and it's going to look a little more rough than that as we're kind of looking through some of those storms. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for being partners with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. And as we look at some of these cameras, pull up the Aberdeen camera, and we're going to make sure that we kind of got a good angle on this here. We're looking kind of southeast. Again, quite a few lightning strikes on it. I'm going to pan this just a little bit to the right. Looking more south there because we're kind of looking more toward Aberdeen. You can see the water tower on the far right-hand portion of the screen. But it's not non-stop lightning. This is nowhere near as much lightning as when it was in the Tupelo area or Pontotoc area, a sign that this line has weakened substantially over the course of time because of that. Another camera location, again, ahead of this, Caledonia. We've checked that one out multiple times, obviously, this evening there in Lowndes County. A lot of rainfall on the lens there in Caledonia. This is kind of like a lead storm ahead of kind of the main batch where we'll have a lot more lightning and thunder. Temperature 63, and that will drop a little bit, but more than anything, it's that measure of moisture, that dew point there that's going to drop a more substantial amount, and that'll have the impact of trying to make things more manageable humidity-wise and reduce our storm chances going forward. And we do have, again, plenty of showers and thunderstorms extending behind this entire batch we have here from Winona through Eupora. This is all a lot weaker. And I would say the same thing in West Point. I want to get on the ground look there in the West Point area as well in Clay County on the thunderstorms. Not a lot of lightning out of this thunderstorm there. A lot of low-hanging clouds. This is one, a lot of times we'll say more bark than bite. I'm going to zoom into the corner of this here for a moment just to kind of show you. You can see the radar image there. And you can see the heaviest portion of this kind of north of town there. Again, closer to Aberdeen. Toward Derrick, heading more directly there toward Hamilton than some other spots. But there are some lightning strikes with it. More of those are cloud to cloud. And while you do definitely see, again, some low-hanging looking stuff out of some parts of this here, it kind of looks a little worse than it is. Now, what I'm really interested in that shot there is what is directly behind me. So give me a moment to look at this. Because this is... when I learned to to do storm spotting and stuff, there was a term that we used, at the storm spotters used. It's a scary looking cloud. So watch how you can see kind of the edge of this there, the low hanging stuff. That's kind of the leading edge of the lower cloud there. But look at that, as you can just kind of see that marching, a very, very low cloud, what we sometimes call a shelf cloud. That's what we're kind of depicting there. I'll zoom it in maybe just a little bit more so you can see it. But right there, now you can't see my mouse, but that's the shelf cloud. So kind of the edge of the scary looking clouds marching from the right to the left. But we know for sure that it's not tornado or something like that. There's a gap between the bottom of that there. But it's doing a good job of blotting out that light as it kind of moves there through Clay County, and that storm kind of marches through. Kind of a cool shot there. Not something we necessarily see all the time, but you can see all the low-hanging stuff also moving into town as well, kind of another part of that shelf cloud as it kind of rolls in. So you see how there's kind of little fingers and stuff dangling down on this? Low and dark does not necessarily mean bad. It just means a dark cloud during the day is just a really tall cloud, and a shelf cloud like this is going to kind of lead with these low finger looking appendages. There's no rotation that concerns us on a line like this. The reason it hangs so low is because of the moisture. And there's just enough moisture in the atmosphere that makes kind of the base on the front end hang lower. So cool shot here for sure. Kind of the finger-like look of our camera there in the West Point area. And by the way, for sponsors, whether it's West Point, Aberdeen, Amory, if you're looking at supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather, one great way to do that is these cameras during severe weather. We spend quite a bit of time, as you've probably noticed tonight, looking at these cameras because they do a great job of kind of telling on the ground what this looks like. So as this line kind of moves into the West Point area, certainly some kind of scary looking sort of clouds on the leading edge of this here, as we're looking right along that. We'll let that kind of clear up, but that's kind of looking right there at the edge of that. Yeah, does that look like a funnel? Yes. Is it kind of a triangle shape? Yes. But is it something that we worry about? No. Because rotation, not just a funnel cloud, but a rotating funnel when we're talking about tornadoes, is what we're looking at. And this is just the finger-like appendages of the low cloud on the leading edge of what we call the shelf cloud. Lightning illuminating it, certainly an interesting, very, very ominous sort of look, but this is what I like to say, bark is greater than bite. Anyway, hopefully that kind of informative explanation of a shelf cloud. And it is interesting that, that we do have, that camera is kind of on the east side there of West Point. You can kind of see like a little jaggedy front end here, but again, kind of reinforcing the point we mentioned a minute ago. When you look at the wind mode, I have some strong wind, and there's green versus red, but that has more to do with just the angle we're looking at this. There's probably some gusty wind with this kind of rolling ahead, and obviously the very, very finger-like look of that. Let's go back here to Mississippi Live Weather Radar and kind of address the rest of the area. So that's, watching what this is kind of looking like as it comes through. If you are behind this, and we addressed this earlier, but I think it bears repeating again, that we are largely in go to bed mode for a lot of locations behind this initial line here. And if you're waking up tomorrow morning, you're waking up on your school day forecast presented by IMPC with 48 degrees initially there. We're 64 by lunch, and we're 70 by the final bell at the end of the day. So here's a look at Futurecast again. All those thunderstorms sliding into and through the area by 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Give me a moment here. I'm going to take this a little bit slow. We're going to go back and rewatch that. I think positioning on at least the initial part here is a little bit slow. So give me a moment to break this. And I'm going to check and see if our strike model is a little bit faster. No, it's a little too fast. So the answer is none of the above. The positioning I thought was good on the previous run of our Futurecast. So it's a little slow on this. So that gives you an idea that while it still shows some around down here south of Columbus at midnight, I think that's a possibility. But you can clearly see the heaviest, those going through the West Point and Monroe County areas now down toward Aberdeen and Hamilton. Those are all going to be east of us by, say, a midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning or so. And after this line clears the area, there's no secondary batch. So 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, it is all out of here, and we are in good shape. So tomorrow morning, low temperatures, we're down somewhere in the mid 40s out there, about 44 in Oxford for Bruce, and New Albany at 44, 43 degrees in Boonville. This is that drier and cooler area. That's why the northwest portion of the state cooler than the southeast portion where we have low 50s out there. As we continue to have those northerly winds, that is the drier air that moves in for tomorrow. Kind of on the wide shot here, you can see our system kind of exiting. High pressure trying to move in from the west. This is not an area of Arctic air. This is slightly cooler, mainly drier air. And so that kind of eliminates all the rain chances, kind of pushing those toward the south and east and out of here. And if you want to blame, and I mean in the best way possible, something for the weekend we have ahead, blame this high pressure center. It is mild, it is dry, it is ideal for your outdoor activities. And this is one thing I need to say loud enough that maybe Mrs. Lawpon hears in a different room. I always say that we miss in the Lawpon family spring because the beautiful days are usually lined up fairly close to active weather. We've got a fantastic weekend on the way. Temperatures are going to be excellent, I think, for both Saturday and Sunday. So low 70s out there for high temperatures on your Friday. We're looking at about 71 degrees in Oxford, New Albany, and Tupelo, all coming in about 71. We typically should be 61, so running about 10 degrees above that. Belzona and Greenwood at 73, 73 in Grenada there, 73 Eupora, and 72 for Starkville, 73 in Columbus. So Futurecast keeping us clear into your Friday evening for whatever your plans on Friday evening might end up being. We're looking good. We are looking dry for that as we go toward late Friday night and early Saturday morning under, again, what are mostly clear skies. That'll kind of set us up for kind of a chilly start to Saturday and chilly start to your weekend, but it's not extreme. And one thing that I think is underdone here on Futurecast is I think we could have some patches of fog still out there early Saturday morning. Calm winds plus all the rainfall we've seen. That's kind of a setup where we sometimes see fog. It's interesting to mention that because we already had fog tonight as that hail in some cases evaporated. So some patches not impossible, but I just think we're a little too breezy probably for it on a substantial scale tonight. So 46 in Clarksdale, in Cleveland, those low temperatures early Saturday morning. We're finally back to where our normal is around 40. So that's an improvement as, again, we're working our way deeper toward spring in the latter part here of February. We're getting closer to changing that season over. T-minus a month now, right? What's today's date? Yeah, we're less than a month from the new season. Saturday, mostly clear skies, mostly dry conditions across the region. Through noontime, we're showing up dry and mostly clear. We do have some showers trying to stroll in from the north and west late Saturday. And again, another front, but not a lot of meaningful rainfall coming from that front as it moves in from the north and west here and into our region. High temperatures on Saturday, somewhere in the middle 70s. And considering this is right behind a front, the fact we're still 70s tomorrow, we're mid-70s Saturday, that's a sign that this front doesn't have a lot of cold air to work with. So 7-day forecast has us 70 for the high Friday, 75 for Saturday, 72 for Sunday. And then the rain chances start picking up as we look toward a Monday of next week. We're at 30% on that rain coverage. Again, maybe some rumbles mixing in with that there. 20% for Tuesday as well as Wednesday and mid-70s. I mean, come on, our coolest high temperature in the next week, Monday at 65. And again, that's above where we typically should be for this time of the year. I'm going to quickly, before we go too far past it here, I want to bring in our SEC baseball forecasts. I'm going to double check here. I'm going to bring Gabe in for just a moment, make sure we've got this as I kind of double box you for a second here. Are we all up to date on our SEC stuff where I can pop them in? His microphone is...
I think it's good now. There we go. SEC is all good to go. And don't forget our game of the week tomorrow night as well.
I will. So are we, let's see, SEC baseball.
You can do weekend or you can do Friday.
So the weekend ones are both good?
Yes, they're just... The top of the page will say Arizona State for Mississippi State, and then the top of the page will say Baylor for Ole Miss. That's just your Friday matchups because they are kind of in an invitational. So,
okay, so this will capture all three games in each case as far as that's concerned. I'll deliver that, and then we're going to look at your pictures. See, I know you're jazzed.
And I'm
you're ready to go.
This is the first time.
Okay, so we're going to do that in a second. So let's look at that SEC baseball forecast here. Hold on. I double clicked something. There we go. Again, presented by Carl Hogan Toyota. 79 that Friday. First pitch there. Again, Arizona State first game. It's an invitational continuing the weekend, so the teams will change. Location remains the same. We're 85 for the high there on Saturday and 82 by Sunday there in Arlington, Texas. So depending on time of day, a little early in the day, obviously it'll be slightly cooler. But I think in either case, that is dry. That is some great. Honestly, that might be a little warm on Saturday at 85. And maybe it's just the sensitive of the sun guy here that says that. Again, appreciate Carl Hogan Toyota for our Ole Miss baseball forecast as well. 84 degrees, that first pitch temperature on Friday, again, against Baylor there in Houston, Texas. We're 81 for the high on Saturday there and 80 degrees by Sunday. Again, the time there and the opponent is going to differ depending on how the first game goes on that. So it's different people over the course of the weekend ahead. So excited to be able to kind of check that out. Okay, now it's Gabe Maynard time, and I will do our game of the week forecast here in a minute because I did not get that lined up. But I think instead, first, let's do some pictures. And guys, everyone at home has sent in an amazing number of pictures this evening. So let's see what you've got, Gabe.
overwhelming amount. And so I'm going to show you basically every one that was submitted that was either looked like a large stone or was actually measured. And so as you can see, we'll kind of take this picture by picture. We're going to start out in Tishomingo County, those first storms. Daryl submitting this picture. And as you can see, just under a quarter in size, which basically means just under an inch. And as we take a look right here, dime-sized hail also being reported in Tishomingo County from Cheryl over there in the Payden community. Now, later on, we did get a close to quarter-sized hailstone, so almost rivaling that first submission. This was Christy and Ingomar, so one of those later storms that did end up producing. And this is one of the larger storms. Larger stones, I should say. This was over in Carter's Branch, submitted by Merle. Now, keep in mind this stone, because this is one of the larger stones. But Matt, something we were talking about behind the scenes, that is a quarter, right? Like, if you want to jump in and just talk to us about this, because something about it is giving me dime vibes, but it...
looking at that, I think we looked at that, and I'm pretty sure that's Massachusetts. Let me, you should be able, here, I'll bring it back over here, and let's...
Well, I have more that we can go through, but that's one of our honorable mentions, or not honorable mentions, but one of our potential winners. And so that's why that matters.
Can you zoom that in? Can you zoom that in? Because I say that, I think, yeah, so that's Massachusetts, because you see what is it? Not Chesapeake
Yeah, you're right.
Bay.
I see the state at the top.
Yeah, well, it's not even that. Like, you see, what is it? Cape Cod. Golly. The arm that sticks out, right? You can see Cape Cod in the lower left-hand portion of the so because we know that the 50 states quarters, so that would be a quarter.
Okay, well then that settles it. And if that's a quarter, then that is a good-sized hailstone. Nearly, I would argue that's close to 2 inches, and that was out of the Carter's.
More than 2 inches. I mean, that's the heart of that is 2 inches. The appendages probably take it closer to 2 1/4, 2 1/2.
Yeah, I would
Where's
agree.
Adrian? Have Adrian come on camera. I want his opinion on that.
Adrian,
too.
come
Is he
close.
Still there? Do you think?
We're going to get your opinion on this. Do you think that's 2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? You got to speak loud. My
I would say the appendages. Point out the appendages.
With the appendages.
With the appendages, I'd say about 2 1/4.
2 1/4.
2 1/4. That's probably our winner.
So, well, not so fast, my friend.
Y'all, Lee Corso gets so many shout outs on this.
That's Ethan's fault. Ethan is a Lee Corso fanatic. But this was our other one. This is the one we don't have a measurement for.
Yeah.
So that's where it's tough to say. And I have emailed them and wait. Okay, well, real time. We are going to get it. So we have a hand that is I'm going to take it off of this and pull up this email behind the scenes real quick.
Okay, here I'll do the high school football, high school basketball. We got the sport right. Got there. Basketball forecast, game of the week here real quick, and then we'll come back to that. Let me do that real quick. That sound good? Okay. So appreciate Casey Lott again for sports sponsoring our high school basketball game of the week. Let me get that populated in with the right data. That happens sometimes in the preview mode. It's like, oh, if it were today, it wasn't today. Thankfully, it's a much drier day tomorrow. Our game of the week actually tipping off at 8:30, so we're probably only going to have first half highlights of the game of the week. We're going to be out there earlier. I'm looking forward to this up there at Northeast Mississippi Community College tomorrow for our Mississippi High School game of the week presented by Casey Lott. Just glad it is a drastically calmer day for tomorrow, and appreciate all the folks again that support us here at Mississippi Live Weather. Okay, let's bring Caleb's excited too.
Oh,
but
Caleb's here too. We have a whole team effort right now.
Okay, so we're all going to do this. I'm popping you full. Let's take a look.
Okay, so this wasn't the other submission. This is Madison in Dumas, and as you note, there is not a measurement, but I messaged Madison and she came in clutch letting us know those measurements, and here is her hand with a ruler attached to it. Let's talk about the specifics. 1 inch covers these 2 fingers, whereas a 1/2 inch takes half of the fingers, okay? So let's bring it back right here. Easily covering those 2 fingers and easily going halfway into the index finger and the pinky. My math takes it to 2 inches.
We're going to cut the picture up is what we're going to do. I think well, so we can go in and we can change the angle to where we make it vertical like her hand. on the other one. We need to rotate the picture to where it's layered over top. And I think we do it where we do it half transparent over the top.
So this will be an
should be able to do
announcement
that.
now, or are we going to wait till after the show?
I'm going to let you do some more pictures. I'm going to let you do some more pictures. Did she send that in using the app, or did she email it?
So she sent the picture in the app. I emailed her to get the measurements. Let me forward that over to you.
Okay, thank you. If you can do that, I'm going to see if I can kind of line them up one on top of the other. I want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence on this.
Yes, and I have other honorable mentions that we can talk about, because there were other good-sized stones. So if you want to do that behind the scenes, yeah, I can continue that over here. So as we continue to assess this, apologize there, let me get back on the pictures. There's that stone that, of course, might be a potential winner, but we also did get a lot of stones submitted by Madison as well, continuing to be in the Dumas area, and those look, equally as large, if not a little bit underneath it, but nonetheless, a large output of large hail in the Dumas area, and that was one of our more notable storms. Nickel-sized hailstone out there in Carter's Branch as well, this submitted by Joy. And as we can see, dime-sized hail towards Hernando, this submitted by Philip. This was one of our later storms with that second round that was kind of working its way from northwest to southeast. Actually, the storm's happening right now. This is what was being produced as it moved into the northwest Mississippi area. About 1/4 of an inch out there in West Tupelo, submitted by Jessica. So not exactly a large hail producer, but produced quite a bit of it when we're talking about how many hailstones we received. Penny-sized hail in Longview, submitted by Seth. And this was one of our later submissions, honestly smaller than pea-sized hail in the Vardaman area, submitted by Brittany. But nonetheless, these are the two we're looking at. These two submissions right here from Merle and Madison. So as Matt does that behind the scenes, we do have a few pictures of just the sheer magnitude of the hail that we saw. And we're going to start in Tishomingo County once again. Just look at the hail covering the ground. And I know, Adrian, you're from Tishomingo County. The last thing you want to see is ice on the ground. Yeah, exactly. So luckily this will clear out, not in 2 weeks, not in 1 week, but in a matter of, it's probably gone now, actually, while we're talking about it, because it's a lot warmer air. So that's the thing with power outages tonight. Nothing is going to be too impactful. Temperatures are perfect, so it's not going to be an uncomfortable night if your power is out. Might be a little bit on the cooler side, but a blanket should take care of that, and we'll be good to go. Looking in Tishomingo County, once again, this was submitted by Sienna, and another one from Cheryl. I love this picture because you can see the variance of hailstones. So some of those are larger than others, and you do get the rings. Like this is what we're talking about with some of those stones being taken in the updrafts once again and causing another ring to form around them. That's why you get more of that holographic ring on the outside, showing that there was multiple trips around the cloud while it was continuing to build in shape. And so you're getting a more wide-scale look right here as that hail covers the ground, so not necessarily getting the individual shapes, but you're getting just the coverage of those hailstones. And this was over in Ingomar, submitted by Jacob. Look at the hail fog, which Caleb and Adrian actually did get to view in the northern Monroe County, southern Itawamba County. And this was actually over in Carter's Branch, submitted by Joy. And that just looks eerie, all things considered. So it is going to be a just sites
How many
like
more
that.
do you have real quick here? I want to do a radar update because Ethan was mentioning how kind of rough it was where he was, and I looked at radar. We need to do a radar update real quick. Is that okay?
Well, yeah, go ahead and do that. Do I need to do anything behind the scenes?
No, actually, if you want to go over to Chroma, you do a radar. You can't do that. You can't do a radar update at the same time I am trying to get those pictures in. That's fine. Let me do a radar update real quick.
Okay.
Give me just a moment. Okay.
All right.
So just a second here. So I look at Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, this is below severe limits. Ethan was mentioning it's real heavy. This is about as strong as they have seen today. It's a pretty decent little thunderstorm here going through Caledonia and Hamilton. Of course, this is Hamilton on the Mississippi side. The number of lightning strikes down significantly, though. So this is not as strong as it was earlier, but still about, I'd say, 20 to 25 mile per hour movement on it there. So again, kind of going through the eastern part of Columbus. That's where a lot of these different subdivisions are. We show Noon Hope at 10:44, which is still about 13 minutes from now. Steens at 10:36, Caledonia at 10:32. So basically over top of you in Caledonia right now. And yeah, obviously most of those spots on kind of the east side there of Columbus. Let's check that camera there. Should be right about to get hit if it has not yet in Caledonia. I might have to change our angle on this just a little bit. Give me a moment to try to move this just a hint. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Let's kind of go back and look. This is looking northeast. This is east. We need to swing that around the west. So give me just a moment. We'll look kind of into the heart of this. Now we're looking south, southwest, kind of more of a westerly direction into, what is a heavy thunderstorm producing heavy rain, maybe some hail. Let's check the hail potential. And again, two ways in which we can do, we're pairing up with the folks over at True Shield. They're sponsoring, the hail track, and then obviously the hail giveaway that we're trying to figure out there. Looking at the hail threat, the hail track on this at this point here, I'm not impressed by what we're seeing. I think, maybe some small hail with this, but this is primarily really heavy rainfall with it there. It kind of tracks there south of Hamilton and toward Caledonia. So there's kind of time to think. I think, again, this is heavy rainfall is the main impact with this, and obviously some lightning, and that'll cause some power disruptions as well. So I'm going to say this, Gabe, as much as I want to know the answer, we have gotten a ruling here related to the hail. So Foster, who's with True Shield, is like, hey, because this is the first one, just do them both. So we're going to do two. This is not something we're going to do every time. We're kind of figuring out the best way to do this in place. But he's like, you know what? Let's just do two.
That is
so
so
we're going to do two $100 gift cards. One because it's really close. I would argue the one with the coin might be, but
that's what I was favoring. But hey, it don't matter now. Throw the rulings out.
So absolutely. So we will name them, and we will then get in contact with them. And then we'll let them know how they can pick up their $100 Walmart gift card. But it's kind of a cool thing. I don't think anybody anywhere has ever done this. And I got to give Foster with True Shield credit. He's like, I got this wild idea. And I'm like, that is the coolest thing I've ever thought of. We're taking, cool. No one wants hail. No one wants the biggest hail. But if you get it, True Shield making it a little bit better for you.
Yeah, it shines a light in the darkness. So that's what I give them a lot of credit. That is such a good idea. And honestly, big hearts that they have to give away two $100 gift cards to the winners. But I also want to apologize.
And that's a Walmart gift card. It's not like, hey, here's $100 off, doing something with your roof. It's just like, hey, here's $100.
That's groceries.
You go spend, huh?
So that's groceries.
I mean, that's as good as a $100 bill, right? So we appreciate Foster for doing that. That is not something he's going to do every time. I'll tell him that as well. But we're excited that that's what he's chosen to do this time.
Well, let me apologize to Madison for making her go through all of the effort to send a picture of a ruler next to her hand. Appreciate you doing all that.
I'll say this next time that is what we are going to do. I'm still going to try to tweak it behind the scenes. But go ahead, and again, as this goes through Caledonia, I'll show it behind me here briefly. And we'll come back to Gabe in just a second. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heavy rainfall there in Caledonia. I don't see really anything bouncing off of the camera location there. So it's a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning, some power disruptions with that. And that extends down into the Columbus area as well. Our camera in Columbus, though, really the worst is kind of past the Columbus area at this point. Still have some gusty winds. The one behind me in the lower left-hand part of your screen there, you can see there's actually kind of winds coming back the opposite direction out of thunderstorm. See how they're kind of like pushing like this? We're looking westbound lanes, and so this means we have kind of a northeast wind there as opposed to kind of northwest or west. So certainly some gusty winds out of that, and obviously the heavy rainfall there. Okay, let's go to Gabe now. And again, Gabe, I'll let you finish up all of our weather pictures. Again, all of them pretty much tonight about hail.
Yeah, and I was talking to Adrian and Caleb behind the scenes that they have basically driven in a perfect square tonight, going down to West Point, and then headed over to Columbus, and then went north up to Fulton, and then headed back over to Tupelo, and then even a little bit in Sherman as well. So you guys went here, there, and everywhere. And so watching Columbus again, they said they're getting it again. Yeah, it's just that that stationary front that's moving overhead. As long as you have that front in place, that's where you get some of that sporadic development, and that'll continue as long as the front is there. And there's at least a little bit of a measure of instability. So that's what we're getting tonight. And while there is a chance of a few showers and storms, there is also the chance. Is that your path? Yeah. Give it to me. I want to show it. So this is the path. Matt, I don't know if you can. Actually, that focus is enough. That is our path tonight. And no, that is not a small area. That is as far south as Oktibbeha County to Lowndes County to Itawamba County. I remember. And over there towards Lee County. And yeah, you guys, we might as well include Union County in there too. You were close enough. So shout out Caleb and Adrian giving us those views, giving us those storm spotters out there in the field, and I appreciate their hard work, and I know they're tired, and I know that you guys are as well. So Matt,
we appreciate their live drive tonight. That's the branding, by the way, the Mississippi Live Drive. Let them know that, just to make sure we got it.
Mississippi Live Drive. That's what we're calling it. Okay. We like it. 10 out of 10. Do we have a winner in that? Okay, well, anyway, I know that you guys are tired too. You've been watching us since 4 o'clock and we're still going, so I won't keep you guys too much longer. I do want to showcase some of our Weather Watcher pictures out in the field though. This was over there in Carter's Branch. This was another picture submitted by Madison in Dumas, and you can definitely see those larger stones standing out. So she could probably had the pick of the litter when we're talking about different stones that she could submit for the largest hailstone. But nonetheless, that is one of our winners tonight, as well as Merle in Carter's Branch as well. This was closer to Caledonia. This is Daniel submitting these. And while these are not big stones, that covers the ground there around his home. And so that's where we're getting some of those numerous hail reports rather than the large hail reports. As we jump out towards northwest Alabama, Colbert County actually had a few of these large hailstones as well, and along with a large output of those hailstones. So that was one of the pictures that stood out over there in northwest Alabama. Batesville also showing up. That looks like Batesville 3 weeks ago with the ice on the ground. So grateful that that's going to melt quickly, and grateful that's not going to be a long-term impact. But yeah, it was hail can definitely look like some winter precipitation. So grateful that it's not, but it still looks that way. Tiffany in Dumas submitting this picture as well, and you can just see the white scattered across the ground. It was just an active night. While it may not have been the large hail in some areas that had the severe thunderstorm warnings, we still had a large output of hail. And that's kind of where we were assessing this in real time as we went through our afternoon and evening. And that's where your reports come in handy. You know, something might say large hail aloft, but what's actually reaching the surface is what matters. And that's what you guys helped us do, helped the National Weather Service do. And as Matt can honestly populate in a little bit, actually we'll populate it in the morning show too, the overall storm spotter reports, basically every single one of those in North Mississippi was you. And that's a big thank you to everybody for their hard work, for braving the storm and doing so in a safe manner. And we just appreciate everyone's work here in North Mississippi. Whether you're on the Mississippi Live Weather team or one of our weather watchers out in the field, we work hand in hand and we help keep each other safe. And that's what makes North Mississippi special. So appreciate everyone for their hard work. And Matt, I want to give you a shout out because you're not going to take a pat on the back, but I want to give you one for being live for 6 hours, keeping North Mississippi safe. I know your voice is dying, and a big welcome back, I guess. And you have an active Friday heading into tomorrow with the car show as well as our game of the week. So the action keeps going. We don't take that many breaks here at Mississippi Live Weather. There's weather always happening, and there's always something to do. But going back over our winners again tonight are going to be Merle and Carter's Branch submitting this picture. And again, that's nearly a 2 1/4 inch hailstone. And then we also had this submission out of Dumas from Madison, and that is again about a 2 inch hailstone, arguably could be bigger. That was my rough estimate, but I know Matt's making it happen behind the scenes. Matt, you're doing some funky stuff over there that I am very intrigued by. So I am so ready to see this image. I've enjoyed watching it.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like half fade it off to see if I can line up the hand, right? And get the rest of the hand lined up perfectly. So then we'd have, yes, if you want to know what I do with my time, this is how I nerd out. It's like, hey, I wonder if we can make this perfectly line up. Then we have because imagine having an argument with me. It's like, I have this, I don't know, we need to make sure it's perfect. Do you really need to be this perfect? Yes. I want to know the answer.
Well, I think it's a good thing that we don't have to decide a winner.
For example, on Wednesday, was it Wednesday? Tuesday this week, my daughter dragged, she had this, there we are. I think we're almost the right size. We're going to have to shrink this size a little bit more to get it. My daughter had a piece of cloth, and she put it on my wife's head, and then she jerked it And I was like, I want to know how many frames it takes. Then I can know exactly how fast it was that it peeled off your head. This is the stuff that haunts me. Okay, so looking there in the foreground, I'm going to pop it full screen for you. So I kind of have this all faded, so we'll at least have the answer. So I'm looking, that's an 1/8 of an inch right there. You can't see. Okay, so I'll look at it the way you guys can see it. So there's about an 1/8. So that's right at 2 1/8. And on this side here, we're looking at a little more. That's 1/2 inch. And that's another 1/8. So that would be, what, 4/8, 5/8. From 5/8 to 2. And yeah, so this one's a little bit smaller. I'd say this one is 1.5 inches. Probably based on, well, yeah, based on, nope, I got to take this one, just make this just a little bit bigger. It's not quite the right size. Okay, I think that's pretty close. So that's the 1/2 one. I'd say it's just right slightly under 2 inches. So I do think the other one's probably a little bit bigger, but you know what? And I apologize that that's not the name at the top there. I'll bring Gabe back in, remind me of the name. I think you said, is it Madison and Dumas? Is that what you said?
Madison and Dumas, yes.
Okay. Well, I will.
Which, if you wanted to, you know, since we know that it lines up hand in hand, you can move that hailstone over to the end of the ruler and get an exact measurement rather than doing math at 10:45 at night.
You tell me I can't. You tell me my math ain't mathin'?
Well, it's mathin', but I felt the brain working, and you've worked too hard tonight. So
yeah, 1 3/4, something like that. So this one's a little bit smaller. I would still say it's golf ball size hail. That's still big hail. Yeah. And who knows? Maybe if I rotate it, I could find a wider spot. I think that's about as wide a spot as you're getting. About 1 3/4 inches, what I would say. Best guesstimate.
That's how committed we are, Matt. I like that. That's fantastic.
I don't know about y'all, but $100 to Walmart means something to me. Okay, you said Madison in Dumas.
Do what?
Said Madison Dumas.
Madison and Dumas, and then the other one was Merle and Carter's Branch. MYRL.
MYRL?
Yes. Oh, wrong part. Yeah. This was, I can pull it up on my end.
Okay. I'll let you be the one that gets to post that here in a little bit. Because part of being the boss is we're going to show radar here in a minute. We're going to sign off. And I'm going to say night-night, y'all. And then Gabe has to clean up my mess.
We'll get it good for Maggie in the morning.
I've not had, again, last time we'll probably show the True Shield hail threat tonight. Does not look like there's as much out there.
Do you want to let folks know about tomorrow if they want to come see you?
You mean to pick up their gift card?
Well, not the gift card, but to the car show.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So we're going to be at the World of Customs show tomorrow at the Tupelo Furniture Market, Building 5. Eric Estrada, if you've seen kind of the commercials we've talked about, is going to be there from Chips. Like, that's legit. And I don't know about you, but I love cool cars.
You have one.
One of the things I miss from the Tupelo Automobile Museum is the cool car factor. And you weren't here in time to be able to go to that, but I just thought it was great. But anyway, yeah. So it's just an opportunity to see cool cars, kind of meet some cool people. We'll be out there tomorrow morning from pretty much the beginning when they get going until I'll probably be there till noon. I'd hoped to go out and set it up tonight, but I've been in here doing this all night long. And I drove in a car on our way back from a trip to Jackson today.
Well, you can tell them who they're going to get to see.
They're going to get to see me.
Well, no, and
also our Caleb Edelblut.
Give him a wave.
How are y'all?
You'll be back in Tupelo tomorrow.
I hear what you're saying, but I'll be out there tomorrow. Very excited.
We're excited to have you out there. Thank you so much for helping me with that. Okay, speaking of, you need to go home.
I'm very excited.
You need to go home, and everybody needs to go home. We're going to wrap this thing up. And by the way, for folks at home, if you like what we do here, we do live newscasts pretty much every night, right? 6 and 10 every night. And we do it 5, 6, and 10 Monday through Friday, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center in the mornings. And if you have not checked out our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, she does a spectacular job. She'll have, probably look at some of these pictures and anything that we have weather-wise out the door tomorrow morning, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Thank you so much again for all of you that tune in mornings and evenings to support us here in Mississippi Live Weather. And, for those folks that want that extra layer of padding, we always recommend our weather call. It is a phone alert service that lets you know if weather is bad enough that you need to worry about it. Of course, we do have alerts on the app itself, but one thing I like to say is that layers save lives and a phone call is disruptive, right? I've gotten 10 million alerts. I've ignored all of them tonight. But if a phone call comes in, you answer that phone call. You at least know it's happened, right? So anyway, all of that to say, weather call is disruptive. It is your personalized tornado warning. I have it for my family. I think you should have it for yours. Okay, we will see you tomorrow. And again, appreciate everybody for joining us here in the chat, online, on Facebook, and every place else. And we will see you, coming up then. I do have, again, one more. Before we go, I do want to, again, thank all of our sponsors who you see there on the screen. Special shout out again to Room, our Weather Center sponsor, and Mama Justice, our Doppler radar sponsor. But to answer from Maben for all locations, the only place we have something even remotely heavy is Lamar and Pickens County, and this is well below severe limits. There is nothing that should keep you up tonight. There is no tornado threat, and any significant hail threat is in the past. We will see you coming up tomorrow morning, our next live broadcast at 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. Keep it here for the latest.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
I got one more for you. Hold on. So no. Gabe. I got a little more. Just give me a minute. There's something else I was going to add. We need to probably hit power outages one more time. So that's part of the reason why I was going to stop it. I realized we hadn't hit power outages for a little while. Power outages in and around the Golden Triangle. I'm showing the 4-county map here from 4-county EPA. We did get a decent number there, especially west of West Point. We're showing about 1,000 almost folks there without power, and I think a total about 1,100 folks with 4-county electric out. But in particular, it looks like one pretty good sized outage there. One of them that they code in as predicted. So sometimes it's not as significant as that. But clearly there's something out there that got hit, and those folks are going to be out trying to get things back up and going overnight. So look forward to that happening. I know a lot of folks want power back on right away. This is obviously not going to be ice storm long, but these men and women have to wait for the lightning to stop, the wind to at least calm down a little bit, so that they can safely do that and get things up and ready to go. So saw somebody in the comments mentioning that. And they're right. The number there is increasing, and it has increased. But I think we're probably at kind of the peak of that. That's one thing we can always kind of tell on the chart. Let's see if I can show that. There we are. The chart, how it's shot up, and probably about at its peak now. So anyway, just wanted to add that. I'm going to pull up the power outage map one more time here behind the scenes, Gabe, and then we'll kind of wrap things up. Again, this shows kind of the overall outages here across North Mississippi, and there's those Clay County outages that we were talking about a moment ago there. Estimations on that, I think, clearly underestimating the reality from 4 County just a little bit, with the peak amounts there, Panola County, and then Clay County, where we've kind of had some of those outages today. and tonight. Okay, now I'll be quiet. Again, one more time, Maggie will have your updates starting tomorrow at 4:30 a.m. One of these days I will unlearn the things I've learned. Tomorrow morning starting at 6:30 a.m. And of course, she'll be talking about some of the power outages if they're still in effect, but hopefully most of those will be all figured out by then. So check her out, 6:30, 7:30 a.m. We'll see you tomorrow.